Arabia.
In the journey of life, every voice discovers its rhythm, aligns with a greater harmony, and finds its frequency, carrying us from childhood into society and forward into a future in progress.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to the third edition of the Global Labor Market Conference here in Riyadh. My name is Mariana Evanstein, and today it is my great honor and also my pleasure to serve as your Master of Ceremony together with my colleague, Tumi Machavo.
Mariana, thank you so very much. It's a pleasure to be on stage with you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Whether you are here in Riyadh with us and indeed wherever in the world you may be, a very warm welcome to you. Of course, the first iteration of this gathering focused on this new era of work in which we live. The second iteration was all about skills, it was about mobility, and of course the youth unemployment gap, amongst other things. This year we are decidedly looking to the future. Even as we are seeing these population and geopolitical dynamics continue to shift, it really is about ensuring that we reach outcomes which drive action. But I'll be honest, for me, that's not what's the most exciting thing. The most exciting thing is that we're not just observers of the global labor market. The people in this room are key to shaping that market. And how we work shapes how we live, it shapes what we value, and it even shapes what we become. I don't know, I personally think that is terribly exciting. And speaking of things that are exciting, Mariana, what do you say we get to work?
To me, I couldn't agree with you more, absolutely, because the Global Labor Market Conference is now more than just an annual gathering. It has really become the premier platform for dialogue, and I'm talking about not only a place where we can talk about challenges, but in fact where we can advance solutions that are effective, that are fair, and that are also sustainable. And in the next day and a half, we'll be looking at how trade, technology, and new ways of working are shaping labor markets around the world, and we'll also take a look at what it's going to take to ensure that opportunity remains accessible. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great honor to invite to the stage His Excellency Engineer Ahmad bin Sulaiman Al Raji, Minister of Human Resources and Social Development of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, welcome. The stage is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, it is my honor to welcome you to the third edition of the Global Labor Market Conference. We gather here together as the world of work is changing faster than at any point of time in history. The year-on-year growth in GLMC is a testament of the commitment we have in this country, which is shown by the full support and the patronage provided by His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz and His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Dear guests, technology shifting trade patterns, demographic pressures, and new expectations from workers and employers are shaping economies everywhere. These forces cross all borders, and no country can address them alone. Over the past two editions, the GLMC has grown from a high-level forum into a global movement for understanding the future of work. Last year, we explored how the technology is reshaping skills, how youth are navigating new pathways, and how mobility and demographic change influence opportunities. These conversations created real momentum. This year builds on that foundation with a deeper evidence, broader participation, and expanded opportunities for countries and experts to learn from each other. Global trends clearly underscore the urgency of our work together. Today, according to the latest ILO estimates, more than 262 million young people worldwide are not in employment, education, or training. In many regions, job creation is not keeping pace with population growth, while other countries are facing the pressure of aging workforces and rising dependency ratios. Employees across advanced and emerging economies are always in need of upskilling, and technology is changing roles faster than the education and training system can respond. These pressures differ by region, but they are too complex for countries to address them in isolation. Behind these global trends are real people whose experience helps us understand both the scale of change and how it is felt on ground. This comes through clearly in the GLMC 365 publication, Youth Perspectives in Technology and the Future of Work, developed with the World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead to the landscape of the work by 2030, the World Economic Forum latest report reveals several transformative trends. First, technology, especially artificial intelligence and digital access, is the most powerful driver reshaping jobs. AI, robotics, and automation are creating new opportunities, but also displacing certain traditional roles. Expect significant growth in tech-centric jobs like AI specialists and data analysts, while roles like data entry, clerks, and administrative assistants may decline. Second, the green transition is another crucial factor. Efforts to reduce carbon emissions are driving demand for renewable energy engineers and environmental specialists. We will see a surge in green jobs as industries adapt to climate goals. Third, economic and geo-economic shifts like the cost of living changes and geopolitical tensions are influencing job markets in complex ways. Rising living costs and economic slowdowns will shape which skills are most valued, like resilience, flexibility, and creative thinking. Finally, demographic changes. Aging populations in some regions and expanding working age populations in others will influence labor supply and demand. This means more healthcare and training roles in aging economies and the need of inclusive job creation in younger, growing societies. In summary, the future of work will be balancing act, leveraging technology and sustainability while adapting to economic and demographic realities. Let's prepare for these shifts together. Around the world, countries are testing new approaches to respond to these challenges. Some, like Singapore, with the Skills Future Framework, are developing skills-based pathways that link education more closely with labor market needs. Others, such as Finland, are expanding national lifelong learning systems that support workers throughout their careers. In several regions, digital platforms like India, Porter are helping micro, small, and medium enterprises to streamline compliances and provide them across credit subsidies and government schemes. These experiences are very different, but they show the importance of experimentation, learning, cooperation. This year, GLMC program reflects the need for a deeper understanding. The 2026 edition includes a greater diversity of perspectives and leveraging data-driven insights to support and discussions that ensures that countries and individuals can learn from another in a focused and practical way. Under Vision 2030, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has taken steps to expand economic participation, strengthening skills development, and modernize employment services. That efforts support and cooperation with the partners across many regions, and help us learn from global experiences. Over the past several years, Saudi Arabia labor market has continued to evolve in ways that reflect our ambitious nation. Since 2020, more than 2.5 million Saudis have joined the private sector workforce. Young men and women who are building their capabilities, advancing in new fields, and proving every day that ambition is one of our strongest national assets. These indicators, among others, show an economy movement toward people who are investing in themselves, learning, competing, and shaping the future with confidence. However, the Kingdom Pride is hosting the GLMC is not about showcasing our own progress. It is about contributing to the global conversation on labor market transformation. Since we first gathered in 2023, the GLMC has also grown as a platform for knowledge. The Global Labor Market Academy is now training policymakers and specialists from around the world, launched alongside the second edition of the GLMC in January 2025. The Global Labor Market Academy is a joint initiative for the GLMC, the World Bank, Takamul, and the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development in KSA, a global knowledge and peer learning platform on labor market policies. The Academy has a goal of reaching 75 countries over a period of 3 years. This evening, we will celebrate the graduation of the inaugural 2025 cohort, whose work shows how cooperation can build capacity and support practical reform worldwide. This year's conference also brings several important research contributions. We are honored to release with the World Bank the What Works for Work report, which offers insight from different regions on the the drivers of employment, productivity, and resilience. These resources will support our discussion today. They also inform policy making here in Saudi Arabia and in your home countries throughout the world. This year, GLMC also expand opportunities for participation, including policy in flash passing, the torch, and our first policy hackathon, which brings together youth policymakers, business leaders, and researchers to co-create practical responses to shared challenges. These are not just sessions, they are incubators for the solutions we desperately need. Ladies and gentlemen, the world of work is changing too fast for countries to learn on their own. The GLMC was created to bring together diverse perspectives, share what works, and turn ideas into action. By learning from one another and working together, we can build labor markets that are more resilient, more inclusive, and more prepared for the future. I thank you for being here, and I look forward to the conversation ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. Towards the end of his remarks, he was talking about how quickly or rapidly the world of work is changing, pretty much before our very eyes. One thing that I think is perhaps changing even faster is the city skyline of this particular city, which is Riyadh. I've had the opportunity and the privilege to come here quite a few times over the past year, and I'm always struck by how rapidly that change is taking place. You'll appreciate the billions of dollars that are being invested in infrastructure the world over, and that, of course, is being supported by investments in tourism, investments in industry and industrial ambitions, as well as investments in innovation and the related ambitions therewith. But we also have to be honest and realistic. As quickly as we are seeing development in infrastructure, we are still continuing to struggle with dealing with the persistent youth unemployment and also, if you will, a widening skills mismatch, that we have people who have skills, but they're not necessarily matched to where the global economy is taking us. we also have a bit of a misalignment between the highest impact sectors of the world and their ability to create some of these high quality, sustainable jobs, which we know are important for future economies. So, is it automation versus employment? Is it speed versus inclusion? Is it foreign expertise versus workforce nationalization? How can we ensure that strategic investments that are currently being made become engines for sustainable growth and, of course, for sustainable work? That's a really peculiar and specific question, which I'm hoping the guests of this first panel will help us to try to answer. So I'm going to ask you to please give a very, very warm, sustained and hearty welcome to His Excellency Ahmed Al Khatib, the Minister of Tourism of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Bandar Al Khurayef, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, also of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Suleiman Al Jasser, the Chairman of the Islamic Development Bank Group. His Excellency Vedat Ishtikan, the Minister of Labor and Social Security, the Republic of Turkey. And last but most certainly not least, His Excellency Hind Abdud Kabawat, Minister of Social Affairs and Labor of the Syrian Arab Republic. Gentlemen, please take your seats.
Sorry, I thought
Not at all. It's okay. You were wanting to sit where you felt like. Please take your seats, gentlemen.
I haven't said hello.
I'm hoping that perhaps at the end of this conversation, I might become a minister as well, so I can officially join you at this table. Thank you to all of you for joining me on the stage. A very, very warm welcome. Minister Al Khatib, if I can begin with you. In 2025, your sector is specifically recorded as having generated more than 1 million jobs, surpassing the kingdom's stated tourism target of 100 million domestic and international tourists. That's 7 years ahead of time. For those who are new to the sector, however, there are a number of skills which are very specific to such a diverse market. So when you have to cater for that, there is a tweak that is required in your skills matrix. How have you managed that skills gap?
First of all, good morning. And Your Excellency, thank you very much for inviting me to share the sector. Tourism represents about 10% of the global jobs and about 10% of the global economy or GDP. Your Excellency, we employed at the global level 357 million. We are a very important client for you. And we generate, the tourism sector generates jobs more than any other sector. And this is as per of the United Nations Tourism Agency. It is good for women. 45% of the jobs are occupied by women. And it is good for youth. 80% of the 357 million are occupied by youth, and therefore, and it doesn't require a lot of skills working in tourism. We're not producing engineers or doctors, but when you provide a soft skills on top of what the people have, you definitely get a very positive end results. In Saudi Arabia, with Vision 2030, we decided to unlock new sectors as part of Vision 2030. We used to be an oil-based economy, and then petrochemicals, oil, gas. We did an amazing job in creating a robust, world-class financial services. And with Vision 2030, we decided to launch soft sectors, i.e. entertainment, culture, tourism, and so on and so forth. And therefore, since then, we have been investing in new destinations. When you build a new destination, when you build a hotel inside the Red Sea, you need people to operate it. And therefore, we make sure as a regulator, as the ministry, that we have enough people to support the growth in the business and the right skills to enroll them into the sector. What Saudi Arabia is doing, maybe differently, is that we believe that tourism transfer culture, local culture, to the international visitors. And therefore, we have a mandate to train our young Saudis and enroll them into, and to skill them and enroll them into this very important, high-growing industry to ensure that our service is provided by our young Saudis. And therefore, when we launched the tourism back in 2019, we used to have 750,000 people working in the sector. Last year, we surpassed the 1 million, adding 250. The contribution of tourism to the job, as part of the Ministry of Labor, is one of the most impactful and effective sector to contribute to the job and to contribute in reducing the unemployment from the 11% level to the today's low levels compared to the OECD or the G20 and so on and so forth. And therefore, people are important in our sector. We generate a lot of jobs. We make sure that the jobs and the people we create, we enroll into the sector are well-trained. That's why we committed massive budgets for training and development, and we ensure that the services provided to our guests by our young, talented Saudis.
Excellency Al-Kharaif, if I can come to you, and I still want to talk about the skills question. The King Salman Automotive Complex, and I'm just going to look to make sure that I get the number correct, is intended to produce 300,000 vehicles on an annual basis. That is an awful lot. And of course, mechanization, automation will be key to ensuring that you meet and potentially even exceed that target. However, when you are looking at smart factories and smart environments like that, it also means that they are less labor intensive, but within Saudi Arabia, you need to increase labor and employment. How are you aligning the development of such smart environments with the need to ensure that you're also creating the requisite jobs that are sustainable at the same time?
Well, thank you, and good morning, everyone. I would like to congratulate His Excellency Ahmed Rajhi for the success of this global event, and really very proud to be a Saudi citizen looking at Riyadh becoming a global hub for many discussions. 2 weeks ago, we had the Future Mineral Forum in this center, and today we are discussing global human capital or workforce. So Riyadh is definitely becoming a capital of global discussion. Back to your question, I would like to start by talking about three things. One is the role of the government. Second is the role of the education system. And third, the role of the individuals. Now, with the role of the government, I think today and more than ever, governments are becoming essential in setting the tone with regards to the attitude, first of all, towards new jobs, new technologies, the adaptation of these technologies, business models, and so on. Secondly, is really creating the right ecosystem that allows private sector with public sector, education, and the workforce to be able to function, to understand what is the kind of jobs that are needed. So if we are talking about industry, we need to have clarity about the requirement of the industry and its requirement for the next few years. We need to ensure that there is the right policies to adopt the right technologies to ensure also that we build the capabilities for the future and not the capability for the past. And finally, is really to have the right education system from the overall education system, from early learning to education, to higher education, to skilling, reskilling, upskilling, and so on. The second is the education system or private sector also, is private sector need to be mindful of the changes, being able also to create an atmosphere of work that attracts the right talent, but also is able to retain this talent. The retention is going to be through the ability of giving these young, especially young comers to the labor market, the ability to learn and to be able to be skilled, and also to grow and have visibility with regarding to their development path. And finally, the individuals, I think individuals and the young people today need also to be very close to what is happening globally, how they can become a global player and not just a local player. And today, if we look at our Vision 2030, the Human Capability Development Program, if you look at the target of that program, it clearly says a global citizen, which means that when we design the programs of training and skilling and education and so on, we design it in a way that we graduate someone or produce someone who's globally competitive. Now, for us, with regard to automotive, for example, we are a country that is blessed that we don't have a challenge of people. We are actually in need of more people today. We have a lot of foreigners also as part of our workforce. Today, 30% of our workforce is only Saudis. And the beauty about the industrial sector and also mining is that the kind of technologies and the kind of future of jobs that is being created in these two sectors is going to be dependent a lot on technology. And we need to be mindful of this. We need to be having a positive attitude to embrace the technology, ensure that we invest in these technologies, but at the same time have the right programs to ensure that our people is being trained. For a specific, your question, we have a program to train the workers in these factories. So, for example, I will take example of Lucid, the US company that decided to have its first plant outside the US in Riyadh. We have a program with Lucid to train our Saudi talent in Lucid in the US, and today they are the ones who are working in their plant in Jeddah.
With that in mind, one key thing that you mentioned is this notion of mobility, right? And not just exporting Saudi talent, but as you mentioned, people coming into the country itself. Is there a concern around the need to ensure that the domestic uptake at a higher skill level is also achieved? So it's not just those jobs which may not require as high skills, it's actually encouraging higher skills development.
Definitely, and we can see this clearly in our export numbers, for example. Saudi Arabia have achieved in 24 and 25 record high numbers. And if we look at the quality, where are these numbers coming from? A great amount of this number is actually coming from services, which require a lot of work. So, of course, tourism is part of it. But when you see a country growing its exports, it gives you a good indication of the competitiveness of that country. And definitely, labor force and labor cost is a key component of competitiveness.
Gosh, there's so many questions, but I'm going to move on. Excellency Al-Jasser, on to you. One of the key things that is important, particularly in your member countries, is the question of development of infrastructure. As we've heard before, it's one thing to have skills growth, but we need the infrastructure to ensure that it supports that growth. When you are looking at financing infrastructure in some of your member countries, how are you assessing the impact of that investment when it comes to job creation in those countries?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you.
In the name of
Congratulations on already a very successful meeting with looking at the attendance. And thank you, Saudi Arabia, for holding this third one. It's a sign of the times that Saudi Arabia is leading in many areas, including developing the knowledge about how to deal with the challenges of the 21st century. In the Islamic Development Bank, we have 57 members, and we serve also Muslim communities in non-member countries. Most of our activities are in the infrastructure, as you said, and infrastructure is the most inclusive sector in terms of job creation, because it has direct job creation and it has indirect in the logistics and the other downstream areas of that. The infrastructure also has the very high multiplier effect in terms of growth and development and job creation also. So we, in the Islamic Development Bank, we measure the impact of each project. We have been able to guess or estimate that every $1 million of financing of a project will produce between 13 and 30 jobs permanently. So our projects, you have projects that are $1 billion, you have projects that are 800 million, and you have some smaller projects. So the multiplier effect is most important, particularly also that it enhances the productivity of the society as a whole. And of course, whose society? It's the workers. And therefore, when we focus on projects that will enhance the dignity of the working people, when it rekindles hope. You know, we have in our countries, just imagine those young people crossing the Sahara, crossing the Mediterranean, not knowing if they're ever going to survive in order to get to Europe. Why do they do that? It's not because they're just adventurous, because they are looking for opportunity. And therefore, when we go and finance projects, and I saw President McKay here, for example, the Dakar metro project, when we financed it, congestion in Dakar was terrible. When we finished, and it was running, the first year, there was 100 million people who used it, to the point where the president and his team rationed who can get on that metro. So only 50 people can get into the metro from any station. And then, of course, His Excellency called and he said, we need to expand. Can you finance it? I said, of course. I mean, it was implemented very well, executed in a great way, and it did the job. That people now, the mobility of the population, students, teachers, farmers, manufacturers, all of them have had a better chance of getting there. So infrastructure has a great transmission mechanism of any policy that the government adopts in any society. Finally, I just want to mention, just recently, Ajay Banga of the World Bank in Davos mentioned that there will be 1.2 billion entrants into the labor market in the next 10 years. 1.2 billion, but only 400 million jobs will be opening up. So I am very happy that labor market, job creation is garnering this much attention globally and locally, because that's really where development will be made or development will be lost.
I so wish you hadn't ended on that, because it opens up a whole multitude of questions around how we ensure that we create economies that can absorb that amount of talent. Is it about just a government intervention, or is it also about ensuring we support SMMEs who can absorb some of that talent? Is it about how we structure collaboration? There are so many questions, but perhaps we'll come back on that.
Can I add one, because I don't want to end with a pessimistic note. I
Okay.
want this question, at least, with an optimistic. Look at the medical sector. I think the Minister Rajhi mentioned it. Just nurses, there is a shortage of 9 million nurses. In the medical service, there is a shortage of 18 million as we speak. So the opportunities are wonderful in that sector. So there are pockets of sectors that are becoming much more important. And the impact should never be underestimated. And anyone who wants to underestimate it should go to Kerala and see what happened to Kerala in terms of providing. It provides medical service people not only to India, but to the globe. And this should be repeated in many countries, especially because of the changes in the demographic.
Excellency, I want to hopefully come back for another round of questions where we can explore some of the comments that you make. If you are like me and your Turkish is pretty much non-existent, I'm going to ask you to please grab one of your translation kits and attach it to your ear, because His Excellency is going to be speaking in Turkish, and I want to make sure that you don't miss anything that he says. I think you can tell which one is the one person who doesn't speak Turkish. He's not putting on his headset. Of course, it's you.
It's Grace.
So please let me give you a moment to ensure that you've done that so you can hear the translation appropriately. Excellency, while we wait for everybody to attach their ear sets, I'd like to talk a little bit about opportunities that we may not be seeing. It is one thing for us to say, yes, there are all these high impact spaces that we think we can easily utilize to create jobs and employment on a sustainable basis. For you, however, what is in that sector the greatest untapped opportunity for job creation?
Okay. Thank you very much. Sayın Makkabo, değerli katılımcılar.
Thank you very much, esteemed Makkabo, distinguished participants. As I begin my words, I would like to talk about digital transformation, skill mismatch, and search for growth being reshaped in such a period. And I would like to say that it's such a great honor for me to be here a second time by the auspices of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, esteemed Minister of Human Relationships and Social Development, Ahmet bin Süleyman Al-Raji. I can give you such an answer here. I'm looking at it from Turkey's perspective. Developing sectors and downsizing them to just one sector would be wrong, because Turkey is a growing economy. Our employment rate is getting higher and higher, and we are entering to the employments very well. And under the leadership of His Excellency, our President, our unemployment rate is at 1 digit. And imports or manufacturing sector has a very important place for this. Why is that? Because manufacturing sector helps other sectors move. Talented and sustainable employment creation is a capacity of manufacturing sector, and that is why that is the sector that we are prioritizing. It is at the center of our employment capacities. His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdoğan made a goal, Turkey's century vision. In regards to that, employment, production, and growth towards these is targeted. Within this understanding of growth, manufacturing sector has a special place in it. So I'm saying this not just to say it, but it is included in our 12th development goals. We placed a separate subtopic in our goals. With our youth and with our employment structure, manufacturing sector has a special place. Energy actually is another important one, logistics is another one, agriculture, food, tourism, health, and IT. Sectors such as these in Turkey have a potential to create employment. I would like to highlight that. Of course, here, sectoral developments are targeted, and while doing that, we need to look at decent, just, and sustainable jobs, and we are combating against informal employment. And lastly, I would like to say Turkey's population is at 86 million. However, the whole demographic shifts in the whole world are also seen in Turkey. When I'm saying demographic shifts here, the all aging population is increasing in Turkey as well as many other countries in the world. And that creates a new sector. What is it? That is the care sector. And what is the care sector? In countries such as us, the developing ones, the whole needs of that sector must be prioritized. The aging population must be protected socially, and we need to create centers that do those. If we make preparations from today, 10 years later, the possible risks that might show up can be prevented. Esteemed Makabo, this is going to help us in Turkey and in the world. In Turkey, we calculated around 1 to 2 million employment options for that. As Turkey, within our unions and NGOs, we are in a close collaborations. My colleagues would know this very well. Domestic workers are discussed within those collaborations as well. Care sector and caregivers trainings. We started working on these areas in our trade unions. We see this risk because we are the Ministry of Social Security. We see these risks and we take our measures in all states, making hospitals, infrastructures, creating staff and balancing it all with the budget. Thank you so much.
You need to balance it with the budget, most certainly. Just a quick follow-up, if I may. As you're seeing this aging population and appreciating that there is a whole sector that will be created in order to support that, there is a gap potentially that sits beneath that where you need to be either increasing your quantity of youth population, so having more people born, or importing skills and talent into Turkey to make sure that you are creating an economy that has a GDP that can sustain that aged economy. How are you doing that?
Ya teşekkür ederim. Bu konu elbette çok önemli.
Thank you so much. This is a very important topic indeed. So, caregiving to elders, we can evaluate that as a profitable sector because it is a sector and multiple people are working on it. And as our ministry, we have long-term care insurance. And inshallah, we will be able to include that in our social security system as a ministry and also working with the other ministries in Turkey as well. And we will try to design it as a law in June, inshallah, God willing. We will include this in our social security systems. As you mentioned it yourself, this is a very important opportunity, the increasing aging population. We see that as an opportunity window and we look at it in an optimistic manner because increasing aging population brings the need for workforce. Conditions of the elders need to be planned. But taking a step further, our social policy needs, social service and social policy needs must be prepared as well because caregiving is a long-term process. 10% of our population is becoming at 11.2% today as Turkey's aging population. And I'm pretty sure that there is a similar situation in other countries here as well. And also the fertility rate is unfortunately decreasing This is something that's happening in the whole world, actually, because women are entering into the workforce and they need to keep the balance of work life and family life. Women should not have to make this decision here, either a child or either a job. They should not have to make this decision, as we need to be able to present them chances as private sector and as public sector, because we care greatly about public women's employment.
Thank you very much. And as a woman, I can totally second that notion. So thank you very much. Excellency Kabawat, if I can come to you, the 2024 transition.
By the way, I will speak Arabic. So if
You'll speak in Arabic, no problem. Thank you. Like me again, if you don't speak good Arabic, please make sure you keep your headset in. Thank you very much, Excellency. Subsequent to the 2024 transition, we're seeing a movement in terms of those who were internally displaced, as well as people who may have been refugees, in an environment where the economy is still under a lot of pressure. It is still struggling for that growth. How are you ensuring that you are building an economy that can absorb all of this population movement back into the country, even though the economy itself remains under this pressure?
thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. In the beginning, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and His Excellency the Minister for the great hospitality. We feel home being here in Saudi Arabia. In the beginning, in fact, celebrations are over for the victory. Now it is time to start working. The Ministry of Labor today has a lot of pressures. Your Excellency, can you please face the audience, because in fact, celebrations are over in our country, and now we start work. Working is the milestone for the future of our country. So, in fact, with the return of about 1.5 million Syrians who were refugees and displaced, in fact, of course, this is a big challenge, especially that lifting the sanctions against Syria was delayed, and we thank Saudi Arabia again for their support in this regard. Also, I'd like to mention that we have big challenges that we are facing, and also this is reflected on our economy and the speed of recovery. Although, however, we think that the return of displaced and refugees, males and females, is a great opportunity for our nation. Why? Because we know that Syrian workers, they, as you all know, they love work. Yes, we might have low capacities, but we have great ambitions. Syrians, a lot of Syrians went back. They returned with great experiences. We can benefit from their experiences. At the same time, we have inside Syria those who could not leave Syria. We have a shortage in capacity building. Today, vocational training is a fundamental aspect. It is one of our top priorities, especially for young men and women, because we have a lot of young men and women who were outside of the educational system. So it is very important for us now to immediately start building centers for their educational services. Al-Raqqa is liberated, as you know. Recently, we have young men and women now, children who did not attend any kind of education. Next week, we will start qualifying and preparing a center for youth in Al-Raqqa so that they learn at least vocational training and reading and writing. We have a lot of challenges, yes, but as I told you before, we have a lot of opportunities. These opportunities will be seized when we believe in the Syrian humans. We believe that Syrian humans, and our logo is humans first.
One thing that we know, Excellency, often happens in conflict environments is you have a flourishing of an informal economy, because of course people need to live and so on and access support. That economy also potentially presents an opportunity in terms of growth within that sector. How are you thinking and approaching the question of providing support for those who have already built some kind of businesses within that informal economy, to ensure that as you grow the formal economy, you're able to ensure that you can provide the support and growth so that those informal can, one, become more formal if need be, and two, provide requisite growth and contribution to GDP.
هذا من كثير من المشاكل.
This is, yes, one of the problems that we might face in this transitional period. As you know, this is a difficult transitional period after 14 years of war. Of course, there is an informal economy and they have experience. However, if we start legalizing everything and formalizing everything, this will take a lot of time. We cannot work in a haste. We work on everything, changing laws and issuing new laws. As you know, our labor laws date back to 1958. We are trying to review our laws to develop them, to update them. At the same time, we have a full, complete restructuring. Social insurance, a lot of people do not pay for that, so we are trying to reorganize that so that they can pay social insurance and so that we legalize everything to be a formal business. It's not easy, but we are doing our best to have legalization, to have structuring so that people have awareness regarding the importance of paying insurance so that they are an integral part to our society.
Certainly. Oh, please go ahead.
كمان لازم هون أذكر شغلة.
Also, I'd like to mention something that is worthy to be mentioned. Work and the dignity of work needs to be secured in Syria as fast as possible. The tensions that happen these days and the problems that happen these days is due to the people feeling that they don't have work, they don't have jobs, they cannot secure a living for their people, for their families. When we move quickly to provide secure dignity work, this will reduce the tensions that we face in our country. This will help us with social merging, social integration, and also in our dialogues with all of the segments in Syria, also increasing social peace. So work for all countries might be just an economic thing, but for us in Syria, the availability of work, providing work for young men and women is considered one of the top priorities, one of the most existential aspects that we need to do in order to keep our country safe and to develop it, to protect its peace and dignity.
Without doubt, that is going to be absolutely crucial. Excellency Al-Quraif, if I can come back to you, one of the things that you mentioned when you were speaking earlier was the graduates and the skills that you are producing, whether it be, you didn't specifically mention it, but obviously it's engineering, it's automation, metallurgy, etc. That is great because you've created institutions that can grow those skills. The question, however, is that 2030 is not that far away. You don't have a huge amount of time for them to hone those skills, which means that you likely have to import those skills. With trying to ensure that you don't have too much imported skill to allow for growth domestically, how are you balancing that with the need for those who are bringing capital and investment into the country with the demand for ready-made skills?
Thank you for this question because I have an announcement to make.
You have an announcement?
Yes.
Oh, wow, okay.
So I would like, just back to your question, I would like to announce the launch of our occupation and skills framework for mining and industry. And this is actually, thank you. This is one tool to ensure that there's clarity with regards to the kind of occupations and skills. This will cover more than 500 occupations. It will detail the kind of skills that are needed, the job description and titles and so on. This is an important framework to allow different players in the ecosystem from private sector who will actually need that kind of jobs, but it will allow, I think most importantly, training and the training ecosystem. And also we have created the Industry and Mining Academy, which was launched 2 years back, to act as an overarching umbrella to look at the different gaps in the offering today and ensure that these gaps are being covered. We are not going to create something from scratch, but we will only cover those gaps. And also mindful of advanced manufacturing and its importance to building our industry and mining sector, we created the Advanced Manufacturing Center, as well as created the Advanced Manufacturing Human Capability Strategy and Program. This ecosystem allows us to, first of all, understand the requirement of the market. So today, for example, you are absolutely right, 2030 is not very far, but I can assure you that with technology today, we can achieve a lot more than we have in the past in terms of skilling and training. We can predict today in the ministry as part of our platform of investments what kind of factories and investments are in the pipeline, how much and what kind of quality of work they will need, what do they need in terms of infrastructure, what do they need in terms of supply chain capabilities. This allows us then to design and figure out the jobs. And as His Excellency mentioned, the beauty probably about also mining and industry is the multiplier effect is very high. Yeah. So one job in a factory will probably create 4 or 5 or more jobs in the supply chain. And this is also key to enabling the sector to be competitive, because it's not enough to have the labor force that is intended to work in the manufacturing or in the mines, but it's very important also to create the jobs that is going to be able to fill the whole supply chain from logistics to technology to different capabilities to ensure that Saudi Arabia becomes competitive.
2 things. I love it when you come on stage bearing gifts. We like gifts, so thank you very much for the gift. But also congratulations, because I think that sort of strategic enforcement of how do we ensure that the whole supply chain is catered for is absolutely crucial. Excellency Al-Khatib, if I can then come to you. If we're talking about a whole supply chain, the suggestion is that we are looking at the creation of permanent jobs, not just short-term jobs that can sort of fill a temporary gap. How are you going about thinking that in your sector, as this growth continues, because it's very rapid, that the jobs that you are creating are partly increasing in skill, but secondly, are sustainable in the longer term?
That's a very good question. Let me go back to the global landscape. The United Nations Tourism Agency published the 2025 reports, and they said 1.5 billion people traveled globally, which is a historical record. And they are expecting this number to grow to 2 billion by 2030, means adding 500 million travelers. This addition will definitely require more manpower to serve. As part of the World Travel and Tourism Council, the global tourism sector will add or will create 91 million jobs by 2035, and there will be 43 million job shortage, which is good news for the job market. In Saudi Arabia, we're projecting to create an additional of 400,000 jobs to 600,000 jobs in the next 5 to 6 years, just to fill the new destinations, the new cities that we are building today, whether Qiddiya or Dir'iyya or the Red Sea or the private sector's projects. These are permanent jobs. We have to differentiate between cities and seasonal destinations. When you go, for example, to the Greece islands, they work on the summer and they shut down in the winter. Same with some of the Italian destinations like Portocervo and Capri and so on and so forth. And the case is very similar here in the mountains in the south. In the winter, it slows down. In the summer, they're very busy, and therefore what we are building today, whether the new airports like King Salman Airport, or new airlines like Riyadh Airlines, or the additional 150,000 to 200,000 new hotels, new key rooms, will definitely employ a permanent employees. Our role in the ministry is to make sure that the employees are ready. What the private sector needs is ready from a quantity and quality. Quantity, the number, and therefore we always with the ministry, we're working closely with the ministry to make sure that people are interested to join the tourism sector. And we as a government pledged almost $100 million every year since 2020 to train and skill the young Saudis who will join the new projects. And I can tell you, we are very proud of our young Saudis who joined the sector. They are amazing. The single thing that the international tourists, when they come to Saudi Arabia, mention is the hospitality of the young Saudis that we will create, we will protect, and we will grow in the future.
I have to say, I can definitely attest to that. So I will agree with you in your pride for them, because they do an incredible job. Excellency Al Jasser, if I can come to you. The 10-year strategic framework, human dignity, Excellency from Syria talked about this earlier, specifically about human dignity, because at the end of the day, that's what we really are about. It's about giving people jobs that allow them the human dignity to continue to live well and to support the people that they love and care about. How are you ensuring that when your members are coming to you seeking support, that human dignity remains key to you supporting their projects?
That's very important, and that's why in my earlier intervention, I mentioned rekindling hope and creating a dignified opportunity to have jobs. But that does not happen in a vacuum. That's why we go for infrastructure projects that have a higher multiplier effect, and that will use all the value chain. For example, if you go to Côte d'Ivoire, familiar to all of us, cocoa, they used to export all of it. But the money wasn't made in Côte d'Ivoire. The money was made in Belgium and Switzerland. So if you go after the whole value chain, then you're going to create a lot more jobs and a lot more dignity for the population. So we do that in all of the projects. In Indonesia, for example, we were involved in financing urban renewal and rural renewal, especially for slums. You cannot believe how small loans can transform the life of communities. So we focus on that. In Africa, we have the agro-industrial processing zones. For example, in Nigeria, it used to be just a limited engagement. Now, all the value chain is going to be kept in Nigeria. That should create opportunity, a dignified opportunity for the youth, so they will stay home. They will stay on the land. When they stay on the land, they will generate surplus agricultural production that will go to the urban areas. The urban areas will thrive. They will open schools. They will open hospitals. And you have a virtuous cycle of development. So that virtuous cycle of development is what is needed. And I think the minister from Syria talked about the entrepreneurship of the Syrians. They are well known for that. What needs to be is, for example, electricity. If you have a small factory and there is no electricity, your entrepreneurship is worthless. Yeah. So we are working with the government to try to rehabilitate the power sector, particularly, and the road network. That is what is going to really bring those jobs, and dignity will come with employment.
I have to be honest, there are so many questions that I still have for each of you, and we didn't even get to talk about policy formation, but what I have to confess is that we are completely out of time. So thank you, Excellency, 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 and Excellency. To each of you, thank you so, so very much for your comments, your contribution, and for this conversation. And I think I'd like for you to show your appreciation for them. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. If I can ask you to take your seats. Thank you.
So, Tumi, thank you very much indeed, and also a huge thank you to the ministers for this very important conversation. I should mention to everyone that some of the ministers that we just heard from earlier took part in the Global Labor Market Conference Ministerial Roundtable, which, just like this event, is also in its third year. And this time around, there were representatives from 37 different countries who took part in this roundtable. And I have to say, this is quite impressive. And also, I would say it is really a testament just to how vital global engagement is when it comes to discussing the future of work. But, ladies and gentlemen, at the Global Labor Market Conference, we do not only discuss the future of work, we also are celebrating it. That's right. We will now pause for a moment of celebration because this next moment celebrates the graduates of the first cohort of the Global Labor Market Academy, the class of 2025. These are policymakers who have committed to building the skills, insight, and leadership that's needed for tomorrow's labor markets. And to open the graduation ceremony, it is now my pleasure to invite to the stage the Executive Director of the Global Labor Market Conference. Please welcome Christiana Citero.
A year ago today, many of you were with us when, alongside our partners at the World Bank, we celebrated the launch of the Global Labor Market Academy. Today, from Riyadh, the capital of transformation, we are delighted to be sharing the graduation of the Academy's first cohort of students representing 34 countries. I would like to please invite to the stage our Board of Trustees and the faculty. May we please have our Board of Trustees and the faculty of the Academy join us on stage, please. And our graduates, please. May our faculty please join us on stage. if I may please invite Dr. Mamta Murthy, Vice President, People Vertical for the World Bank. And His Excellency Ahmed bin Sulaiman Al Rajhi, Minister of Human Resources and Social Development of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the official graduation photo. Please join me as we celebrate and congratulate the Global Labor Market Academy Class of 2025. Thank you very much, everyone.
So, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations once again to all of the graduates. Maybe we can have another quick round of applause for the graduates of the class of 2025. And I now invite you to quickly take your seats again so we can resume with the next part of our agenda. Because it is now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, a leader whose work speaks directly to the heart of this conference. As Vice President for People at World Bank, she oversees global efforts on health, education, social protection, and jobs, the systems that shape opportunity and inclusion around the world. So please join me in welcoming Mamta Murthy.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the organizers and to the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their exceptional partnership with the World Bank Group. The World Bank Group and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have been working together for nearly 50 years, and it's been a remarkable collaboration defined by innovation, by trust, and shared achievement. And I'm really proud to continue to build on this strong relationship through this Global Labor Market Conference. Your Excellency, Minister of Human Resources and Social Development, thank you for your leadership and for your vision. I'm also pleased to see so many policymakers from around the world alongside representatives of the private sector who are essential partners in this agenda. Because ultimately it is firms, small and large, that create jobs and translate policy into opportunity. We are honored to be here at the GLMC, which in a very short time has become a major global forum for advancing labor market policy. Now, this gathering matters because it connects evidence and policy and practice across borders, and this is something that sits at the very core of our mission as the World Bank Group. As our president, Ajay Banga, has said, jobs are the top priority for the World Bank Group because jobs are about dignity and social stability and opportunity. And jobs are at the foundation of economic growth. And our human development agenda, especially on labor, education, and skills, is absolutely essential for job growth. Now, it sounds obvious to say that investing in people and in the world's human capital and ensuring that people can productively participate in the economy is important. But unlocking human capital today requires fresh thinking. It requires new partnerships, and it requires a fundamental shift in how we design, finance, and deliver learning. And why is that? I think as the panel earlier illustrated, the challenges that we face as a world, whether it's from rapid technological change, whether it's from demographic shifts, or from the climate transition, these are very different in terms of nature, in terms of pace, and in terms of scale from challenges that we've faced in the past. And so our solutions need to evolve accordingly. I think the president of the Islamic Development Bank quoted our president, Ajay Banga, when he referred to the fact that 1.2 billion young people in emerging economies will enter the workforce within the next decade. That's a very large number of people. And the majority of these people are in sub-Saharan Africa and in South Asia. Whether these young people can drive growth and whether they can thrive will depend critically on whether we can equip them with the skills that they need in economies that are being reshaped by technology, by artificial intelligence, and the green transition. At the same time, the situation looks different in other parts of the world. Let's just move further east. In East Asia, populations are actually aging. In fact, they're shrinking in many countries. And that group of countries needs a different set of pathways that involves upskilling at home to well-managed skills partnerships that will allow talent to move across borders so that it can flow where it is needed while benefiting both sending and receiving countries. These challenges that we're talking about in the coming decade are not going to go away. In fact, they will only be exacerbated. And that's why we need to call for a different level of ambition when it comes to learning and skills development. That's why at the World Bank Group, we are evolving in the way in which we support countries on skilling and workforce development and matching young people to jobs. Over the years, we've learned to avoid a few traps, and let me just name them. There's the inputs-only trap, which means that countries end up focusing more on schools, on teachers, and equipment, and curricula, all of which is very important, but doing this without clear links to learning outcomes and jobs. A second kind of trap is the training for yesterday's jobs trap, which leads to skill mismatches and unemployed graduates. A third trap is the scale trap, where small pilots never transform national systems. And fourth and finally, there's the supply push trap, which involves training without clear employer demand, which limits its impact. To avoid these traps, we are making three major shifts in the way in which we approach skilling and workforce development. First, we are promoting industry-led solutions to translate skills into jobs. We are embedding modern, market-driven skilling into priority sectors, and many of them were named earlier, and this includes agriculture, energy and minerals, health, and tourism to unlock job opportunities along value chains. Second, we are building up from sectors to systems. So we are using skilling investments in priority industries and sectors to serve as a platform for long-term ecosystem reform. This includes things like standards, qualifications, frameworks, incentives, and institutions. So we're doing it as sector first and systems afterwards. Finally, we're changing the way in which we engage employers, and we're putting them into the driving seat. We are working with firms and employers associations to drive job-relevant skills training, to deliver apprenticeships and on-the-job training, as well as to co-finance training. And here in Saudi Arabia, the sector skills councils and skills funds are a great example of how structured coordination amongst employers, education providers, and governments can align workforce development with real-time labor market needs. Now, to guide these decisions in our financing and our operational work, we are also strengthening our knowledge and learning agenda. This includes a new human capital index, which is extending the original index to incorporate training, higher education, and on-the-job learning. It will allow countries to identify where their greatest gaps lie and to take action. Second, we are integrating education, skills, and labor market diagnostics into our core analytics. And this means that skills development will be embedded in economic and fiscal policy advice. Third, we are investing in peer learning through skill academies and impact programs. The launch of the annual Labor Market Academy earlier this week is an example of this. And of course, the graduation just a few minutes ago of the first cohort is a very important milestone in building a community of practice and learning amongst policymakers and other officials. And finally, we are going to institute a global expert advisory panel on skills and workforce development, building on the Global Education Advisory Panel. And the purpose of this will be to identify best buys and do's and don'ts, which inform policymakers, financiers, and partners. A major contribution will be a new policy report, which will look at the role of skills development as a part of industrial policy. One of the examples that we intend to use is from Saudi Arabia, which has seen huge progress in labor market outcomes in the past decade. And in fact, a new report on this will be launched tomorrow, as mentioned by His Excellency the Minister. Later today as well, we are launching a practical guidebook for policymakers on designing effective short-term employment programs, drawing on evidence from more than 100 successful interventions worldwide. Finally, I should make the point that important questions remain. How much should governments invest in this? Where is blended finance and concessional resources needed? And how do we design for inclusion from the start, especially for women and young people? These are questions that we are committed to answering. In conclusion, I'd like to say that no single actor can address the challenge of skills for jobs alone. Governments and policymakers need the private sector, businesses need skilled workers, and development partners need strong national leadership. And that's why we need to build coalitions across governments, industries, and borders to close the skills gap that is emerging and unlock human potential. Excellencies, colleagues, and partners, the stakes are high, but so is our collective capacity to deliver. The GLMC has already shown what is possible when governments, the private sector, and knowledge institutions work together. On behalf of the World Bank Group, I want to thank again our hosts and all participants. And I hope that these 2 days are an opportunity to turn evidence into action and to build the coalitions that are needed to build, use, and protect human capital so more people in more places can access more and better jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mamta, for those insights, for your global perspective. And with that global context in mind, we now turn to how trade shifts begin to shape labor markets in practice. Because, as we all know, trade policy does not change labor markets overnight. Its effects unfold gradually and, unfortunately, sometimes rather unevenly. And decisions, though, on things like training, on hiring, and investment obviously cannot wait. And that's why it's so important that we understand the early signals, we act on them, and this is exactly what makes the difference. We will unpack all of these things in a panel in just a moment, moderated by my colleague Tumi. But first, to set the scene, we're very honored to introduce His Excellency Azar Bayramov, Director General of the Labor Center of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, who will open with a keynote. Let's have a very warm welcome for him.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a great honor to address you today and to open this important conversation at the Global Labor Market Conference. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for convening this global platform at a time when labor markets are facing profound and overlapping transitions. As the OIC Labor Center, we are pleased to support and contribute to this timely dialogue. The Labor Center of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation works with its member states to strengthen policy cooperation on labor and employment, promote decent work and safe workplaces, and advance sustainable and inclusive social protection systems so that labor markets can respond to change not only efficiently, but also fairly and pragmatically. Our session today, when trade shifts, catching the signs before the market settles, captures a reality many of us are confronting. Changes in trade policy and market access rarely translate into labor market outcomes with clarity or speed. Instead, their effects tend to emerge gradually, unevenly, and often beneath the surface, making it difficult to distinguish genuine signals from temporary noise. When trade shifts, labor markets do not respond all at once. The earliest impacts usually appear within firms, in sourcing decisions, investment patterns, production processes, and the adoption of new technologies. Only later do these changes become visible in employment levels, skills requirements, and wages. It's precisely during this time lag that uncertainty is highest and the risk of misinterpretation is greatest. By the time these impacts are fully reflected in headline labor market indicators, the market has often already begun to settle. Job structures may have changed, skills mismatches may have widened, and wage pressures may already be embedded. At that stage, policy action is still possible, but is rarely optimal. This creates a central challenge for governments, employers, and institutions alike. We are required to make decisions on workforce planning, training, and adaptation before the evidence feels complete, before we can confidently separate short-term adjustment from structural change. Acting too late risks missed opportunities and entrenched disruptions. Acting too early risks overreaction and misdirected resources. So, how do we catch the signs before the market settles? First, we need a clearer understanding of where delays and blind spots typically arise. Employment levels may remain stable even as tasks and skill requirements shift significantly beneath the surface. Wage averages may mask growing dispersion across sectors, occupations, or regions. Job titles may stay the same while the nature of work evolves fundamentally. Second, we must adopt a broader and more forward-looking view of evidence. Traditional labor market indicators remain essential, but they are lagging by design. Earlier signals are more likely to appear in hiring behavior, job postings, emerging skill demand, firm-level investment decisions, and participation in training and reskilling programs. No single metric provides the full picture, but taken together, these signals can offer valuable early insight if interpreted carefully and systematically. Finally, catching early signals only matters if our systems are aligned to respond. Workforce policy, corporate planning, and social protection mechanisms often operate on different timelines. Better alignment among these systems enables earlier, more effective action, supporting transition and resilience rather than reacting to crises. When trade shifts, the market does not wait for us to feel certain. Our task is recognize meaningful signals earlier, interpret them responsibly, and act before labor market settles into outcomes we could have shaped it more positively. I look forward to the insights and perspectives that will be shared during this session and to a rich exchange on how we can better anticipate and navigate labor market change in an increasingly uncertain global environment. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Excellency, thank you very much. Can I ask you to walk with me? Walk with me. Thank you so very much. Most certainly, if I can ask you to go ahead and take your seat. It'll be the second seat right over there. Thank you very much. Policy changes, of course, they ripple through supply chains first. And then, of course, it is the balance sheet. And then, months or years later, it will be the labor market itself. And then new jobs emerge unexpectedly in unexpected places, and wage patterns, of course, will commensurately shift as well. What will put you ahead is not having a crystal ball that tells you what to do and when to do it. It'll be knowing which signals the market is giving you that you can, with confidence, trust. So, of course, I'll be having this conversation with His Excellency Baramayov. I'll get it correctly in the end. But joining us as well in conversation, please give a very warm welcome to Michael Lawrence, OBE. He is the CEO of Asia House, and Dennis Maxwell, who is the Group CEO of the Adecco Group. Gentlemen, please do join us. If I can ask you to take your seats. Thank you. Excellency Bayramov, if I can then begin with you. There is often balances in society, and generally speaking, when we're talking about just about anything. But when it comes to the labor question and this policy question in particular, how do you balance the need where you have to act quickly because you need to plan your workforce to make sure that you can deliver the service that you want to deliver, but also you want to make sure that when policy shifts, you aren't overreacting and making changes which may not be necessary. How do we strike that balance?
Thank you very much. Very challenging question, especially in terms where we face today the climate change and the implications of AI industry, which certainly has very strong impact on jobs. So it's difficult to say. We are, as OIC Labour Center, we are working with 57 countries. So mainly the ministries of human resources or labor. And so we try to organize surveys to understand the labor market in each country. So then, based on those surveys, to recommend the government how they have to behave in terms of those changes. So it's, I hope these recommendations are helpful for governments. So we are getting some feedback from them, and mostly positive, but worlds are changing so fast. It's sometimes the drafting recommendation takes more time than change itself.
Yeah, because you're kind of trying to predict things that are quite fluid. And perhaps then, if I can come to you then, Michael, businesses hopefully come to you in good time for some strategic advice. We hope they come in good time. But there's no necessarily guarantee that they will come in good time. So what early indicators then do you make sure you look out for to, one, warn the people that you work with, your clients, to say, we see this coming, we need to be mindful and head it off? And how do we differentiate between that thing where it's just a change and something that is more significant?
Really interesting to look at that. I look at the direction of travel, because there are specific moves that you think this is going to have a long-term impact. Can't always see them coming, but you can get a sense. What are the senses we're getting now? We look very much at trade and investment, not specifically labour market, but it all has an impact. And protectionism is rising, tariffs are rising, they're all up and down and whatever. But it's moving in that direction. So you have to be prepared for that. There are new alliances being formed and forged in terms of trade. Trade drives growth. What are those new alliances, and how do businesses position themselves to take advantage of that and therefore drive jobs? Our annual outlook, we just completed our annual outlook for this year for Asia, and much more intra-regional trade. The trade between China and the US was overtaken by China's trade with ASEAN about 5 or 6 years ago, and that gap's now growing. So there's clearly a lot happening there. What's also interesting to me is that the growth rates we're forecasting for many Asian countries are really healthy. They're driven by consumer demand, and that's driven by a lot of the trade work that's happening. So if I'm talking to a business and they're not seeing that, they're potentially missing an opportunity. They don't have to move now, but that's a trend that's deeply embedded. Another trend that's deeply embedded that we've been following now for about 10 years is what we call the Middle East pivot to Asia, the commercial, diplomatic and economic ties between this region and Asia, not just China, but emerging Asia and ASEAN. And that's a real trend, and there are capital flows shifting there. So for me, the answer to that question is, yeah, you've got to look at hard data, you've got to look at decisions. But as we've seen out of the US, tariffs goes up, they go down, they go up, they go down. Markets are very volatile, but there is a direction of travel. There are real things happening on the ground at a macro level, which if I'm a business, I really need to have a look at.
Dennis, Michael is talking about having a sense of a good direction of travel. Would it be the same thing if one looks at geographical discrepancy in terms of activity? So one part of the world, you see it heating up, there's a lot of activity, economies are potentially growing. Another, you're seeing the opposite. When we are seeing that kind of thing, how do you, one, interpret, and then two, differentiate how you strategize for those varying geographical considerations?
Well, what we've seen, and we're present in 60 countries, so we've seen the trends, moving from region to another region. Definitely, what we are seeing at the moment is an incredible growth in Asia and Latin America, and we've seen Europe and North America struggling a little bit with the labor dynamic. What we try to do is take the early signals that we see in some of the most advanced, and growing economies, look at the experiments that are happening there in terms of, and this big topic about upskilling and reskilling, which is the way you anticipate talent, and because half of our revenue is done through large clients, leverage the connections that we have with the large clients to spread across the good initiatives that can move then from whatever dynamic market to another one. So we use, the global companies have this capacity to sort of level up their workforce, and then in turn this creates in the countries, some dynamic in terms of how you move the market.
The thing, though, or my question would then be, if we're looking at global companies, the very nature of the fact that they are global means that they have ability to maneuver from a finance and capitalization. So it's easy for them to capitalize projects and move their capital. When businesses get a little bit smaller, that's not so easy. How then do you help big businesses or global businesses support their regional or smaller partners better when these shifts come and they can absorb, but they can't necessarily?
Well, actually, we've seen for many large companies a growing understanding that they are not alone, and if they don't have the proper supply chain, they're going to fail. If I take an example of the aerospace sector, which is of course a big sector in Europe, they are, their struggle because their supply chain hasn't gotten the skills that was necessary to ramp up their own supply to the large, aircraft makers, but that consciousness of looking from a talent perspective, not only my talent as a large company, but how I interact with all my supply chain, how do I strategize workforce management, not only within my large company, but also all along, I think is the direction of travel. But this consciousness is more and more important, is coming to life, I think, and that's how it cascades from large companies to smaller ones.
So it has to be equally a very deliberate effort to ensure that your supply chain reflects that malleability, if I can put it that way. Excellency Baramal, talking about a need for malleability, reskilling is an important consideration. We've long passed the moment where we talked about reskilling. We're now in an environment where if you don't do it, you're in trouble. However, when is the right time to ensure that your organization is reskilling and that reskilling process is in fact fit for purpose?
Actually, when we talk about reskilling, it's about the manpower in our member states. It's not about our organization. So we are responsible for development of the human capacity in our member states. So the skills, mismatch of the skills, reskilling and upskilling, it's our top priority. So what we do, we try to understand the nature of the skill gaps between the countries, because it's not the same in all member states. You have different skill gaps, and sometimes it depends on the industry as well. So it's not just the country, but the specific industry where this country is very good at. And especially when just recently we are launching a special working group on gig economy. So that was our one of priority focuses, because trade changed a lot by its nature. So last few decades, e-commerce replaced the biggest part of the classic trade. So that also required a new skill set for many entrepreneurs, and especially SMEs, not very big firms, companies, but also because of the more efficient and the more practical and efficient work of the small firms, the bigger companies, they lose their shares in the market. So when we come to the gig economy, there are a lot of skills which sometimes enough attention is not given. So like in many countries, I guess it's also in Saudi Arabia here, they have many riders, they have many freelancers, they have, but this part of the job relationship is not regulated well. And I think there is a huge room to make this part of the job relationship better, and which will also increase the economic potential of the member states.
So, Michael, if I can then, talking about reskilling, whether one is talking at country level, organizational level, there are similar considerations which one has to make. How do you advise or support organizations when assessing, one, our organization is well placed in terms of reskilling to weather a particular storm, and again, equally, the reskilling process we've undergone is fit for purpose?
I believe we're at a stage in the world now of such profound change that you can't just say, we've reskilled our workforce, job done. Technology is changing at such a rapid rate. The world is changing at such a rapid rate. It needs to be an ongoing process. Several things are given. AI is driving a lot of this change, so AI skills needs to be part of it. Technical skills broadly, data analysis skills, because data is driving more and more of what we do. So companies, I believe, need to realize they have to be nimble. Yeah. They have to realize that basic skills in one area will have to be built on over the course of time. I thought His Excellency, the Minister for Resources and Minerals, summed it up really nicely earlier in that panel, where he said that the public and private sectors and educators need to work together, and so do individuals. Because there was a time where you'd start a career and you'd stay in that career. 10 years ago, people were saying, okay, career for 5 or 6, maybe 2 or 3 career changes. Yeah. It now could be every 12 months. And so it's being nimble. I believe one should build in skilling, reskilling, or look at skills on an ongoing basis. There's a cost involved in that, but that's where governments need to come in too. I think Singapore's got some interesting things happening around digital skills. South Korea's got a program, K-Digital, where anybody who's facing unemployment or is unemployed gets this basic training. But I really don't believe we're at a time in the world, which is very exciting but very unpredictable, where you can say, my workforce is now fit for purpose. Yeah. Because there'll be another change, a new technology, an adaptation of AI that one didn't see coming.
And because we don't know what that purpose will be in 5 years' time. I should say Denis, not Dennis. So okay. Denis, if we are looking forward, I mean, I saw you like nodding. So I'm not even going to ask you the question. I'm just going to ask you to share with us why it is that you were nodding. What were you in agreement with?
Well, I think the fact that reskilling is never done is now the new truth, right? Agility is fundamental in, you're talking about trade shifts, AI, geopolitical fragmentation, all that compels company to be agile, but also people to be agile. Nobody knows what skills we're going to have what skills we need to have in 3 or 5 years. Yeah. Think about, cloud architects. If I take maybe 10 years back, nobody had any clue of what a cloud architect is, right? Mm-hmm. Content moderation on social media is something that didn't exist. So what the fundamental things...
A sort of monthly thing, but there are other skills, as you said, moderating content online. So what does that come around? If AI is going to be doing the routine jobs, and a lot of big banks and big accounting firms have said that will happen, what skills will they look for? Interpersonal skills, EQ levels, communication skills, skills that have existed in the past, but perhaps were one of 10 that a company would look for. It could be much higher on the agenda. So you can't do it with absolute accuracy, but there are pieces of work I see out there that I believe are going to expand, and others I see are going to contract. So in broad terms, one can direct reskilling or point it in that direction.
And if I may just add one thing, we believe very much into the transferability of skills, right? And then if employability goes through not a job, we have to look at not a job-based economy, but a skills-based economy. Companies have to look at the skills that can be moved from one role to another if they want to create a sustainable future. I have this example of this company that has fired 8,000 people and recruited 8,000 people. This is nonsense. Because maybe not all of them, but maybe half of them could have been repurposed. And even from an economic point of view, it costs you money to lay off, it costs you money to recruit.
Exactly.
So thinking about transferability of skills is fundamental.
Excellency, you've been waiting.
So I agree with my colleagues that AI is phenomena is our next station, but it's not the last station. So there will be new next stations where many millions of people will need new skills. So the issue, who will pay for these skills? Because as my colleague mentioned, that there should be very well structured cooperation between the government, the enterprises and academia. So there should be some model in place how they finance, because I don't think that in many cases it's affordable for SMEs to finance this reskilling.
What about the question of labor segments? And I'm mindful of the fact that we're running low on time, so I'm going to ask you really to respond briefly. If we were to take into account that there's a difference between labor segments in terms of how this impacts them, so some are highly impacted and others less so, how do you then encourage thinking about varying your intervention, being sensitive to segmentation? Michael?
Yeah, really challenging, but I will go back to what I believe are the skills that you said, I agree, are transferable and essential going forward. And then you look at those skills that aren't essential going forward. They're the most vulnerable, and that's probably where you need the most intervention earlier on.
Denis?
Yeah, if I may say one thing around AI, just one thing. I believe the opportunity of AI, if we take it right, is it going to make us more humans? Because we're going to have to really say what's the machine good at and what humans are good at. And I think it's if we do the right things, we're going to develop our humanity so that it can work hand in hand with the technology.
Okay, I'm going to do rapid fire, one word each for you. In terms of what the conversation we've had, one thing that you think we need to be mindful as we think about how we strategize, what is that word going to be? And it's going to go quickly and only one word. Denis, you go first.
Anticipation.
Okay.
Agility. Agility.
Okay, agility. Excellency.
Financial support.
That was 2 words. It was supposed to be one. Okay, financing. Okay, so we have to be agile and we have to ensure that financing is there to support all of us as we venture on this journey. And I know you cannot dispute the fact, because you can see very well that the light is red, which means our time is up, gentlemen. Thank you so very much for the conversation. It went really quickly, but thank you so very much. Denis, Michael, Your Excellency, thank you very much. And if I can ask you to make your way this way, that would be terrific. Thank you very much for the conversation. And if I can ask you again for another round of applause to thank that panel. Thank you, gentlemen. So in my view, when one is thinking about the world of work, generally speaking, of course, there is always going to be this notion of perhaps not knowing for sure what it is we're preparing ourselves for. So I think Denis' word of agility will always be crucial, that no matter what systems we put in place, no matter what policies we want to develop, we have to make sure that they are agile and malleable to ensure that we have the future of world of work that we anticipate. So I'm going to take my leave for a few moments in time for our next panel. Please welcome them.
Good afternoon. I'm delighted to introduce an absolutely stellar panel of experts to speak today about trade choices and work consequences. We have Fahad Al-Shabel, the CEO of NAPCO, Rabia Ataya, the founder and CEO of Bait.com, Othman Bilbasi, the Regional Director for MENA of the International Organization for Migration, and last and definitely not least, Jacqueline Mugo, the President of International Organization for Employers. So Jacqueline, to start us off, I'd love to hear from you. What are the main labor market and workplace challenges that business face today as global trade reshapes production and value chains?
First, let me say what a great pleasure it is for me to speak on behalf of the International Organization of Employers, which is the largest network of private sector business and member organizations in the world, bringing together some 150 national employer and business membership organizations in over 140 countries and represents some 50 million companies worldwide in all regions and sectors of the world. So to your question, I think several challenges stand out today, which continue to shape how enterprises adapt and how workforces themselves adapt. One of the key ones is the way that production and delivery models are evolving. And this is happening in many manufacturing, service sectors, also in automotive, electronics, logistics, and other business services which have global and regional value chains. And you find that because so much is happening in the world, enterprises are not just adapting to one single relocation, or they're dealing with multiple challenges. So you find that they're not just moving from one country to the other, but they're also dealing with continuous operational changes. We find that production cycles are shorter. There is a higher demand on lead times. Products are more customized. And generally, products need to be really more closely connected to the needs of the consumers and the market. So inside enterprises also, you're finding that there are very frequent roles that are being redesigned. Coordination across functions is very demanding. And this leads to job losses. But the paradox is that whereas enterprises are having to let go of certain jobs where activities and services are no longer needed, there are also areas where the same enterprise could be looking for new skills which are needed for them to start other operations. So this dual demand becomes very complicated. There's also increasing fragmentation of value chains because enterprises are dealing across multiple economies, multiple parts of the world. So they have multiple suppliers, they have subcontractors, service providers, sometimes and very often across very many jurisdictions. So this affects employment relationships. It makes coordination and training issues like health and safety and workplace dialogue to be very complicated. The other one is compliance, where there are multiple requirements that enterprises are supposed to comply with. And finally, just some governance challenges facing enterprises, because you find that when there's so many frequent changes rather than occasional ones, then enterprises suffer because they need forward-looking workforce planning, they need clear internal communication and credible processes to manage in this world. But because of all this fluidity, it makes it very difficult for enterprises to plan. So together, I believe these challenges suggest that the labor market impact of trade today is shaped not only by where production is located, but by how effectively enterprises can reorganize work, how they can coordinate across value chains, and how they can manage compliance and transitions under some real operational constraints. So simply stated, it's a very unpredictable world where enterprises have to keep adjusting to cope, especially in the area of trade.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Fahad, I'd love to pick up on the points Jacqueline made there about the instability that's been created by shifting global trade policies. So in your view, how do you build resilience? How do you strengthen the workforce? And how can we develop highly skilled opportunities for people?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rishma. And with regard to resilience, especially it starts really with supply, for example, supply predictability. When we talk really about supply predictability, for example, in healthcare, it is about really having a robust and a broader really supply base, also complemented with logistic capacity in order to assure really that, again, critical items are moving even when an external circumstances shift, for example. And by assuring really this continuity, actually the clinical labor, for example, in hospital can focus more on delivering really the care service rather than really to be in the mindset of crisis response, for example. And when we talk, especially in healthcare, it is a little bit different, building really the resilience or balancing really, again, the resilience, because it is not about, it is different from other industries. It is not about really, again, lowering the margin, but the downside of it is God forbidden losing lives or losing really trust or minimizing really access to care. So by continuing healthcare, for example, professionals can really focus more on providing really the healthcare. And NIBCO, for example, as the one specialized really in healthcare supply chain, we have access to more than 1,200 really suppliers, and this is really assuring for us continuous really again supplies. In the same time, we are investing really hugely in again warehousing and transportation really capabilities, assuring us really that we have at least 97 really coverage of Saudi Arabia, for example, in order to deliver what they want to provide a healthcare service. It is not a choice really for building, again, resilience in healthcare, and I'm focusing more in healthcare because this is really what we do. It is not really about, again, choosing between, for example, protection or openness. In healthcare, it is about really building a smart and intelligent really resilience, where you assure at least critical items that you have access to, and also you are tapping really again innovation and new technology like the biosimilar in order to manufacture here in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Fahad. That's really fascinating. Othman, I'd love you to pick up on the point, because Fahad spoke there about healthcare as a particular example, but to what extent should trade policy prioritize protecting vulnerable sectors and workers versus investing in new markets, new industries, and new capabilities?
No, thank you very much. And I believe definitely we need both, but not equally. So while on the short term, we need to allow time for individuals and industries for transition, definitely it should not come at the cost of losing the market or losing the momentum. So when we talk about a time to adjust, it means that individuals and industries have time to learn new skills and to adapt without causing any freeze or interruption in the markets. And this will be key and very important. One of the examples I can refer to in a number of GCC countries, when the flexible work permits were allowed, permits that are not tied to employers, they allowed flexibility for people to move from one sector to another, from one employer to another, and this created and increased the resilience of those markets. And this was one of the important steps that were followed. But second and more important, on the long term and the priorities, I believe this is where trade, labor, and skills policy need to be designed together and not in silos. And this is one very important aspect. All entities dealing with those aspects need to come together and develop a strategy together and not individually or in silos. And here, there are several programs that needs to be done, and many governments are doing that already, which is modernizing vocational and lifelong learning systems. We really need to rethink the vocational training we are providing, and also it has to be through the life, through your employment period, and not as a one-off situation. We need to align skills standards with the labor demand, and this is the obvious, and also enabling labor mobility as an adjustment mechanism. People need to be able to adapt and move where they are better needed, and again, embedding workers' protection as part of the economic strategy. And when we talk about that, skills mobility partnership, when implemented right, it gives countries the opportunity to invest in skills inside and outside the country, give workers the opportunity for protection and find the jobs, but also gives the market and the employer the opportunity to find the skilled labor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Othman. So, Rabia, Othman highlighted there the importance of people being able to move to where the jobs are. What are you seeing in the Gulf region when it comes to labor migration and people moving, and what impact is that having?
Thank you, and thank you for the organizers for putting together such a great conference. Just by way of context, so I run a business called Bait.com. It's the leading online marketplace for opportunity and talent in the region to come together. Currently, there are over 60 million professionals who built their CV on the site, and there are tens of thousands of employers who use it. So that's actually more than the entire population of the GCC, from child to retiree that's currently on the platform. So we have a unique insight into what's happening in the labor markets in the region. The labor markets have had unique characteristics for as long as we're around. And one of them is, given the high youth unemployment that characterizes the Middle East and North Africa region, and given how welcoming the region has been to migrant labor, we have had the largest counts of applicants per job in the region compared to any other region in the world.
Wow.
So to put that into context, historically, we would average over 500 applicants per job compared to Switzerland, for example, where the leading job site gets 2 applicants per job. So that tells you as a job seeker how much lower your chances are of finding a job. But that's been historically true. What's changed and what's driving what's going on right now is 4 primary themes that I'll try and move through very quickly. One is a huge drive for localization. So in every government in the region is thinking about how do we get more of our local labor force involved in the workplace. 2, our region continues to be a bright spot in a world that's economically a bit worse off. And so we're seeing more and more people who are interested in working in the region than ever before. 3, we're seeing that AI and technology is already putting a lot of pressure on jobs, and that's only about to increase. And 4, we're seeing the liberalization of the relationship between employers and employees, with a lot more ways for that relationship to work. The combined effect of that is actually a massive increase in the number of applications and applicants per job. So while we talked about us seeing 500 applicants per job, I will say in the last year, we've seen that figure increase by 83%.
Wow.
And we've seen over 50 million people apply to jobs on our platform in the last year alone. So there's huge demand for opportunity in the region, and perhaps more stress than ever on creating those opportunities. And I'll stop there.
Wow, some scary statistics there. Thank you for sharing. So Jacqueline, picking up on that point about the competition for jobs and AI and other technology changing the jobs available, what role should employers play in making sure that the skills and capabilities that are needed for the next generation of jobs are developed and that exist?
Thank you. So I think the key question is not only how enterprises adjust to trade today, but how they help shape the capabilities that will determine future job creation. And here we are talking about creating opportunities and also having employment occurring where enterprises need them. And that is the way to get transformation. So I think the first key role that employers play is a role in aligning skills, organization, and investment with the needs of the labor market. And if you're looking at trade, also with the evolving patterns of trade, they have a responsibility in clarifying how skills demand is evolving. Because we know that skill systems rarely fail because there is too little training, but they fail because training content that does not always keep pace with how jobs are changing. So there's conversation here that is needed for employers to influence forward-looking job profiles and determine the content of curriculums, which take long to evolve, but the changes in enterprises happens much faster than the changes in the classroom. So that's one role. Employers are also very well placed to integrate learning into daily work, what we call work-based learning, apprenticeships, modular training, continuous upskilling, so that there's a connection between the world of work and the world of learning. And there's evidence to show that this actually would enhance productivity. We don't have time to go into that. In the context of employers' organizations which I represent, they also play a very central role in structuring the learning content, the design and governance of, for instance, sector-based training systems. There are lots of employers that are contributing to training funds, and they play a governance role there so that we ensure that what is happening in the classroom, there's an input from employers and the private sector as such. So there's a governance dimension to that as well that then helps build the next generation of learners and of people who will be coming into the marketplace. So the strategic point is therefore clear that employers no longer only just provide jobs, but they are builders of productive capacity. They do this by clarifying skills, by linking learning to the transformation that is happening in enterprises, and also strengthening enterprise ecosystems and governing transitions responsibly in a way that then is a win-win to avoid this element we're always talking about, skills mismatch, that we're producing very brilliant, well-trained, well-educated people who have technical capacity but really cannot fit into the workplace unless employers reinvest in helping build those skills.
Thank you so much. I'd just like to bring Othman into that point because you've highlighted in detail what role employers play, but Othman, I'd love you to come in and talk to us about, in your opinion, how governments can actually manage transition, especially when we're living through a time where it feels like market transformation and technology accelerating is far outpacing the rate at which the skills pipeline is transitioning.
Sure, thank you. So while transition itself is inevitable and cannot be avoided, it is clear that it can be managed if we have the right way to approach it. And here we are talking, yes, about many people may lose their jobs because their skill set is no longer required, but also we are talking about new sectors where millions of jobs are needed. And here also in the opening, His Excellency the Minister mentioned AI, and we see also the green transition where the number of jobs are twice or more of what's being offered so far. And here we see a lot of opportunities. And we should know that we need to focus on three practical elements. So if I can be very specific, training systems scale in response to real labor demand. And here we are talking about real focus based on market analysis, based on the needs, and also with the understanding that we operate in a global market. You're no longer looking at a specific country, you're looking at the whole world, and you are competing inside and outside. Skills become portable and recognized across borders and sectors, and this is key. While we see many countries have their views about mobility, it is very evident that if you are skilled, your mobility is much easier, and also you are needed and wanted. So this is a very important aspect for the employees, for the employers, and I believe also countries have taken significant steps to be attractive for those who are most skilled. And then mobility pathways are available to move workers where they are actually needed. And this is the third aspect. I would like to talk about one of the initiatives implemented by ASEAN in the Asia region where there is mutual skills recognition that allows people to move, I would say, without all the delays that are related to recognition of their skills. One final point, I think if we want attractive labor markets within a region, we need to make sure that we have recognition of the skills, recognition of the certifications, and we need to work together as one market. Thank you.
That's really fascinating. Thank you. So Fahad, picking up on that, so the trade and technology changes creating demand for new skills. What conditions do we need to facilitate in order to enable that transition pathway and the workforce adaptation?
I think our role will be, of course, technology is changing now everything. AI is changing really again, I think, every aspect really of every industry. I think our role now, how we can enable workers really again to quickly transitioning really to this new role. But I think one important point there, I think it is not really about adapting really the new technology. We should be really adapting the new technology to a clear really again targets with regard to productivity. So it is a role-based. And this technology is going really to help us really again enhancing really our productivity. I think this is very, very crucial. Maybe my colleagues really talk really about training and upskilling, and I think this is really very important, but also allowing again for the new technology a margin really again for experimenting really again this kind really of a new technology. It shouldn't be really again perfect, but if it is really doing really again a very good portion really of the job, so be it, and we can enhance it from there. So allowing again the entrance really of this new technology, linking it to a real productivity really again indicators, I think it is very, very important. As I mentioned back with regard to, again, I will be focused more in healthcare. I would like really quickly to introduce, for example, what I call the three-bucket kind of approach. When you talk really about, again, being really open or again, protective in healthcare, I think we should be very, very much really protective with regard to, I will call it must never fail, really, again, opportunities there. So, and back again in healthcare, we are talking really about critical antibiotics, ICU consumables, things really that it is critical for providing service. This is something really that should be done internally in order to eliminate any disruption with regard to supply chain. And at the same time, if I want really to tie it to a labor, this is protecting really a clinical labor, really, in hospital, for example, rather than really to be a crisis or responding really to a crisis or firefighting into more planned really work. The second bucket with regard to really, again, scaling up and really tapping into the innovation in healthcare, biosimilar, for example, is booming, where we can create really, again, a high-skilled, really, again, jobs there. And at the same time, it is building capacity. The third, with regard to not everything should be, again, localized or onshore, but in the same time, in order, because bucket one and two, this will increase the cost. Yes, will create jobs, definitely will reduce really fragility there, but in the same time will increase the cost. So in order to balance it, I think the third bucket will come into place where keep really the rest, okay, efficient and open, where we can, again, tap into different sources really of the world in the global, but make sure really that you have a continuous really, again, supplies there.
Thank you so much, Fahad. And we've now heard about the employees, the sectors, and the government. So tell us, Rabia, how are private sector employees responding to these changes?
Employers,
yes.
Yeah. So I'll keep it brief, and I see the clock is ticking. So I think it depends on whether we're talking about hiring local talent or expat talent. And what we're seeing, obviously, is employers across the region are embracing the need to hire local talent. And what that's doing is we're getting far more representative workforces. A decade ago, it was a rarity to see women in the workplace. And today, if you go to any workplace in Saudi, the wonderful thing is you see women on almost every desk in every department. So that's wonderful to see. And employers also, as they're trying to attract more and more local talent, are more focused on training and development because they realize they have to engage with the educational system to get the type of skills they need. From an expat perspective, what everyone's realizing is there's a drive right now for quality. So what used to be a bulk game now is about being very selective. And the beauty is we can be selective because technology empowers us. AI is increasingly allowing us to be selective. And in the last 10 seconds, I'll say that given that so much of the world is becoming increasingly unwelcome to migrant labor, this region continues to embrace the best talent with open arms and is benefiting from the fact that other people are turning them away. And so we're seeing amazing talent that didn't used to consider coming here, now coming here, and employers are loving that, and it's changing the entire way we work and live. So great times ahead, inshallah, and let's see where it goes.
Well, thank you all for welcoming us expats, and thank you to my excellent panel for their insights.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Resham, and also thank you to your panel for this very rich discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just heard in this conversation how trade shifts play out in the real world of work, and just how much depends on the choices that are made by governments and also companies. Our next session is going to build on that and takes us straight to the evidence. It draws on insights from 103 labor market programs from around the world, focusing on what actually worked and what those experiences can teach us today. We'll have a panel that will be moderated by journalist Anne-Marie Dias-Borges, but we will begin with an introductory keynote from Yamale Regolini, Senior Advisor for Social Protection and Labor at the World Bank. So let's please have a very warm welcome for Yamale. The stage is yours. Welcome.
Good afternoon. This year, the World Bank and the GLMC have partnered to bring you What Works for Work, a guidebook to proven and promising employment solutions. In the past decades, countries have experienced growth and improvements in education. Yet, labor markets have been incredibly sticky. Key labor market characteristics, such as informality or female labor force participation, didn't improve much in the past 30 years. And today, there are still 2 billion workers trapped in informal and often precarious employment. So, while we do need to work on the structural reforms that are going to bring us growth and better jobs in the future, we also need to work on employment solutions that facilitate more and better employment today. And the good news is we are learning how to do it. Research from colleagues at the World Bank and the ILO finds that employment programs are 2 times as effective today than before 2008. And they also find that they work 2 times better in low and middle income countries than in high income countries because of the different nature of the labor markets. Moreover, we should stop looking at averages and learning from the best. Research also finds that the top 10% best performing employment programs deliver employment and earning impacts that are 4 to 5 times higher than the average. So we should learn from these programs, understand why they work well, and replicate them at scale. This is precisely what this guidebook is about. In the guidebook, we provide you with a catalog of more than 100 interventions with proven and promising impacts, including self-employment and micro-entrepreneurship support, skilling, placement and mobility support, and labor market regulation reforms. We provide key characteristics of each program, and we also made the catalog easily searchable so that you can actually easily find the programs that suits your need. And in compiling the catalog, we came up with quite interesting findings. First, we found that actually impact of these best performing programs can be large. It is not uncommon to find impacts of 30, 40, 50%, and even more. We also found that impacts last well beyond the life of the intervention. Again, it was not uncommon to find impacts 3 to 4 years later after the intervention, sometimes even 8, 9, 10 years later. So it is not surprising that well-designed employment solutions pay for themselves. The rate of return is so high that it well exceeds the initial cost of the intervention. But the guidebook is not just about the catalog. We also use the catalog to distill key lessons on what makes this program successful. And we came up with 5 implementation principles. First, it is very important to tailor programs and adapt them to the profiles of the workers you want to serve and to the local labor market context. One-size-fits-all solutions don't work. Second, it is important for programs to be comprehensive because people face many constraints to employment, and unless you address most of them, you can't get much of an impact. Third, it is very important to engage the private sector not only in terms of providing internships and employment opportunities, but also in terms of training and placement supports, because the needs are so large that the public sector alone will not be able to meet them. Fourth, it is important to align the incentive of workers, training and placement providers, and employment. Too often, incentives are misaligned, and that's why programs don't work. Finally, for the poorest, it is important to integrate employment support with social protection support. Employment support must complement, not substitute, social protection support. We need to create a minimum level of security to enable ladders of opportunities, such that people have the bandwidth to plan for the future, prepare for better employment, access better jobs, and eventually become more self-reliant. The guidebook ends with a discussion, a very practical discussion on how policymakers can identify the main employment challenges, find the right programs that address them, and implement them successfully at scale. I hope I raised your interest, and if you would like to know more, you can access the guidebook through the QR code. Thank you very much.
So now we have our North Star. But of course, a map is only useful when you have the boots on firmly on the ground and you are willing to walk that path and make it work. And today we have,
Thank you.
And today we have the incredible opportunity to be in the company of 3 individuals who live by that principles of putting the boots on, walking the path, and making it work. Next to me, His Excellency Dr. Alfred Mutua, Kenya's Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. Dr. Ifat Sharif, the World Bank Group's Global Director of Social Policy, and Sven Littorin, former Swedish Minister for Employment. Be very welcome. Let me start with you, Excellency, because Yamile just showed us that the right interventions really have the capacity of transforming lives, and this is precisely what you are doing in Kenya. Building on the foundations of the KEOPS project, which had an incredible target of over 300,000 youth, you are now spearheading the Nyota project with an even more incredible target of reaching over 800,000 young people today in Kenya. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Nyota project and how you are targeting and meeting the needs of the youth in Kenya today?
Thank you very much. It's very good to be here. Our president, when he was campaigning, had a slogan telling people that at one time the children of the poor and the children of the rich will sit on the same table to make decisions. And for that to happen, We came up with a bottom-up economic transformation program, which means that you look at the people who are at the bottom and you work with them to lift them up economically. The Nyota program, Nyota also means star. What we're trying to do has 4 components. The first component is SME-based, where you empower by giving financing to young entrepreneurs. These are people who fell through the cracks. Maybe they never made it to past high school because of school fees or other matters, family issues, but they're very skilled and they want to get some work. The second component is skill development, where we're getting people to come in and be able to skill them, prepare them for the market. The third one is what you call recognition of prior learning. This is where you find somebody as an apprentice. They have never gone to school, they became a plumber, they became an electrician, and before you know it, they're the best plumber in the village, but they don't have any document. So you take them back to school and you test them, and then you give them certificates so they can get those big jobs with the big airlines and big corporations and others because they have that recognition of prior learning. And the last one is a savings component, whereby we are telling these young people and teaching them how to save. So whatever monies they have, they're able to save. So with this program, especially with the youth funding, we're giving money to entrepreneurs. They're going through a training session where they are handpicked in terms of the ones who are sharp enough to be able to get into business. They are told how to run a business, how not to run down a business, and then they are funded, and then we follow them up and we skill them and we teach them how to save and to be able to continue. So this program to us is an amazing program, 150 million program. We thank the World Bank for its partnership, and we think that it's going to transform how employment is done, not just in Kenya, but in Africa and the rest of the continent, and the rest of the world, that is.
I mean, talking about the continent, certainly Kenya is really leading the way in that department. And I really like what you said about building from the bottom up. And this is the best way to really end with the cycle of poverty. I believe that even in this region as well, you have young people who are almost doomed from the start because of where they are born. And so projects like Nyota really aim to break that. So thank you very much for that initiative. And it really shows that progress should really be inclusive. No one should be left behind. Thank you very much.
And just to add, and sorry, I don't talk time, but it's a program where you don't need to know somebody. You don't need to be introduced to the program by somebody. It's all electronic based. You go to your mobile phone, you dial *254, which is the country code for Kenya, and there's a prompt, and you just apply by yourself wherever you are. So you don't need somebody to introduce you. So you cut out all these other layers society has put, whereby if you're poor, you have no option. Now it's all about your own initiative.
Thank you very much. That's another very important point indeed, where very too often we still are caught to, well, nothing goes ahead if you don't know the right person in the right department. Thank you very much, Excellency. And talking again about, this partnership with the World Bank, let me come to you, Dr. Ifat, because you have been a key partner, in fact, in supporting Kenya with this project. And could you tell us a little bit more about, why sometimes, some countries still struggle to really build on these projects. When the funding stops, everything stops. So what do you think are the make or break factors to make things happen and truly make it work?
Thank you. And my applaud for the success story we have in Kenya. And really what you showed in Kenya is to your question that really the scale, given the urgency of the need, what we heard from Jamele, 2 billion workers in the informal sector, 1 out of 5 youth globally right now are not in education, training, or employment. The next frontier for us is to get to scale. But then to get to scale, I think it's the kind of approach that we see in Kenya, which is to build systems, to think of systems that, as you saw in the case of Kenya, where you connect beneficiaries of social protection, social benefit schemes with labor market systems and systems that help put people in jobs. And so what Kenya and many other countries have shown is that
to meet scale with urgency, one low-hanging fruit is to look at social protection programs that countries have where you can actually look for ways to connect those who need these jobs most to the jobs. Kenya is one example. We have a fantastic other example from Brazil, where you see big numbers. Just in 2025, Brazil was able to draw from the beneficiaries of its flagship social benefit program, Bolsa Familia, to link almost 1 million people to formal sector jobs. So when we talk about large-scale informality, you see how if you use a systematic approach to connecting beneficiaries from social protection systems to labor markets, you can really get to scale. So I'm very excited to hear about these programs that are happening. So in many ways, I look forward to learning more from how Kenya evolves, and so that we can really get to scale, but also with speed.
Mm-hmm. And keyword there, connect. Connect with the right people in the right fashion. Thank you very much. So talking about system building, this is the end goal, but there's still quite a lot of skepticism. So when it comes to many high-income countries, in fact, in those countries, public employment programs often suffer from a disputed reputation, may I say. So Sven, building on your experience in Sweden, but also in the EU, why do high-income countries continue to invest billions in these programs despite these reputational hurdles? I want to ask you, what is the hidden value in them that sometimes we do miss?
Well, first of all, I think I commend the World Bank for publishing this report, because it really is good. And I urge everybody to read it, because what it shows is that these active labor market programs actually work if you do them right. If you start from the bottom up, if you have the local understanding of what actually works and not. We've been working in Sweden with active labor market programs for a long time, and there are many pitfalls for sure, and it's easy to do the wrong thing. And that's why it's important to have a report like this to understand what actually works, and then draw conclusions from that. So I would say this sort of reputational thing that might be out there it really isn't true. It really isn't. I think the Kenyan example is brilliant on that, because it actually worked, and it worked very, very well. So read the report, download it, and take that advice. It's really good.
Thank you very much. Talking about downloading the report, I know that there was a QR code that was on the screen when Yemele was speaking, so I do hope that you had a chance to download it, but if not, do reach a member of staff and you will get an opportunity to download it via their application. Thank you very much. So, of course, we are talking about governments, but the government cannot be the only employer in the room. There's also the private side. Let's talk about it now. And I'd like to go to you, Dr. Ifat. Looking globally, from your perspective, what is the role of the private sector in this topic?
No, thank you. That's definitely a very important ingredient. I spoke about scale, the need for speed. Let me get to my third S, which is the need for shared responsibility in this space, because ultimately, the large number of jobs are going to be led by private sector. When we look at where often our public sector counterparts need help is access to that data on labor markets, the vacancies, where the jobs are. And private sector has a really critical role to play in connecting the dots between the labor demand, where the jobs are, with the labor supply and the skills and the incentives and the investments governments are making in making sure that the workers are being connected to jobs. The intermediation, the job placement is as a critical ingredient where private sector companies have a big role to play, because they can feed in real time the data needed to connect people to jobs. So really, it's a matter of having this triple S framework of getting to scale with speed, but with a shared sense of responsibility with public and private sector. Yeah. And of course, the workers themselves, because they have a stake in all of this.
Triple S framework. We'll go back to that. Sven, please, I think you want to...
Yeah, I had something to add to that, because you're absolutely right. The most number of jobs are created in the private sector. One challenge that I think is important for governments is that most of these jobs are created in small and medium-sized companies, right? And how do we make sure that the government programs, active labor market programs and what have you, reach them? And how do we engage them? And because, you know, in a small company, you're very much focused on the day-to-day business, and this is something that is a bit hard. And I think some of the content in the report addresses those issues as well. How do we reach the smaller companies?
Thank you very much. So, talking again about that Triple S framework, I'm not leaving that down because this is brilliant. Let me just remind everybody, so that scale, speed, shared responsibility. Let me come to you, Excellency. What is your thought on that? In other words, how do you think, and maybe referring to the Nyota project, we can ensure that the private sector is not just a bystander, but a true co-creator?
I think when it comes to talking about scale and speed and shared responsibility, as has been put, you can't do it without the private sector. For example, in Kenya, we have what is called the Hustler Fund. And we're using technology, the same technology is a similar one we're using for the Nyota Fund, whereby all the monies are sent to you by phone. You know, Kenya invented M-Pesa, mobile money. So you don't have to go to a bank to withdraw the money, for example. And so we're using the private sector in the technology era, but we are partnering in terms of even the speed. Technology moves faster than others. But we're partnering with the private sector, especially in skill development, where we're saying we want to skill these young people so that there's plug and play. So when you need them, they don't need to come and then you have to retrain them, so that we can attach them to you. They learn the skills, and then the government certifies them, then you provide jobs to them, so that it's a win-win situation for everybody. So that's where I see that partnership between government and the private sector, that final S, you know, of the of the shared responsibility, which is very, very important. But importantly for Kenya is that we're giving hope. And our President, William Ruto, has decided to lead from the front. So he launches all the programs of empowering the young people. So he's been going around the country himself, which means ministers like myself have to follow suit. So he's telling everybody, you have to wake up, because as you realize, the empowerment of young people is critical, you know, with the levels of unemployment, the programs that we are doing, the labor mobility, for example, the housing projects and others. We find that this is a critical program for us in terms of providing hope and telling the young people that the world cares about you, and we are going to provide for you an opportunity to make money, to get a livelihood, which is very important.
And the time is definitely now for Africa, when we need to remember that by 2050, which is just around the corner, a fourth of the global population will be African and will be young. So this is, like you're saying, very, very important.
It is critical. And as I said, what we're doing in Kenya, and I thank the World Bank, I think will provide a framework that can be copied by others, you know, can be replicated in many other countries, because it's a blessing. The population is a blessing, but it's also a curse. It's like a ticking bomb. If you don't do something about it, you'll have this large population of smart people who are restless, and you don't want young people to be restless. You want to keep them busy. We're having a conversation, and it's the reality is today that the world will need qualified people, the rest of the world, and those qualified people will come from Africa and Asia. So it's just a reality, and that's the future. So if we get this opportunity to develop our skill-based, train our people, then they can also serve the entire world.
Absolutely. We need to make work for him, for them, and for her, and everybody, absolutely. And it's very important also, like you said, that we need to wake up. Whatever might have worked in the past probably doesn't work for the modern youth today. Sven, I would like, please, Dr.
I just wanted to add this very important point His Excellency made about demographics and just the worker situation. I mean, you mentioned the large number of workers in Africa and South Asia, but if you look at just the trends, by 2050, the world is looking at a labor shortage of 750 million workers. So not just important for now to address the jobs challenge for the youth and everyone, but going forward, the challenge is going to be even more urgent.
Otherwise, it's definitely a ticking bomb. In fact, absolutely. Sven, I can see that you really, really want to react there. And I think it's a brilliant way also to close that loop with you, because you have been in the governmental chair as a minister and also in the chair of an entrepreneur. So it would be very interesting to have that dual perspective with you, talking maybe about issues when it comes to language between government and the private sector. What is your take on that?
Oh, that's a good question. I think that, I mean, a government is a government. We have to make sure that things go according to law and constitution, and we're not a private company as a government. On the other hand, we need to get everybody involved. And I think my dear colleague from Kenya used one word that I really love, hope.
Yes.
Hope is, I think, the key word. And when we have this demographic, this labor shortage that we see coming, if we can give to our citizens, regardless of if it's in Kenya or Sweden or Saudi Arabia, the hope that there is an opportunity for us to be in the labor market, to be a contributor to society, to be a wage earner, to take care of our families and our communities, that's what's needed, I think. So hope is essential. And I think active labor market programs, coming back to the report, is a key element in that, because it shows that there is an opportunity. If I, as an individual, with the help of the government, get my education right, get my skills right, and do all these things that's necessary to fit the jobs that are coming and will be available, I think that's the key. So it's a very individual start in a way, right? It starts at the bottom with the person and giving that person hope to find a job and to be able to participate. That's it. Sounds easy, right?
It does. It does. We have 2 minutes to conclude, and I really want to grab to that keyword, hope, which you are absolutely right. It's really something that we need to take away with us today. Another takeaway, another golden nugget that I would like you three, please, to leave us today. What is, according to you, the best way to give hope to our young people when it comes to building the proper systems for them? Please, I'll start with you, Excellency.
I think it's exactly what we're doing. It's telling them that we are providing for you. You know the old adage saying, instead of giving me fish, give me a fishing rod. It's telling them we are providing for you an opportunity to get skills. It doesn't matter where you are born, it doesn't matter who your father or mother is. Get a skill and we'll be able to either provide funding for you to do business or a job opportunity. So it's that hope that is structured. So it's not just empty hope, it's hope with a structure of how you can get ahead.
Thank you very much. So structure, please, Doctor.
So I always believe that talent is universal, opportunity is not. But I think we need to turn this and make sure that every single person knows that they have talent, that talent is universal, and that making that belief that everyone's talent, whatever that may be, is valuable and can be converted into an opportunity. And I think that belief can help us go a long way in raising large numbers of our young people in productive jobs.
So everyone is valuable. Thank you very much.
Everyone's valuable.
And Sven, let's conclude with you.
Yeah, I mean, same thing, basically. We tend to, lots of us tend to look at unemployed as a problem, where in effect it's an opportunity. Given the right tools, the right skills, the right education, it's an opportunity to be a part of a productive society. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much. So on this wisdom, thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you all in the audience as well for your attention, and see you later. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Anne-Marie. Thank you also to your panelists for that very important conversation. We've just been looking at what works when it comes to labor market programs, lessons that are drawn from real experience and real outcomes. And our next session builds on that, but shifts the lens a little bit. It's going to look at how organizations manage talent in a world that's moving faster than ever, and at the same time, still planning for the long term. So not so easy to do. In other words, it's about balancing speed with scale and also short-term pressures with long-term capability. So all of these things need to be balanced. Our next keynote speaker will be delivering his remarks in Arabic. So if you do not speak Arabic fluently, please grab your headset so you can follow along easily. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, the CEO of Elm, Mohammed Al-Umair.
So as Mariana said, I'll be delivering the speech in my lovely Arabic. Please use the headset if you need it. So, أصحاب السمو, أصحاب المعالي.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, peace be upon you.
بين التقنية وسوق العمل.
Between technology and the labor market, there is a circular relationship, if you may, that is continuously in an ascendant mode. So the labor market produces technology, and the technology reshapes the labor market in return to be reproduced, then reformed, and this circle continues. So this situation, as if we are in a big city that change streets every day, a strange city that reshapes tunnels and bridges and streets according to how crowded the roads are and how many attend the city. The labor market is the city, and the technology is the smart network of roads that reshape itself simultaneously. And in this circle, the human resources interact with the employment opportunities and the legislations. So let's look at the three factors: the human resources, the employment opportunities, and the legislations. In human resources and the era of AI, human resources is not fully human. So the human employee must accept their digital partner and to work in integration with the new employee, that is the digital employee or digital element, and not to be in a fighting mode against it, while also not to give up and not to heavily rely on that digital partner, but to delegate to them the simple tasks that is based on redundancy and repetition and analysis, and for him to focus on the hot skills, if you may, that rely on empathy, hunch, and other human skills. And the new modern human resources is a team of qualified humans that is assisted by some agents or some agentic AI. This is the status of the human resources. So let's move on to the second element, the job itself or the employment opportunity. The most common question that we hear a lot in the labor market: what are the jobs that will disappear? And to be more precise, in my perspective, what are the missions or the tasks that will change? The job is not just one box. It's an interaction of different competencies that are repetitive and redundant, and that's what can technology do greatly. Competencies that is deemed soft, that needs wisdom and the management of exceptionalities. And this remains a task for the human being, at least in the meantime. And there are competencies that are new, entering the market with each and every new technology. So therefore, when we replace the concept of this job, in brackets, will disappear. And if we say those tasks, quote unquote, will change. So therefore, we bring about a new concept and a new understanding of this job. This will be reflected on the individual and on the employer. So on the level of the individual, the employee should not only rely on the job description to draw his career path, and that's what we are witnessing today. So therefore, The employee must design for him or herself a portfolio of renewed skills to renew the concept of his employment. And the employer, with this new concept, that must affect the operational model as far as the value chain and the project management. The procedures must be re-engineered dually to determine the path and the track for the machine on one hand and the human in the loop on the other track to ensure the activation of the full utilization of the human resources. And in this regard also, the human resources department can link two unfamiliar jobs to benefit from the results of the hybrid skills, the technical engineer, for say, and the social expert, combining both functions that was not included in any job description before in one job title. And with regards to legislations and regulations, the laws and the rules will determine the responsibilities, and the data protection will be deemed strong, and governance will be determined. A good regulation, for example, can be given by example of traffic signals that prevents accidents and the movement continue in the streets. And here we can answer some of the renewed questions. Where does the responsibility of human beings start and where does it end? Who bears the responsibility if the machine makes a mistake? Well, we will see the new employment opportunities and the skills gap. And we build on the sandbox for the new institutional employment opportunities, thus expanding the innovation opportunities under a direct supervision with a temporary framework to determine the impact before we generalize the rules. And in conclusion, I return to that imagined city that we spoke about. As we wake up every morning in this city with new streets and new tunnels and bridges that continually reshape itself so long as the technology continues to develop, and to be able to effectively manage this magical city, we need live maps that reflect the reality as it is changing by the second, and to continue to interact with it. And finally, the labor market is waiting us to take 2 steps back maybe and to manage all the accelerated changes with paper maps that we update every few years.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, for your remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break for lunch. You'll have just about 60 minutes, a little bit less. We will meet back here at 3:45 to resume our sessions. We invite you during this time, in addition to having a well-deserved break and a bite to eat, to visit some of the other stages. We have an incredibly rich program at the conference this year, so do take a few moments to visit some of the other stages, and we look forward to welcoming you back here at 3:45. Enjoy the break. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. I hope you were able to recharge a little bit. It is a somewhat late break that we had, but I'm delighted to see so many of you back in the plenary for our next session. It's a keynote on a topic that, in fact, affects every workforce, and that is productivity. And now we often hear that with aging populations, something that we see in many European countries, especially in a country like Germany, which is where I live, we often hear that if the population is aging, that means productivity is declining. But the truth is actually a lot more interesting than that. If we take a look more closely, it turns out that things like experience, judgment, stability often end up outweighing physical limits. So in other words, we can say that perhaps productivity doesn't just fall, but it evolves. Now, to tell us more about all of this, I'm very pleased to welcome from the Austrian Academy of Sciences, Professor Robert Holzmann. Professor, the stage is yours. Welcome.
Thank you much for returning on time to this session. I appreciate that. I know one wants to have a break here. And I also appreciate the invitation to this conference there. I have been working on labor issues for some time in Saudi Arabia, and it was a great pleasure to see how much changes have taken place. It was already announced the topic I'll be talking about. It's the question of productivity and what kind of labor market issue are linked with it. And I want to talk about two issues in special. The issues are that, number one, we have an aging population, and this aging population has an effect on productivity. And if this is the case, what is the way in order to reduce these effects? Because that's a critical part for any kind of solution. And the solution I will propose is the creation of a senior labor market, because without a senior labor market, you're not able to increase the retirement age. That's the first part. And the second part is, beyond that, there are hopes out of AI, artificial intelligence, to increase productivity, to a large extent labor productivity. And the question is then what can be done? And my sense is it's a hopeful technology, but I'm not so sure we have already the right knowledge how best to apply it. So I go to the first slide, which offers you a little bit, to say, of the context what we have there. And this context is that productivity is a major force of economic well-being. Without productivity, we would still be in a miserable phase. And productivity, quite often there's a misunderstanding what it is. It is the force which allows you to have higher income without consuming more capital, more labor, but also more natural environment. And so this is really critical. Without productivity, we would be much more miserable. The second part is then, of course, the variety of drivers which are there from productivity, which we know, which are there. But the other part also is that after we, run out a little bit of productivity drivers, we have relied so far always on new technology. And this new technology, what we have first started out with the steam, which introduced the industrial phase. Then across what we have there is also electricity came next, and then we have had computers and networks, and now we hope that AI is taking over and will allow it a new spate of productivity taking place. When we come to the question there of labor impediments on productivities out of an aging population, there are a number of them. The first one is, and this applies to an increasing part of the world population, is that a substantial reduction in fertility, much more than have thought. And one of the problems with this reduction is that we lose the youngsters. With the youngsters, we lose innovation, inclination. We use also labor mobility there. And we also have issues with productivity and age, which will come back to this one. The other part is that population aging is also consisting of rising in life expectancy. And this rise in life expectancy is, if not corrected by an increased retirement age, which politicians, abhor to do in many, but in all countries, calls for a demographic solution. A demographic solution is essentially creating a senior labor market as a solution there. And then we have also a problem that the population is shrinking, started to shrink in leaders of industrial technologies, standing out with China. Europe is soon there. US will follow quite like this century, which may be another track on productivity. And then, how to say, we have at the end this hope of AI as the solver of all of these problems. And the question is whether the methods, what we have currently at hand of adaptation, are sufficient to create this job there. One of the key elements of productivity has to do with the simple graph there. It is the question, how is productivity changing across age? Is it what this one graph suggests, it's increasing up to 40 and afterwards it's decreasing? Or is this only a statistical artifact because this comes out as cross-section one? Or is it actually increasing? So each younger cohort has a higher productivity, it is up there. And what we hear is that, for example, AI may be a technology not so well used, perhaps for the elder generation, or not so useful. In this case, this would be a dampening part of it, but our econometric and knowledge about is pretty limited. And then to enter with this part, to make the point when you say, oh, he's exaggerating aging, well, come on. What I have here is a graph which, when I first had to say, got the results from a statistical assistance, I thought they must have made an error. It shows the share of the elderly population, 65 and above, to the working population, 20 to 65. And then what we see there, sorry, you should alert me. This was the one I wanted to show you, sorry. Remind me that the clip on here. This is the demographic development there for three major industrial groups there, the US, Europe, and China. And what you see there is that all these countries have, by now, in the middle between 1950 and 2100, done half of the aging part of it. The rest will follow with about the same as we had so far for US and Europe, and a much more steeper part for China. So we have major challenges in front of us. And then, how to say, we come to the issue of productivity and population aging. So what can we do about it? And here, my argument is that for balancing the budget, you need to understand that social programs are a demographic affair. So to pay for pensions, to pay for health, to pay for particular long-term care, you need, how to say, to use, you use the technology which is available there. I'm handing around here because my program always stops and goes down, so sorry for that. I'm immediately with you. Okay. And what you have there is then, the question is, if and as one doesn't adjust the numbers, then how to say we have a problem. Because if you don't adjust the number of the elderly compared to the active population, what is happening then is that you need to increase all the time the contribution rate. You need all the time to increase the benefit level. And the only way of getting the budget correct is by bringing more elderly to the retirement in. But only increasing the retirement age is a no-go politically, so you have to become active and increase, how to say, important as it is, increase and develop a senior labor market, which is there. And then, how to say, we come to the next part of it, which has to do with what is the expectations of AI. The expectations of AI are huge. But if you read the literature, the academic one and the one by consulting firms, totally different. The academics, my colleagues, they come in and say, well, you will gain 1.3 to 3% over 10 to 30 years. Not negligible, but not what it is. And when you hear the consulting firm, the lowest increase per year, it's 1.8. The others are going up to 5 to 10%, sometimes there. So we don't know yet actually how it will play out. The other part what we have is also the required investment, which are huge. They had to be financed from somewhere, and the indebtedness of the public and the private sector is already high. And then you have to do the training of the workforce, which, how to say, my take is, and there will be a session afterwards that will talk about it. We don't really know how to do it, and only using our ChatGPT, how to say, is not the way I will get too much productivity effects out of it. And the last part of it is also there will be societal cost about it. Around has to do with cybercrime and misinformation, labor displacement, etc., which needs to be taken into account. So I do hope AI can do it, but I'm not so sure how to say the current hype is really worth it. And then it's also the before last slide. The question is, what speed can we expect? And as always, if we want to have some projection, let's go back what has happened in the past. And no, that's not the one I wanted to have. Sorry, mixing between. This is using the graph of the past. This is what has happened in the past, and what speed has, what percentage of activities been transferred into new technology. So the upper part is the more faster part. This was with computers and with the digitalization, and the lower part was happening with electricity. We are currently on the left-hand side there of it, and what we see there is that we will have quite some way to go to achieve it, and electricity would be like some lower weight. So how to say, for the next 10 years, we will be able to do some at best 50% or 30%. So it will take some time, this will happening. So let's move on now to the last part of it. And this is the kind of a concluding part. So labor productivity and its growth motors at the William and macro level are crucial for our well-being. If we don't have it, we have real problems. Now, at the moment, given the demographic challenges and given AI, there are two things. In order to keep productivity, we have to have major effects on the labor market, which will happen through the way how people are kept on the labor market, and the way to go there is quite definitely the senior labor market creation of it. When it comes down to the question of AI, here my sense is that AI, how to teach it, is not so easy as one thinks. And it's also beyond what we have out there using, how to say, the models there. They are great, but my sense is the efforts will be much larger. And what is currently out there on models which are there may not be sufficient. And end with a personal experience and ask a good payable model what they would think about how I should retrain in order to be as creative as an ambassador. What they came up with a very nice work program, 20 pages, and quite likely 2 years of investment. So my sense is, yes, it will happen, but we will need much more. But all it is needed is to keep productivity out. Without it, we will have miserable times. But I want to end on a productive note. I'm looking forward to the other channel. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Professor Holzmann, thank you very, very much for your insightful words. So I'm sure many of you at some point in your life have encountered the job description, right, when you were looking for that job. But in reality, that world that we knew in which the job description was the thing, well, it's kind of gone now, because increasingly and across industries, we're seeing that work is being unbundled into skills, it is being reorganized into projects, and it is being measured in terms of the specific outcomes. A shift is definitely underfoot, but the question is whether or not this reinvention, if you will, creates genuine opportunity, or if it simply serves to add more risk to the plate of the workers. Well, for that conversation, please help me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Ibrahim Al-Mujal, the founding partner of Khwarizmi Holding, Professor Peter Elias, professor at the Institute for Employment Research at the University of Warwick, Dr. Johannes Kopf, Chair of Public Employment Service, Austria, Professor Leon Laulusa, who is the Executive President and Dean at ESCP Business School, and Bettina Schaller, who is the President of the World Employment Confederation. To each and every one of them, please welcome on stage. Take your seats, lady and gentlemen, and let's get the conversation underway. Of course, yes, we are at the Global Labour Market Conference, but it's not just about those who are labourers or those who skill the labourers, it's also those who receive the labourers, such as yourself, Dr. Al-Mujal. If I can then just ask you, when one is looking at your portfolio of companies and you are thinking about restructuring, is there or is there not a business case for dismantling traditional jobs? And if there is, what is that business case?
Thank you. It's a privilege to be among you here today. It's wonderful to see such a set of expertise in the kingdom. So we welcome you all here. There is, but it's not universal. So the beauty of job description, it allows us to be modular. You know what you're trading, and it allows skills to be portable. But in high-level jobs, high-level responsibility, it loses its meaning. So for Khwarizmi, for example, we have dedicated verticals. Each vertical is partner-led and owned. There is no job description to the leader of that vertical. We explain the expected outcome, and then we seek people who can deliver that outcome. That works because we align incentives to be aligned with that. It's not that if they come, khalas, they win, even if they don't deliver. They have to believe that they can deliver so that they win. So if we align interests and align incentive and have a joint destination, job description becomes less useful. A destination is more meaningful.
Mm-hmm. Professor Elias, then, if I can then come to you, what evidence then do we have that when we are looking at organizations which are skills-based, that they actually improve the labor market environment's efficiency or the workers' outcomes? Is that in fact so?
That's a complicated question to answer. What we see is a mix where some companies are they're at the forefront, and they can define the skills that they want within their workforce. They can advertise for those skills, and they can go out. Other organizations don't take that approach, and they rely on what we call the more old-fashioned approach of a job description, a job title. We want to have a robotics engineer, for example, without being specific about the skills that are required. So there's a real mix out there. And as a labor market analyst, my job is to see how we can find ways to combine these two approaches so that we can continue and improve our monitoring of the labor market, which is so important for policy purposes.
And how are you seeing that process of trying to find that happy ground between the more traditional way of doing it and this broader view, often driven by young people themselves who don't necessarily want just one thing or one point of view going into the work environment? How are you managing to bridge that gap, if at all?
Well, I think we have to present people, whether it's job seekers or whether it's employers, with a common language within which they can talk about skills. And that's really important. If they have a common understanding of the job tasks that are involved, of the skills that are required for competent performance of those tasks, then we're a good way there. But, of course, that's not the real world that we're in. We're still at a case in a place where people are less explicit about what it is that they want, and we have to divine that from a job title, for example.
Dr. Koff, if we can sort of look in the rearview mirror a little bit to how environments and work environments used to be. You get a job, you stay there for 20, 30 years, you retire, all is well with the world. We don't live in that world anymore. What does that mean when we're going into this sort of unsure environment where it's skills-based or not? What does that mean to that notion of the social contract that exists between workers and people who employ them?
We have some huge trends on the labor market. There is, of course, digitalization, there is green transition, but there is also demographic change. And demographic change in many, many countries means we have less skilled workers. And that's why, and this is a bit by luck for that skill topic, because the companies have the necessity to keep their staff. So it's about teaching, training them, and it's also about keeping them satisfied. Employer branding is a quite new topic. The last decade it came up and so on. So it means the job is changing, but I don't believe that there will be more and more short-term contracts. I don't believe this. I think there is on the contrary, there is a necessity to keep your staff employed, at least the qualified ones. Yeah.
What then, if there is this necessity to keep them employed, there is the commensurate argument that, they also begin to cost you more the longer that they've been there. How then do we marry that need, which is a very real need for organizations, with also this desire to sort of absorb who's coming up from the bottom and ensuring that they are appropriately skilled?
Yeah, there is nothing so, I would say, problematic in reforming than the education sector, I would say, at least in Europe. I don't know it in other parts of the world, which means it's very stable. Our school exams look the same than they looked 50 years ago. But there is, within that bad development, I would say there is a big lack. And that means, in fact, it is not so important what you teach the kids, but you teach them at all, which means a trained brain is able to learn all day long and all the life long. And because, we do a lot of research in finding out what skills we need tomorrow, but in fact, we know it for about 3 or 4 years. But not for 10. And that means that lifelong learning has become much more important, and that means you have to have a trained brain. And in fact, even if you learn Old Greek, ancient Greek or Latin, it helps you learn coding. That's I would say, the lack within the strange development.
Professor Laulus, I love the fact that you're sitting next to Dr. Koff because he's having a lot to say about what education should be doing. So as a dean of a business school, how are you ensuring that the people that are coming through your programs are indeed as agile as Professor Kopp would like to see them be?
If you allow me, I think we are living in a disrupted world. Disrupted, it's an acronym. Digitalized, inclusive, sustainable, rapid, unpredictable, polarized, tangled, empowered, dynamic world. Having said that, how we prepare our students? We prepare our students to be the next poly-internal consultants for any industries with 3 kinds of set of skills. The first is core expertise, for example, marketing, finance, and so on. So this is it will remain 60%. And then we will add, in addition, adjacency competency skills. So it will be like AI, data science, and so on. So this is 20%. And the last is what I call the cross-functional skills, like communications, influence, negotiation, etc.
Bettina, if I can then come to you. If we are looking at how we're approaching the question of employment more broadly, and we can drill down a little bit later, how much of a rethink are you actually seeing in real terms, where people are not just saying, I have this thing, I need to find somebody to do this job, where they're actually being genuinely and specifically strategic around structuring their employment offering and their employment ask?
Well, to me, first of all, wonderful to be back after last year and how the world has changed. And, as I was pondering over this session, and I mean, I love the title, right? The end of the job description. The first thing that came to my mind is, I wish it was the end of the job description by AI. Because the way the labor market, at least in the services industry, looks right now is that every job description is created by an AI, by an agent, and then actually on the other side, there's an agent that replies to it. So if we could actually break that cycle, and if we would manage to trigger that today, then this conference will have been a success from my side, for sure. What also went through my mind is that actually, and again, this conversation, and I'm not surprised, might be a little bit focused on the services sector, right? But if we look at where the biggest demand is in jobs these days, and actually linked to the geopolitical environment, it is in manufacturing. Every country these days is bringing back production and notably manufacturing, right, into its shores. And actually, let's just mention AI here quickly again. If you need to think about producing your AI infrastructure, well, there are roles and jobs and professions there that require a job description. So I'm actually not quite sure it is the end of the job description, right, if you look at that.
Okay, so let me follow on. So we end the job description because in the way that you describe it. How then do we better engage both with people who are seeking those jobs, number one, on the one side, and those people who need those jobs so that, and I think this is what you're speaking to, so that it more specifically speaks to the tasks that are at hand, and it gives you that malleability or flexibility to ensure that things are more fit for purpose?
Look, here we're in that transition phase in the labor market as well, right? I mean, we've got the traditional one where we were clear about how to describe certain jobs, tasks, roles. As you see, I'm actually mixing it on purpose. But then there's all those new ones. And this adaptation or calibration is exactly the moment in time that we're in right now. So I'm actually quite confident on that one and not that what should I say, worried. My point is just there will always be a system where we actually need data, and we more and more need to have a very clear definition and understanding of what the demand is and what the supply is, so that that can be matched. And whether that matching happens when it comes to skills, to experience, to years, that is another story. But the essence of understanding what the labor market is about and what each of us labor market actors can bring, that is only going to increase.
Dr. Kopp, you wanted to comment, and then Dr. Al-Majal,
on that point, I think that's why the public authorities or the states have a certain role. Yeah. Because we match by competencies for many years in Austria. And the reason why we started with it was because the companies and the job seekers needed help. Because they didn't know how to place a vacancy and how to name it. And it's very funny, Austria is a German-speaking country, but the moment they didn't know how to name a certain role, they started to become English, to get English, the vacancy. It's always an advanced expert in, I don't know, SAP or something like that. And that was the starting point for us to help both sides. And it's also the employees. Maybe he learned metalworker, but he worked with plastic technology for 10 years. And now suddenly he didn't know how to name himself anymore. Yeah. And that's how we started. So I think public authorities should, I would say, work on the taxonomy, work on the skills, and make the standards for all of them.
Bettina,
Can
I'm
I
going to come back
encourage
to
you
you.
here?
I'm going to come back to you in just a second. I just want Dr. Al-Mujal to respond. He wanted to, and then I'll come back to you, Bettina. Please go ahead.
So in two aspects. First, I know it's exciting to say the end of the job description, but it's, I think, redefining it. Job description means we describe tasks and we build we support it based on credentials. We need someone with this background that does 1, 2, 3. The relevant one now is not that we have something we want someone to do. No, we have to be very specific of the deliverables because we don't know what the tasks needed to deliver that, with things changing very quickly. And then it should be substantiated by actual previous outcomes versus substantiated by credentials. So instead of saying you have a degree in this or you have a CFA in that, which is fine, but you've done 1, 2, 3. This brings us to the role of government. So I'm not a big fan on government getting in many things, but if there are two, first, make it portable. Instead of the challenge, Hollywood solved this. Hollywood, no one works in anything. They work in different places. But the system there allowed it to be portable, that you can move your pension, you move your everything you have. And systems that are more portable because of the government allows more mobility. Nothing else impacts mobility as much as portable support system. And it's only the taxonomy that will be relevant, especially the taxonomy of deliverables. We don't have that yet. So sorry for
No, it's fine. Bettina, go ahead.
I'm a big fan of what you just said, and of course, I'm always a fan of what you say. It's about employment services that we're talking about, and you mentioned the role of the public employment services. I represent the industry of private employment services, so it's a 700 billion industry across the world. Every day, 70 million workers trust our industry and the companies. And a key element for us is to build this together, right? We love regulation, obviously when it's efficient, when it leads towards the right outcomes. But I would say we're one of the embodiments of public-private partnerships that everybody talks about. Well, we know how to do this. And what you say is absolutely right. We're the companies, the businesses who know what is needed at the company level, which we're happy to feed back into the system, of course.
Professor Elias?
Everything I've heard so far from members of the panel has indicated to me how important it is that we have a good skills taxonomy and it's fit for purpose. We came late into this in the United Kingdom, but we benefited from all those other countries that had done this before and shared their experiences with us. And from that, we're able now to move to a situation where we can answer questions like, what are green skills? What are sectoral skills? So how do we define them? What are AI skills? What are STEM skills? In the past, we just used some occupational titles and said, well, that must be this, that must be that, and so on. Now we can have a much clearer definition.
So, Professor Elias, with that in mind, to what extent is this sort of conversation around trying to clarify how we define things, potentially also creating some barriers to entry, right? Because in as much as people you're talking about may already exist within the working environment, there are those who are wishing to enter, and there may be a barrier created by this requirement of us being almost quite specific in these spaces. Is that a concern? Or to what extent?
Yes, if you talk to young people about what careers, what jobs they have an interest in, they'll talk to you in the language of job titles. Very rarely do they talk to you in the language of skills. And so we have, again, to interpret this and to help them to understand what it is required to move ahead into a particular area that interests them. And that's a real challenge. And I think a lot of careers advisors, employment agencies do struggle in that area, and that's how I think we aim to help them.
Go ahead, Bettina, and then
Thank you. You know, to me, these days, I think the biggest barrier to entry for young graduates and job seekers are the employers themselves. The employers themselves, because they are no longer ready to take those maybe a little bit less experienced and less skilled, young, important, vibrant, innovative talents into their companies, organizations, whatever. I think at this stage, there's nobody who can say that there are not enough skills, right, that you bring. All of this can be learned, but it's the mindset of employers who are finding other excuses and are therefore not employing and bringing in enough of the young people, definitely not acting as, now I'm trying to be, responsible members of an economic environment as they should be.
Which is definitely indicative of an overall rethink requirement that speaks to one, how we talk to young people about getting into the workforce, because as you indicate, they're still going by the job description, right? They're still saying, can I fit this kind of job description? And that's not necessarily the answer. Professor Lalus, I know you wanted to say something.
Yes,
Please go ahead.
I think that the most important is how we serve our society and how we can, provide employability to the society and also to the companies, to the organizations. So having said that, how we can improve the strategy, the mission, the objective. So when we say that, so now it's not only about skills, competencies, it's also about attitude, and so that's why how we measure, how we accompany the development of these skilled competencies attitude. Like, for example, at the SCP, 5 years ago, we created a digital passport, what we call ESCP, Employability Skill Competencies Passport. So it's how we can accompany the student to develop their core competencies, skills, attitude, and also, other soft skills, etc. And it's a blockchain, so they can provide to the, instead of the CV, to the companies, and also they can develop, they can improve, you see, this kind of professional and more soft skill competencies.
Dr. Kopp?
What Bettina said, I'd like to follow. It looks like that the apprenticeship system, which we know in Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, is a quite good start in the labor market for young people. That's why I was invited dozens of times all over the world. But it's not easy to build up in a different country because you need, I would say, a very long tradition in training the young within the companies and not training in schools. But it looks like that this is a perfect system, or a quite good system to integrate them.
The Swiss one, not the Austrian. Oh, sorry.
Okay. But there's another point, and this is the fourth huge trend on the labor market, and this is migration. And I talk for my country. Austria loves certificates. We are a country where you have to have a paper to find a job. Mm-hmm. And especially migrants normally are skill-rich but paper-poor, which means the skills and skill matching and competency matching is something where you also can find out what people really are able to do without having a paper. So that there is this necessity too, because of this huge trend.
What about then the conversation around the support or the expectation that workers have going into work in the context of what we did historically? So when you got a job historically, you knew you're going to get a pension, you're going to get this, you're going to get support with healthcare, certainly in my country, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. But because of the nature of the change in the ask, so I need you to do a little bit of this and I need you to do this, but I don't need you to do it every day. I needed to do it remotely. So that structure changes. What happens then to that expectation in the contract context, the social contract context, of services such as that, which workers still need, regardless of when they were born and how long they're going to be working, Professor Kopp?
Mm-hmm. I would say they are prepared to be more flexible than they were in the past, but they also afford help. Help means training, assistance in changing, assistance in the change, I would say. And this is something new, which a lot of companies have to learn.
Yeah.
And my organization, Public Employment Service, has a consultancy project where we train more than 1,000 companies a year, in fact, in the development of their staff workforce. And this is, I would say, a new service we offer as a state agency. Yeah.
Professor Elias, how would you think we need to be thinking about and addressing that?
I think it's a problem for governments across the world to look at what a social contract is and how it's required, and if necessary, to legislate to ensure that the social contract is promoted, developed, or maintained in the face of forces that could split apart what for many years has become a fairly kind of tried and tested understanding of the way the labour market benefits the individual. And I think that's at risk with AI. It's at risk with the formation of jobs as a set of tasks rather than as a very clear job title. So governments have a role to step in to ensure that the social contract is either developed or, if it exists, that it's maintained.
As someone who perhaps doesn't want the government to get too involved in a lot of things, how are you going to, because I can hear what Professor Elias is saying, but at the same time you need a certain amount of autonomy in order to make sure that your business can function at its optimum. And sometimes the government policy stifles that a little bit. How do we find the happy marriage between these two?
I think it's about enabling the institution, not forcing people to join. So if there is this shared good that's available for people, then part of the negotiation with the potential candidates is to go. I think part of the problem why companies don't hire young people, if it's very difficult to change them, then you are stuck. So it's not an outcome of companies, it's the reaction to a regulation that's intended to solve something. However, it's easiest for companies to say, you know, I have the skills, I'll come, we'll work for 3 to 6 months. We have this open conversation in our company. We'll do this. If you deliver within 3 months, 6 months, we'll increase you to 1 to 3. If you don't, we'll give you 3 months to find the job.
Goodness, it's so much to cover. And the time was about that much. I know, Bettina, you wanted to say something, but we don't have time to say anything more because our time is officially up. Gentlemen, lady, I know. It was terrific having you. Please show your appreciation. To all of you, thank you so very much for joining me. It was an absolute pleasure. If I can ask you to make your way this way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, I think from that panel, it was quite clear that we, as much as we understand that we're thinking differently about the world of work, we're thinking differently about the skills that we require and how we are going to, one, advertise, engage about them, define them, but also the way in which we're going to be absorbing labor into organizations. It's clear there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And again, because we don't have that lens that tells us that's the specific destination we're trying to get to, a lot of this we're still going to have to innovate, create, build as we move along. And I think in many ways it can be an exciting journey. And speaking of skills, not just the world of work is changing because of the demands that people have, but the world itself is changing, which means that the skills that help us to drive and move that forward, those skills themselves are changing too. To speak to you a little bit more about that, please welcome on stage Carmen Maharex, who is the Chief Human Relations Officer at Airbus.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and industry leaders, it's a true privilege to stand before you here today at the Global Labour Market Conference at the vibrant city of Riyadh. For me personally, it's the first time I have the opportunity to come and visit Saudi Arabia. And I must thank you for the immensely warm welcome that I've already received so far. If I may say, many countries could learn from the smoothness of the kingdom's visa process and the digital gateway. It's a testament to the speed at which you are moving. Under the direction of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the country is diversifying and decarbonizing its economy while strengthening its already considerable defense capabilities. The country, airlines, airports, and aviation professionals are not just participants in this story, they are engines of its success. At Airbus, we are delighted that aerospace features so prominently in the Vision 2030 strategy, civil aviation, defense, and space. We began already working together 4 decades ago. Today, Saudi Arabia's airlines and aviation companies fly around 200 Airbus aircraft with hundreds more on order. Already 100 helicopters operate here with both military and civil operators. The armed forces fly 80 of our military aircraft, including the largest fleet of the A330 multi-role tanker transport aircraft outside of Europe. Further, with our Saudi partners, we provide maintenance and operational support for military and civilian planes and helicopters, as well as training for pilot crews and technicians. We have also supplied Saudi Arabia with a secure communications network and Arabsat with 7 satellites. I believe it's fair to say our partnership with Saudi Arabia has a truly firm foundation. But as the Chief Human Resource Officer of Airbus, I look beyond the fleet. I look at the 400 people we employ here. 1/3 of them are Saudi nationals. And this, for us, is just the beginning. We stand ready to invest more in the kingdom and the Saudi people, expanding our industrial presence and developing the workforce for the growing industry needs. We are exploring the possibility of a major partnership in the kingdom to produce the military version of one of our most advanced helicopters, the H175, for the kingdom, but also for export to other countries. Together, we can trigger an exciting area of growth and skills investment here. I joined Airbus last year, having worked for different industrial companies in the non-for-profit sector. I joined because it's a really exciting time for aerospace. Some may call it the golden age of aerospace. More people are flying than ever before, seeking freedom, seeking work, and connection. Here in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, this is part of your culture. In fact, I learned the Kingdom Airports host 3 of the busiest routes in the world. And under the Vision 2030, you will expand connectivity to over 250 overseas destinations. This is also a time for far-reaching technology change. At Airbus, our purpose is to pioneer sustainable aerospace for a safe and united world. The commercial aviation sector has come together behind a roadmap to reach net zero emissions in the decades ahead. We are already manufacturing the world's most fuel-efficient airliners, such as the single-aisle A320neo, which is flying with Saudi Arabia Airlines, Saudia, Flyadeal, and Flynas. And we are working on the next generation of aircraft, a new, more fuel-efficient single-aisle aircraft that will fly with airlines in the second half of the 2030s. It will feature new materials and engine technology and be capable of flying on 100% sustainable aviation fuel. Over the longer term, we are also working on the world's first hydrogen-powered low-emissions airliners. But here's the reality we face in the labor market. None of these developments are possible without the right skilled people. And to sustain the growth ambition, the Middle East will need a huge amount of new skilled professionals over the next 20 years, from pilots to engineers. Now, as a CHRO, I see this not as a challenge, but as a global strategic opportunity to rethink how we develop human capital. At Airbus, we have decided to treat learning and skill development with the same rigor and predictability as aircraft manufacturing. We call it industrializing knowledge. Let me share our 3-pillar approach to navigate in today's labor trend. First, nurturing human expertise. Despite the rise of AI, human experts remain the custodians of safety and innovations. We look to them to resolve our most complex problems and technical challenges, to drive innovation and to coach emerging engineers. We have 2,000 senior experts who act as technical role models. We are focused on the knowledge transfer, capturing the wisdom of our veterans and passing it to the next generation. Capitalizing on their knowledge before they retire is vital. Second, maintaining a skills stock. Every year, we train around 7,000 young people to become manufacturing operators and technicians in our factories in Europe. And when the market does not provide the skills, like for instance in cybersecurity, we do not wait, we build. We established our own schools to create a dedicated aerospace curriculum. And third, the pathways to the future. We don't just hire new, we upskill existing. We are providing our current engineers with development pathways to master new technologies like sustainable aviation fuel or hydrogen. And we place significant emphasis on leadership development through our own leadership universities at our headquarters in Toulouse and in the regions, learning to lead through the uncertainty and driving transformation and innovation. This brings me back to why I am optimistic about our future here. As you may know, like many industries, traditional aerospace centers in the West are facing demographic silver tsunamis and labor shortages. Saudi Arabia, by contrast, offers a deep pool of ambitious digital native talents. Over the past 2 decades, we have opened new factories in the US and in China, where we trained thousands of new colleagues in many aerospace disciplines. By expanding our industrial activities here, we can realize the same rich human potential. First, by preparing the next generation of Saudi aerospace leaders, pilots and engineers. Already today, we support aviation education and training here within Airbus and our subsidiaries like Airbus Beyond. For example, we are striving to help younger professionals in the early stages of their careers and to promote more women in the workspace. I know this is a priority we also share with the Kingdom as more women enter the workforce under the Vision 2030. We are also exploring the possibility of entering the prestigious Wahid National Scholarship Program. Hundreds of Saudis would study bachelor and master's degrees or pursue technical trainings in a range of aerospace disciplines before becoming Airbus employees or part of our supply chain partners. With an industrial presence in the Kingdom, we would be able to expand our investment in high-value skills here, contributing further to the country's GDP. Indeed, Saudi has the potential to become a global center of aerospace innovation and technology. We have already signed an agreement with the General Authority for Military Industries for the development of the Saudi industrial ecosystem. Airbus can help to realize the Kingdom's ambition to develop its own space sector and drone manufacturing capabilities. The partnership between Airbus and Saudi Arabia is poised to begin a remarkable new chapter. We share the same ambition for the Kingdom to become a global force in aerospace, fulfilling the Crown Prince Vision 2030. I am confident that together we can bring our joint ambitions to reality. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Carmen. The talent challenge that Carmen just outlined is, of course, not unique to the aerospace industry. It also affects every other sector, in particular those that are emerging. And that leads us to our next topic, which is building the workforce for industries that are just emerging. Because new sectors don't always come with ready-made talent. Companies are often creating the skills and structuring the roles and working with institutions long before training systems are able to catch up. To explore this, we will have another excellent panel, which will be moderated by the co-founder and partner at Future Of. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a very warm welcome for the panel and the moderator, David Wössner.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Go ahead. Go. Thank you and good afternoon. Welcome to this exciting panel talking about emerging work and emerging talent. We are excited to discuss building capabilities for new industries. I am originally from Germany, but born in Germany, but live in the United States. And I've traveled in and around Saudi Arabia for the last decade. And I think this transformation that has been happening in the kingdom and the various sectors that we're discussing today make a very good place to talk about building capabilities for new industries. And we have a great panel across government agencies and multiple startups in advanced manufacturing, data centers, and in a very exciting world of gaming to talk about emerging work and emerging talent. I'll allow each panelist to start off with an introductory remark and to introduce themselves and their organization. Your Excellency, Maha.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me to be part of this esteemed panel. Allow me to give a very quick introduction about Temkeen. The Labour Fund Temkeen is a public agency established with a mandate to support the private sector to be the engine of economic growth and support the local citizens to be the preferred choice in the labor market. As an organization, we were established 20 years ago. During this journey, Temkeen has supported the economy with more than $6.6 billion, directly and indirectly. More than 190,000 citizens has benefited from the different human capital programs we offer. And as well, more than 82,000 enterprises has been supported during the journey throughout the different enterprise program we support. We're at a very pivotal, point of our journey. We just launched our strategy 2026 to 2020 to 2030, and the focus on our new strategy is to direct our resources to areas that has high impact on our economy as well as the local talent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And next, Munira from Alat, please.
Most gracious, the most merciful, and peace be upon Muhammad. I am currently the acting Chief HR Officer at Alat. For those who don't know Alat, so Alat is a national champion that is backed up by PIF, the Public Investment Fund. So we started the journey in Alat back in 2022 when I joined with them. It was a project that was founded by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The journey back then was a dream, and seeing this company come to life is basically, for me, is a success for me, and also a success for the kingdom. And the reason why is Alat is a company that focuses on advanced manufacturing, backed up by funds by the PIF, focused on 34 categories in AI when it comes to advanced manufacturing, up to different categories within the appliances, electronics, and in the heavy equipment and constructions. My journey as expertise, I'm very focused on how I am understanding the talent, overall talent, emerging talent in the industry, as well as how am I able to create a value add when it comes to understanding the talent in general. And in this panel, I'm excited to share some of my insights and my journey as well. How am I able to give you insights about building capabilities and how we're able to build this new sector in the kingdom from a talent perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Munira. And next, Sebastian, representing Ubisoft.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Very delighted to be here. I have spent 30 years of my professional experience in building capabilities, people-wise and organizational-wise, and in 5 different industries and in 5 different companies. And I've been based in North Africa, in Algeria, in Tunisia, also in Eastern Europe, in Slovenia. I have been based also in London, in New York, and maybe, as you can hear, I am also been based in Paris. And I am the CPO, Chief People Officer at Ubisoft, which is a video game company with roughly 17,000 employees. Long-last company because 40 years of anniversary this year for this video game company. It's a fantastic industry with a lot of expertise and a lot of capabilities, which is really great. And just maybe to give you a game that you may know, it's Assassin's Creed. And we did an extension game of Assassin's Creed for the Valley of Memory, which has been an opportunity to discover Alula, which is very close to here. And I think it's also a company where the culture and the history is very important for us. And finally, about the topic of today, new industry, new country, I think it's about new capabilities. And I really believe that based on my experiences, building a local partnership with local authorities, local communities, and also local university is key success factors in this area.
Merci beaucoup. And finally, Rajit from Data Vault.
Thank you. First of all, it's an honor and privilege to be here with my colleagues on the panel, and thank you to all the viewers for being here. I represent a company called Data Vault. It's a Saudi-based company in the space of digital infrastructure, more focused on build out of the next generation of data centers. We work primarily across the bottom of the AI stack, which is the energy infrastructure, the data center infrastructure, and the compute infrastructure part, which then is taken up by the large language model trainers like the Anthropics of the world and the OpenAIs, the Mistrals of the world. And then on top of that sit all the different applications and other softwares and so on and so forth. So very happy to be here, and I look forward to spending the next few minutes with our moderator and colleagues here on the panel discussing on this topic. Thank you.
Excellent, and thank you for those remarks and introductions. So let's get started. How do organizations identify and prioritize the skills they need when industries are still emerging and roles are not yet clearly defined? And obviously, we have a lot of thought topics on this, given the AI and data centers and gaming, software. So Your Excellency, how from the perspective of Tamkeen are you approaching this?
So skills gap is considered the biggest barrier for business transformation. According to the Future of Job survey by World Economic Forum, more than 85% of employers are prioritizing upskilling and reskilling. And it's really crucial to prioritize your workforce upskilling and their capabilities, which would definitely help to increase your productivity and their productivity and adaptability as well. Tech disruption is already disrupting a lot of businesses. Tech advancement, economical changes as well are affecting and shaping the future of global labor market. A data-led approach, partnership with the private sector and policymakers is definitely a key to help identify future skills required and identify the type of interventions required. Let me share with you two examples of what we've done in Temkeen. So we've established an initiative called Skills Bahrain, and the mandate of Skills Bahrain is to align education outcomes with the labor market need. You focus on the skills of your talent and align them with the expectation of the labor market. The role as well to guide the training programs, guide the education program as well, and identify future skills. Some of the outcome that's worth highlighting from Skills Bahrain is we've established an employability skills portal, and which is ideally it's a labor market observatory. It looks at the data of the labor market, provides some analytics for the different stakeholders in the labor market, help them to make the right decision when it comes to their careers. We've looked at skills report developed with the industry itself to identify future skills, future jobs, career paths, maps, and as well national occupation standards. The other thing that we have done last year is where we developed a supply and demand model. And this model is based on national data. It looks at the different sectors in the economy, projections till the next 5 years. And this had helped us to identify what jobs we need to focus on, what training programs that proactively we need to prepare for, what interventions that we need to do in order to prepare the national talent for these jobs that would come in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Munira, from your perspective for an advanced manufacturing company, how are you engaging in some of these programs that obviously are offered, for example, by Bahrain, but also by Saudi for skills preparation as you're developing this new capability?
So just to add on, so I think Bahrain are very similar in terms of the needs of talent and emerging the needs of talent. But in Saudi as well, we're also focused on advanced manufacturing. We recently, Alat was an anchor member of the advanced manufacturing program. So this is intent to train equivalent number of trainees for Alat and its partners and to serve the kingdom-wide when it comes to the needed skill in the market. One of our mandates is to build in the in-kingdom local talent capability. And once you have the capability in-house, you have a supply of talent that is ready to be hired, a talent that is ready to rotate within different skill set. And as well, one of the things we're doing in Alat itself is we're really focusing on the on-job training. So if I start where we started as a startup, so building everything from scratch, and now you're talking about how you're building the future skills of the future in Saudi Arabia. And with that in mind, I think adopting the self-learning within the company, we're adopting the model of 70-20-10. So basically focus on the on-job training, in addition to how we're able to influence as well and educate our partners in the talent supply that we have in Saudi. So we're partnering with multiple universities. This advanced manufacturing program now, recently with our partner Lenovo, we've launched trainees that will go on an on-job training to China to gain that skill and bring it into the kingdom.
Fantastic. So, Rajit, building on that in terms of what Alat is doing, internal development, What is the right balance between developing these new capabilities internally at a place like DataVolt and hiring talent from adjacent or traditional sectors and bringing their expertise into a rocket ship organization like DataVolt?
Thank you, David. Great question, by the way. And just building up on what we just heard. So we at DataVolt, first of all, just quickly in 30 seconds, laying out the background. The data center industry, okay, which is probably the biggest buzzword in terms of, or the hottest sector in the world today. It has a skill gap that is anticipated in the next 10 years of 3.5 million worldwide. Okay. The pace at which this infrastructure is getting built out versus the skill set that is available is probably akin to the kind of discussion that was happening 15 years back in the IT coding sector and so on and so forth. And probably 7, 8 years back, 9 years back in the context of cybersecurity and so on and so forth. It's the biggest skill gap by far. Now, we at DataVolt, what we are doing is basically taking a hybrid approach, which is a complement between developing the skill sets right at the outset in anticipation internally and also complementing it with some adjacent skill sets that we take from industries which have some level of similarity in terms of safety, in terms of security, in terms of what I call operational discipline, and bring that skill set, give them the industry domain knowledge, while at the same time ground up build what I call the internal capabilities. What we need to recognize that the internal capabilities that you build up are eventually your single biggest insurance. Okay. There is no other way to explain that. That is the only way you can bring sustainability to the industry. You can build organizations, manufacturing facilities, or companies which are going to live longer than your own existence. As simple as that. It is the only insurance out there, and you have to do it. There is no other option. But of course, in order to hit the ground running, you need to complement by bringing in not necessarily fighting for the same piece of the cake, but look at some adjacent cakes in the bakery shop and try to look at those cakes which probably have enough resources available or are dying industries, but have that operational discipline, transfer that quickly by giving them that industry knowledge out there. So that's how we are building up in terms of, I would say, a nice complement. But the key success factor, and that's probably my last word on this question, is in terms of always staying close to this agenda from a leadership perspective and recognizing the need to give different weightage as your own organization evolves between external and internal. You start off with a decent amount of external resources, adjacent cakes, not the same cake, but you have to stay focused on the internal capability building so that over a period of time you transition and are able to control the resources through what you generate internally.
So Sebastian, on that point, I think you've been baking cakes at a relatively large organization with 17,000 team members. What would you talk about in terms of how roles and career paths can be, and progression can be structured? Because obviously you have a well-established organization, but as you're going into some of these new sectors and new focus areas where things are still being defined.
Yeah, and I think it's really linked about your point just before. At the end, the video game industry, it's a very creative industry. There is only one asset in such kind of company like you. It's a human being. It's how we develop people. It's the transfer of the know-how. When we have external people, just to jump on what you said before, and you bring talent from external to build the local capabilities, at the end, the first mandate of these people is to work on their succession planning to gain the sustainable performance. But to come back about the video game industry, it's also a very inclusive industry. And what we would like in our industry, which is fair in other industry too, it's at the end, we need to have our employees that look like our customers, our gamers. Therefore, we need to have a very diverse population in terms of generation, in terms of culture. And then the challenge when we speak about career paths, that we have very different profile in the organization. And we are in 2026, close to 2030. And at the end, everything is about personalization and individualization, how we answer to any employee needs that differ. We cannot have a group of people thinking that they want to do the same career path. Everyone has his own agenda, I would say. And in this context, at Ubisoft, we have built what we call a job architecture, which is quite traditional, in order to develop career architecture and career paths. But at the end, the objective was really to develop bridges, satellites for roles, for anyone to choose which direction they want to go. And they could differ to one to another. For example, a designer could decide to go to development, but could decide to go to artists, to different areas, and really to develop the different bridge in order to give this opportunity of individualization. And last point about the technology is evolving a lot. This means we need also to create internal and external forum for people to share their experiences. And when we speak about new industry, what is great is also the naivety of the industry. And they are all keen to share whatever it's internally about their learning or externally through what we say in the video game industry, the GDC, where everyone is really sharing with even competitors their last R&D or project for the interest of all.
So to wrap this up today, I'd like everyone to take about 30 seconds and give me your key takeaway for how we can continue to build capabilities for new industries.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I guess we're moving from an era from a long, let's say, long life employment to an era of long life employability. Industries are emerging, jobs are changing, we, as an organization, maybe in Temkeen, we would continue focusing on linking the opportunities with capabilities. So this would be our focus based on data and based on evidence. So the partnership, I would say, the partnership of policymakers, private sector, and the educators is really crucial to help identify and create agile talent that are competitive globally.
So lifelong employability.
100%.
Manira.
Thank you. Just to add to that as well, I think progression is very important. So what you know today could not work tomorrow. And I think continuous learning is the essence of how we build our future talent. And by that I mean primarily focused on is what I'm doing today caters to the future skills that is needed or not. And this goes in everything that we do. So in the very early day, starting the day up until the end of the work, and as well thinking about from an HR side the needs of the future talent. So what do they need today to cater to the future skills? So I think building on AI and the focus on how AI will, AI will not replace jobs, but AI will help us become better at what we do.
Excellent. Sebastian?
Yeah, if you don't mind, David, I will have two takeaways. If we speak about new industry, new technology, and in order to create sustainable performance and long performance, I think, first of all, of course, we are in an area where it's new technologies, it means expertise, which is the main asset, this means the hard skills. But at the end, what will create the right environment is the soft skills. This is how you develop people in terms of learning agility, curiosity, project management, leadership skills, business acumen, and all these elements that will help these people to create a sustainable environment. And the second takeaway is for me about the local partnership. How you, as I said in the introduction, about local partnership with the local authorities, but also with the local university. I spent 2 days to visit a university, Princess Noura, Saudi Digital Academy, and some others. And at the end, what is really important is to create the partnership to develop locally the capabilities.
Merci. Rajit, final word.
Yeah,
briefly.
Short of time, so I'll be very quick. Just within a minute, if I were to summarize, I think for us, really the skill, and we have spoken throughout the day a lot about skill-based approach, is best managed through what I call not in classrooms, but through industry integration. And the manifestation of that industry integration can be in different forms, whether you do it through co-op programs or other kind of training and so on and so forth, but an industry integration into the learning is very, very important. And from our side, what we are doing is in training these students, we take school leavers in the context of our data center training program. We put them in the academy for 2 years, which is what we are doing. And then it has to be followed by 1 year on-the-job training inside the data centers. And at the end of 3 years, you are ready to be an operator of data center.
Thank you very much. Thank you, audience, for participating and attending today. Thank you for my panelists and your answers. Shukran.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, and to our esteemed panelists. Many thanks indeed. Yes, building talent for industries that don't yet exist requires both courage and also coordination. And now, from building new skills to rethinking roles, our next panel looks at how AI and automation are in fact changing the way people gain expertise. Just a quick note to our audience, one of our panelists will be speaking in French, so if you are not fluent in French, do make sure that you have your headset ready for the simultaneous interpretation. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator of the panel, who will also be bringing her guests onto the stage and introducing them. Let's have a very warm welcome for Dr. Leila Hotait. She's Managing Director and Senior Partner at Boston Consulting Group, also Global Leader, Education, Employment, and Welfare. Leila and your panelists, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm delighted to moderate today's session entitled Click, Don't Think, and then the demise of expertise. So we're exploring a shift that many of us here can feel. AI is taking over routine work, routine cognitive work, and potentially reducing entry-level jobs and learning opportunities, and it's increasing the risk of over-reliance. If work teaches differently now, how do people build judgment? How do we protect career progression? And how do we adapt education and training systems? And so to help us unpack all of this, I'm joined by an exceptional group of leaders. First, we're honored to welcome here His Excellency Macky Sall, the former president of Senegal and founder and chair of the Macky Sall Foundation. His Excellency will be replying in French, so please get ready with your mics, with your listening devices for the translation. And then we have Girish Ganesan, Executive Vice President and Chief People Officer at S&P Global. Next is Dr. Kai Rummelt, CEO of Udacity and Senior Managing Director at Accenture LearnVantage. And then finally, Anthony Salcito, General Manager of Enterprise at Coursera. And so, as mentioned, one can argue that there are two forces that are playing out. On the one hand, you have AI that is embedding into white-collar work, over-reliance is weakening judgment, and as routine starter tasks are disappearing, early career learning opportunities are shrinking. So that can thin the first rungs of the career ladder as firms hire less junior people. On the other hand, one can say that Gen AI is widening access because it's helping people build faster skills faster and lowering the barriers to become job ready. And so the first question to all, and maybe we start in this order, is from where you sit, which one is more true today? Is it that AI is shrinking early career learning and entry roles, or is it that Gen AI is actually widening access and speeding skill building?
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais d'abord remercier le serviteur des deux saintes mosquées, Sa Majesté le roi Salman Ben Abdelaziz Al Saoud, ainsi que le prince héritier Mohammed Ben Salman pour le leadership du Royaume d'Arabie Saoudite. Alors, cette thématique est très importante. Nous avons une opposition entre ce que l'IA nous apporte d'un côté, l'accès rapide à la connaissance, mais l'accès aussi qui limite finalement l'apprentissage des débutants. À mon sens, il ne faut pas choisir entre une option ou l'autre. Il faut essayer de trouver l'équilibre, puisque aujourd'hui, l'intelligence artificielle est notre compagnon de tous les instants, dans tous les secteurs.
Every day, we have several information at industrial level. We could not stop this progress, so we have to tame artificial intelligence so that the beginner could be trained to understand the mechanism of intelligent artificial, so that to develop the critical spirit. Some friend of mine, in all sectors we have artificial intelligence, so people will tend to be lazy, because with one click you could have so many replies, so many information. Let's combine with the presence of artificial intelligence in the jobs, and also let's try to have to master artificial intelligence, and because artificial intelligence bring positive as well as non-positive things, so that a human being could make his own judgment and therefore adapt. So it's the education and training are going to be challenged. So we're talking about harness AI.
Merci beaucoup, je suis ravi d'être ici, donc être ici à Riyad, participer à cette conférence. Je dirais que c'est une réalité duale, c'est-à-dire parce que, en fait, bien sûr, il y a une sorte de tension avec laquelle nous devons.
And on the other hand, it's reducing the barriers to learning, experimentation, access to information much earlier in people's careers. And what's important to unfold this or unpack this question is to understand how the learning patterns are changing for entry-level jobs, because there was a time when, and still is, when entry-level professionals were primarily hired to do grunt work before you can earn their trust. And we would throw more at them just to understand how professionally they were growing in their careers. But now they can learn much faster, they can process information much faster, they can apply judgments much sooner. So it's more about how do we take that advantage and turn that into opportunity for entry-level jobs. So for me, I would say the real risk is not AI taking away opportunity, it's our ecosystem of public, private sector, policymakers and educational institutions coming together to redefine what the entry-level jobs of the future are.
Thank you. Dr. Kai.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here at the conference, and it's great to be back in Saudi. I want to completely echo what Jerry just said, is that both sides are true. And this is not an either-or. I think in many ways we see an increased access because what is new with this technology is that AI is a very accessible technology. And different to other technology skills that we've seen in the past, programming, that require a very long and extensive education before you can become productive. This is a technology that people can also use in their private life, and they can train on it, which means that you might have a lot of people that enter the workforce that have already worked with these technologies for a very long time and that have a tremendous amount of experience with this technology. So I think a big key is now also how, as an organization, do I identify who these people are? How do I find them, and how do I verify these skills so I can leverage that and bring them in the organization? I think the other element is that practical learning and practical experience is absolute key. And I think it's really important that as we think about education, as we think about training, we really look at what are ways that we can teach people hands-on the skills, and that we can let them experiment. So by the time they hit the workforce, they have worked with these technologies before.
Very good. Thank you.
Let me just add to what our esteemed panelists have shared. Certainly, I agree that there's a duality on both issues. When we actually look at the displacement, there's human history to point the way. As much as we think of AI as a new phenomenon, history has guided us through technology change and paradigm that have existed for hundreds of years that displace skills and jobs. And certainly as skilling shifts and business transformation takes place, there's exponential more opportunity in the wake of these technology paradigm changes. This has been true even in the recent times with technology paradigm shifts that have happened just in the last decade. And so we certainly should expect that going forward. But if you look at the average age of internet startups, and certainly AI is even shorter in terms of tenure, there's tremendous agency that AI is affording ideas and industry to start with innovation. One of the things that hasn't been mentioned is the impact AI is having on content, and just the value that translation and localization powered by machine learning is enabling content to be shared with a world of learners that didn't have richness before. At Coursera, for example, we have 10,000 courses with thousands of learning objects being created every year that are available in 26 languages by default to enable this content to be shared with a part of the world that didn't have access before. So AI is going to play a huge role there to opening up skilling for the rest of the world.
Thank you. Content and learning approaches as well. If people learn visually, they can learn it visually. If they would learn with video or with the auditive, so it's opening a brand new world. Fully agree. We touched a little bit on the ecosystem coming together. So this question is to you, Your Excellency. On a system level, if young people are now expected to arrive to the workforce as experts already, having already 1 or 2 years of experience versus being a fresh graduate, what does it mean for the education and the training systems? What should they focus on now, and what do we need to remove to make place for it?
Très bien. Alors, il est clair que
I think that it is clear that we should educate our young people, well, in the current environment, that is clear. And apparently there we have a lot of information. There are flows of information that happens on a regular basis. Well, it doesn't matter what kind of device you use, your cell phone, there are different platforms, applications, there is a lot of information. I think that we should sign the paradigm of education, so we shouldn't educate them just like we did it like 30 years ago, according to this classical model. No, but we should think about this new reality, and we should also keep it in mind that right now they have to be exposed to tons of information that actually bombards them on a regular basis. So we should make sure that they are ready for that. Even at school, when they have their cell phone, they can see a lot of pieces of information. So the quantity is enormous. And of course, we need to prepare them for that, because you have to have a particular capacity in order to absorb and digest this information. So I think that as for the current situation and for our initiatives, we need to create some kind of landscape for youngsters, and we should specifically focus on them starting from the age of 14 and 15. So it's a very integral part, important part of our education. As for the artificial intelligence, it of course occupies a lot of space in our life, and so we cannot do anything about that. It's everywhere now, computers, different systems, so all these unmanned vehicles, everything. And you know, sometimes they even don't comply with the systems or instructions that are built in the systems based on artificial intelligence, and this presents particular risks for us. So there are many factors involved, and we should stay focused. We should say that the system has really changed. Francois Jerebic, for example, he was one of the first to say that we should really stay aware and remember about all the aspects involved when we deal with a new technology. And of course, we should on one hand be active, somehow proactive, but at the same time be a little bit moderate with that as well. And we should understand also the power of all these instruments, of all those machines, and we should learn to coexist. Thank you very much.
How do you make sure that you keep human intuition when you don't have the same expertise building?
Absolutely.
I'd love to move to you, Girish. On a company level, how should companies think now about entry-level jobs where tasks can now be automated? And we all hear today about the flipped pyramid or the diamond model now in terms of pyramids and the way the teams are going to be built with in terms of traditional entry-level roles. How do you see the career ladder evolve? How will the teams and organizations be organized now?
Great question. So firstly, I would say that whether a company is a townhouse-shaped or diamond-shaped, I think there's so many analogies out there. Each one of these still need a foundation, right? So there will still be someone coming in at the entry level in any organization. A diamond cannot stand on its own. It still needs a base.
Yeah.
So part of this is just redefining what entry level looks like into the future, and to stop equating it to low value, low judgment jobs. That is going to be so equally important, like as the companies look at a skill-based economy. So the traditional career ladders are going to go away. It's going to be more about giving people different experiences so that they can become utility players, so that as one job becomes redundant, they can be moved into another job and then constantly reskill. The other aspect around this is, and I think each one of my colleagues touched upon this, the aspect of continuous learning, as much as we have talked about it for many decades, it's very real today. And making that part of the culture and making sure that it's not just focused on AI upskilling, but also human skills equally. Organizations have to start developing leaders right from the start. Those leadership skills on how you apply judgment, critical thinking, even how do you lead teams irrespective of the levels within the organization that's going to be constituted of an AI agent and a human. That's a net new skill for any leader across the organization. And so I think this entire ecosystem is going to be very important as organizations look inwardly. To His Excellency's point around domesticating AI, I would just want to elaborate on that organizations also have an obligation to think about reskilling beyond their four walls for entry level. So I'll give you one example. S&P Global recently launched a philanthropic effort called Step Forward, where we are going to be investing $10 million over 3 years by collaborating with not-for-profit organizations that are focused on youth AI upskilling. So private sector needs to take some accountability about how to partner with public sector and not-for-profit also in order to do this myth-busting around entry-level jobs and redefining them, because I don't think that's solely left to public sector and educational institutions.
Thank you very much. Maybe I move to Anthony. So as AI becomes part of everyday workflows, how are companies redefining what job-ready looks like? Specifically, what is the new capability mix that you see that employers are asking in terms of corporate learning to build and verify, you mentioned verify before, beyond technical skills?
Yeah, I think, as Yura said, companies are looking for often the technology skills gap, but it's a very small % of the broader gap. We have as much work to do to train our skills on the human things. Careers are defined by decision-making and collaboration and leadership, critical thinking. Just for example, this last year, we've seen in the kingdom a 300+% growth on AI courses and enrollments, but the same has been true at a double-digit to triple-digit number on critical thinking and decision-making and leadership, et cetera. So it's going to be an application on how do you use these two technologies to drive change. As it relates to employers, and certainly this is going to be true in a world where micro-credentials are far more relevant, and certainly we're seeing that feedback has been growing specifically on the value of micro-credentialing, that the ability to verify from trusted sources is going to be important, and have these micro-credentials be recognized as valid parts of a skills journey for a learner. The student today who's going into the workforce is going to be constantly skilling, and certainly a credential path is going to look far different than it did 50 years ago. And certainly we need to make sure that that is robust and recognized across the industry.
Very good. And Dr. Kai, so if AI is absorbing today traditional entry-level tasks, what's the best substitute for learning by doing? So is it projects, is it simulation, is it apprenticeship, a combination of all of this? And how do you validate that this reflects real judgment and it's not just tool-assisted output?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. So in the spirit of what Anthony just said, in the way that we've designed our programs at Udacity, they're very focused around capstone projects, around hands-on keyboard, around working with human mentors that really allow people to train and gain those skills. And we've combined that recently by launching the Master in AI, and we'll launch more degrees where people can, in a completely flexible way, over the course of their career, they can do it bulk in a year, they can also go ahead and do it over 20, 30 years, and collect those skills that then ultimately make up degrees, from micro-credentials to degrees, which I think is something that reflects much more the way we learn today and how skills come along. What I really appreciate listening to the whole panel is that I've been hearing a misconception a lot lately, which I haven't heard here on the panel, is that, oh, hard skills are going to go away, it's all going to be about soft skills. I think soft skills are important, but I think in the age of AI, hard skills are going to be even more important. And an example that I wanted to share is thinking about farming 200 years ago. So the farmers that were walking behind the plows and were putting in the seeds in the ground, they obviously needed to know how farming works. But if we look at farmers today who use all kinds of technologies from drones, from weather data, from machines, these farmers, and I think everyone will agree, they still need to know how to farm, and probably even more so than they used to before. And what artificial intelligence can do is it can give us output. It's not going to give us the judgment. And it's not going to give us, AI is never going to own the consequences. Like, there's got to be a human that's going to own the consequences of the output that comes from AI. And so I think that what we really need is to make sure that people know the facts, they know the details, they build the experience in their field to have the skill to judge the output and leverage the output that they get from artificial intelligence.
Totally agree. So maybe the closing question to all of you, the same question, and we'll go in this order. So if you could change one thing tomorrow in how we design jobs, in how we design learnings and how we design credentials to rebuild expertise, what would that be? And what would success look like 12 months from now?
Alors, si je devais changer une seule chose,
So if I had to change just one thing, then I would change their education systems. So it should be at the heart of our system, but it should be modified and it should be changed. So I think that it's a very important thing. And of course, at the same time, of course, we should learn, but without a stop on a regular basis and gets all the possible skills. And this is the major role of our education systems. So we need to understand what kind of capacity we're supposed to have to actually live and actually to work in this market. And you know, the world is developing so quickly today. So we need to keep pace with that and have keep a very close eye on the situation. It's very important for everyone, for doctors, for pilots, for engineers, for everyone in every sphere. We can see this incredible speed. It's like a machine or a car going at full speed, and you should be there like a pilot, looking around and keeping a very close eye on the current situation. So we need to change the education system to begin with. This is number one. And of course, we need to change our approach. We need to change the methodology itself and again understand our reality. We should understand the dynamism and speed of development of our world today.
If I was to pick one thing, I would say, particularly with the focus on how we hire, I would completely change sort of the job posting, job architecture through which organizations hire today. And largely, of course, we need hard skills, we need technical skills and whatnot, and that doesn't go away, but I would overemphasize on leadership qualities of an individual. And that would range from agility to resilience to adversity management to change leadership so that we start identifying a leadership pipeline right from the start. And success for an organization would look like so that when they do succession planning and talent assessments deeper into the organization, that they can define who the next CEO is going to be 10 years from today.
Interesting. Thank you. Okay.
So I think given that you use 12 months as a reference frame, with revolutionary technologies such as AI, short-term effects are always overestimated and long-term effects are underestimated. So and I think the things that are not going to change, it's still going to be about how productive are you, what's the quality of that productivity, and what is the impact that you're ultimately driving with your work. And that's not going to change. I think what is changing is that there's all of a sudden a talent pool of people that have skills in technologies that might sit anywhere in your organization. Because there's people that just enjoy the technology, like to work with it. And I think finding those people, identifying them, and then raising them in the organization, bringing them to critical spots where they can show their worth, I think that's what I would focus on in the next 12 months.
Thank you. Anthony.
Yeah, and building on that, I think we have to think about this as a combined effort, a commitment from government, a foundational support from ministries and schools and universities, because this starts in classrooms, and then shifting expectation on businesses with an investment and focus on skilling that's lifelong as part of the learner journey through career stage. We also have to shift mindset and expectation, because while AI is what we're facing today, quantum computing will be here in a few years. The technology paradigms will change and change again. The foundation on how we lift human spirit, create entrepreneurial mindset to fuel work is going to be the heart of all this work, and that can last far longer than the technology wave. So set that foundation and commitment. These things have been a priority throughout learning, and it will continue to be a priority going forward.
Thank you. So just to close this, so what we've heard, the risk is real, but the outcome depends on whether we deploy AI as a replacement for learning versus as a scaffold for learning. And it's up to us to design for judgment. I love the point about building responsible leaders from the start. And so we design for AI for judgment, and we design everything for judgment rather than efficiency. Thank you very much to all our speakers. Thank you for all of you to joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leila. Thank you also to our esteemed panelists for this very important conversation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the erosion of learning by doing is perhaps one of the most underestimated risks of automation. We all know that AI is transforming work, but what happens when a company becomes its own testing ground for AI transformation? This fireside chat that we will have next will share lessons on upskilling at scale, rethinking productivity, and also navigating the future of work from the inside out. It will be moderated by Resham Kotecha. She's Global Head of Policy at the Open Data Institute, with her guest, Joanne Wright, Senior Vice President for Transformation and Operations at IBM. Let's have a very warm welcome for both of them. Resham and Joanne, welcome. The stage is yours.
Joanne, let's get straight into it. How did AI adoption alter everyday work for employees, particularly in roles that were expected to benefit most from automation?
Great, thank you very much for the question. I think what's exciting is that AI is transforming everybody's role. I know we've talked a lot about skills, but for us in IBM, for the past 2 years, we've really embarked on an opportunity and vision that actually you can transform every aspect of how work gets done. We've coined the phrase Client Zero, and really this simply means that we get the opportunity to, we call it try our own champagne. We try our own sometimes dog food, but we get to use all of our own latest technology to really give it a kind of stress test about what would you do in every role. What would you do as a seller? What would you do as a consultant? What would you do as a developer? Or in my space, where I've got the operation and transformation team, how do you transform every aspect of your shared service operating model using AI to bring everything to life? And we looked at it through the lens of, yes, cost efficiency and effectiveness, really with a vision that if we drive out cost, you actually create a flywheel for growth, and then you can invest in innovation, you can invest in your skills, and actually train yourselves for the future you want to create. But I would say to you that it also has given us an incredible advantage on being faster, and I would say in creating a much better user experience for our clients and for all of our employees.
I love what you said about building the future and that investment, and part of that is the upskilling. So what did upskilling look like in practice, and which approaches proved effective?
I think upskilling is all about partly the technology, but I also think it's about having a growth mindset. I think many of us are born curious. We want to learn, and there's never been a faster time to learn. This is running at a very, very accelerated rate and pace. So for us, what we've looked at is how do you get people excited in your company about wanting to adopt AI, about wanting to bring AI to life in their day-to-day role? And so what we've really kind of energized everyone on is, what would you use AI for to make yourself the most productive version that you can be? So we've given a lot of thought to that, and we've given people insights about ideas, suggestions, areas that we're doing today well, the insights of how you actually transform yourself from doing perhaps more transactional, more bureaucratic, perhaps data analysis, to how do you pivot to driving more value? How do you drive insights from your data? How do you bring recommendations to the business? How do you truly actually move much faster? And how do you perhaps eliminate some of the complexity in a company? How do you radically think about how you could simplify it with everything being streamlined and automated end to end. And then, honestly, how do we bring AI to life in everything we do? So we've kind of coined the phrase growth mindset, but it really is about us sharing with our employees, our new employees recently out of college and out of university, perhaps coming to IBM as an intern, right the way through to those who've got incredible domain expertise and skills that we really want to excite and ignite their vision of them reskilling for the future. And there's some ways that I think we've done an incredible job and areas that are not quite so mature and a work in progress.
Well, tell us a bit about the areas that have been really successful. I'm particularly keen to hear about areas where productivity, tasks, workflows have been significantly improved.
Yeah, so we coined the expression extreme productivity. And that really was to get to the vision that actually in today's world, AI is not just a tool, but it actually can completely transform an enterprise and bring to life a new digital world. And the vision that we had was, how do you touch all of your employees? So the one that is most mature and the one that I think has ignited all of us on what we can do together as a company has been in the space of HR. So don't think of it just as HR, kind of an organizational domain, but actually think about it as a horizontal capability, which really looks at from the minute that you want to attract talent, hire the best that you can to your company, right the way through into obviously managing salary, performance, contracting with them as an employee. I would say then, to hire or exit, whichever comes first in their career journey. How do you use AI to sort of completely transform every aspect and remove every element of how a transaction perhaps could get in the way of doing this capability fast? So we've got 280,000 IBMers across 170 countries, including here in Riyadh. And what we wanted to do was make everyone excited and also everyone touch the AI capabilities that we delivered. So I would say a few years in, 94% of any questions, queries normally would have been made to the HR partner or one of your support team or even a call center. That's now all managed real time by you and me. So you can log on to what we call Ask HR, and you quickly can ask questions, get resolved the questions you've got real time, available 24/7. The other element I think is really exciting is you never get frustrated. You get real-time solutions. And I have to say, our Net Promoter Score, which before was kind of low, it was kind of in the low 20s, now our teams are telling us this is actually the way we want to do work. We want to be able to self-service. We want to be able to have it available whenever we need it. And what we've seen is a vision now that actually enables them to give us an 85% successful rating.
Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. And I think it's wonderful to focus on the positives because, of course, there are so many. But I assume at some point over this transformation, you faced cultural or organizational resistance. So how did you deal with that? What did leadership do? And how did you bring people along with you on the journey?
Yeah, so I think the culture and behavior is a huge conversation point for many companies across many industries. For us, I would say to you, it really transformed us as being all tops down. So our CEO and chairman, Arvind Krishna, beginning of 2023, really embarked on a journey that said, we are going to have AI be a fundamental part of our strategy and a fundamental part of how we run our company. So he was really engaged on sharing things where it's progress over perfection. You make incremental gains, you help change how the company runs, and you really do actually kind of fuel our own innovative growth. Then on the other side, I mentioned to you that we also then had all of our employees telling us what they would do to make IBM the most productive company in the world. And what we saw was a lot of insights about what would they use technology to do to elevate their role to higher value. And what we saw was insights where they really wanted to remove complexity, bureaucracy, transactions, and truly be able to make sense of data. So I'd say this has been a bottoms-up, tops-down approach, and then momentum builds momentum. So I'd say to you, we're kind of, for us, kind of 2 years in. 2026, I think, is going to be a very exciting year because I think we see huge momentum, but a lot more opportunity. And then what we're trying to do is demystify it. So a lot of sharing about what best looks like outside in perspective. If you were a new startup,
What would you do?
what would you do? How would you look? What would your accounting teams look like? What would your financial teams look like? How would your sellers be able to run their pipeline through to obviously revenue? And it's given us that kind of a little bit of a, oh, we need not just to keep up, but we want to accelerate our own innovation. We're 115 years old, so we have a lot of legacy, but we also compete with clients that are like, how can you bring the best innovation to us? And what does IBM do? How do you run these different domains, and how have you transformed? So you've got to be able to really embrace the opportunity.
I love what you said, progress, not perfection. And it sounds like you're really taking yourselves out of the constraints of your legacy to ensure you can be truly innovative and entrepreneurial in the way that you develop and shape. So what were some of the unintended consequences that came out? Because, of course, if you're not waiting for perfection, there will be some good and some bad that happens that you weren't necessarily expecting.
I think one of our lessons learned is you really want to drive an ROI, a return on investment. And I think a lot of companies have focused on how can I drive efficiency, and then how quickly do I actually get my return on my investment for efficiency purposes. We did a lot of experiments, and I think what we learned the hard way is when you go for progress over perfection, you sometimes can quickly see really early wins that you can replicate across very different elements of your business. Let me give you an example. So I mentioned the Ask HR. So that would have been a huge team of people answering only questions and queries in the Centre of Excellence. What we saw was a lot of what we were doing there, you actually could then transition into Ask IT. You need technical support. Ask Client Support. You want help with your software, hardware, services from IBM. So what we found is that we made it as perfect as we could, like 94% is kind of where we think we're going to get to. The 6% to get to 100 is edge cases, which really doesn't give you an ROI if you're ready to lean in to transform them. But what we've been able to do is take what we did in HR, transition it into IT, into procurement services, into client support, and really quickly ignite the capability. And then I will say to you that as new markets are emerging, and new opportunities are changing, or the world of politics makes it that the divisions of trade and tariffs, everything are evolving. What we've been able to find is that we can pivot and actually change the business much, much faster than before using AI enabled by data.
I love that point, though, about the 94%, because you obviously do see diminishing returns at some point where you think, actually, we've achieved enough, let's keep moving forward. So with the benefit of hindsight, when you think about this massive transformation you've done 2 years worth of already, what would you do differently if you were to start today? And what lessons have you learned that you could share with others?
Sure. I think the one foundation is foundational to AI is data. And there is no data without AI, and there's no AI without data. So I really think, I think AI can demystify aspects of your data. It can bring together structured and unstructured data, and that you could really power a company to make really fast decisions. Perhaps we would have accelerated that looking back at what we've done and where we are now. The second one I think has been the game changer for us is this not living in the silo of your organization or the silo of the way that you control your piece of the business. So flipping this onto its axis of thinking about elements of horizontal workflow. So for us, and I grew up as an intern in IBM's procurement organization, and I remember thinking, wouldn't it be great if I could take something from deciding what I needed to buy right the way through to closing the invoice and paying the supplier. And so that really is a procure to pay, source to pay horizontal workflow. It touches outside of just the buyer's domain of expertise and influence, but it does then mean you actually are looking at it the way that work gets done. And therefore, implementing simplification, driving automation, and then embedding AI actually gives you a complete unlock. And then the final one, I think, has been a big conversation at this conference, has been skills and talent. I think leaning in on giving people, I would say, exciting ways to learn, giving them tools that allow them to be very productive, and then embracing then the opportunity to sort of scale that, I think is also another game changer. So probably data, looking at things from a transformational level of horizontal process, and then the final one is just leaning in on talents and skills.
That point about data is music to my ears. At the ODI, we're always talking about the fact that we need things like data standards, the data infrastructure, the data literacy. So I'm so glad you said that. You referenced people, though, and skills. Is there a point where you feel people can't come along on the journey of upskilling? And how do you manage that to ensure that there isn't burnout or frustration with how much someone's role has changed? I imagine, for example, in HR, there was a significant shift in what people needed to do once Ask HR was implemented.
Yeah, I think that the fear in any of these new, I would say, eras or technology opportunities is, what does it mean to me? What will it mean to my role? What will it mean to the skills I need for my future? And I think the demystifying that by sharing, I think, some of our early wins, just shining a torch and a light on the day in the life of some of these, I think, critical opportunities, and sharing like the before and after. So I would say to you, some of our teams, they really now believe that what they're doing is driving growth. So they've changed their name from being shared services or support organization to growth enablers.
Oh, wow.
And they've demonstrated that now, instead of spending 75% of their time on perhaps areas they didn't feel was really driving the business, that was essential to driving the operating model, but perhaps it wasn't essential to driving the growth of the business, they actually now talk about it being flipped. So that 75% of their time now is spent on higher value, driving strategy, driving how the company can evolve to the next growth element, and driving innovation, and less about transactional complexity and bureaucracy. I love that recently IBM published in our Institute of Business Value report. It was looking at where we are today, and with CEOs in different industries, different companies, where are we going to be in 2030? What they found was that today, about half of the investments that have been made in AI are in efficiency. And what they fundamentally believe is that by the time we get to 2030, over 60% will be about how they make their company more innovative, more innovative for their clients.
That's such an interesting shift in mindset, isn't it? Both internally and externally, if you're talking about viewing yourself rather than back office as being a growth generator. But I imagine with that change, you did have to make decisions about whether to allow roles to disappear completely or whether to redesign them. How do you go through a process like that?
Yeah, that was where I think our outside-in perspective was looking at where do we really need to ignite the company? What areas do we want to invest in? So it's that ongoing trade-off decision you make, both in terms of, I have to say, technology, so investment in, cloud. So our strategy is hybrid cloud and AI. So how are you going to invest in your cloud, your data centers, where your applications run, into investing in the applications you're going to run to drive your company, and then how many people and resources are required to make it successful. And what we determined was that we had areas that were really kind of, I would say, fundamental to how you run the corporation, but candidly were actually not necessarily giving us a huge return on the investment we're making. And so that was where we leaned in on the big, bold cost plays, opportunities up front, to demonstrate that really when you make a bold and impactful transformation, it can be game-changing to the company, not just the way it's going to run today, but the creation of the value that's going to come for the future.
And given the pace of development of AI, what it can do, what you can do with it, both for yourselves internally and for your clients, where do you see the future? Are you accelerating your strategic objectives? Are you measuring success in a different way?
No, we are. I think that's the opportunity ahead of us. Is we would like to be 100% enabled with AI across everything we do. We are not at that point yet. And the key is, how do we go faster in 26, 27, through 2030 than we've gone perhaps over the past 2 to 3 years. And the rate and pace is exciting, because it does give us this vision of where do you want to be by the end of this year? Here we are nearly at the end of January, fast start 2026. And I think for us, the evolution is going to be, what other opportunities do we see? The one that I would identify to you is we have over 750,000 contracts inside our company. So across suppliers, clients, across employees, across perhaps intellectual property and how we run our royalty business, we believe that we can make a huge unlock on using AI to kind of demystify our contracts and bring to light opportunities. And the one area we accelerated that we believed that would make a big change to how we invest is in the area of mergers and acquisitions. When you go into due diligence, how can you move really quickly and understand the risk and the reward, and perhaps understand the opportunity that buying that company may bring to you, and make that decision and then integrate in record capacity. So that's been one that I think transcends us. It also is exciting because it transcends almost every part of your business.
Of course.
And it also is exciting from our point of view because it's not an area that any employee nor candidate or clients wouldn't like us to do better today than we do.
Oh, what a positive note to end on, Joanne. Thank you so much for sharing your insights so generously. It's been wonderful to hear about how you've led that transformation at IBM and the lessons you've learned.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Resham and Joanne. And up next, we would like to build on the lessons that we just heard from IBM to explore how AI is reshaping labor demand. Because opportunities are rising for highly skilled workers, but at the same time, other roles are shrinking, especially for tasks that are becoming increasingly automated. So how can workers prepare for these changes, and what policies can be implemented to make sure that we have broader inclusion? Our panel is going to address these and other questions, and it's my pleasure now to hand over to the moderator of this panel. It will once again be Dr. Leila Hotate, the Managing Director and Senior Partner at the Boston Consulting Group, who will introduce her panelists. So, Leila, the stage is yours. Welcome to you and your panelists. There you are.
So I'm delighted to moderate this session, which is AI at Work, the rises and falls of labor demand. So AI is boosting productivity, but recent evidence is suggesting that gains may increasingly concentrate in high-paid, high-skills role with fewer opportunities elsewhere. Today, we'll ask whether this is a temporary adjustment or whether we believe this is a structural change, and what policy and institutional levers can widen the pathways to those at risk of being left behind. So to help us unpack this, we have our panelists here, Dr. Yasser Al-Anaizan, Deputy CEO, President of Data and AI Models, BU Humane, Sandy Chen, Chief Growth Officer at Supermicro, Prof. Julien Malauran, Executive Vice President, ESSEC Business School, Stefano Scarpetta, Director for Employment, Labor and Social Affairs, OECD, and B. Suresh, co-founder and global CEO of VeryClick. I laughed because I said it really well when I was practicing, and then I didn't when in the real session. So thank you very much for being here today. Let me frame two possible scenarios, two possible realities. In one, AI disrupts many tasks. The IMF estimates that nearly 40% of global employment is exposed to AI. But the net effect is adaptation. AI augments work, new roles emerge, demands shift rather than collapses. That's one reality. The other reality, productivity gains are captured by a few. Companies scale with far fewer people, and some may even go and try to have as far as the zero-person company, and the opportunity really concentrates. So maybe we'd start with Stefano. from where you sit, which reality feels closest today, in your opinion? And is this change just a temporary adjustment or a long-term structural change in the labor market?
Thank you. I don't think it is a temporary phenomenon. I think it's a major structural changes. And what the economy calls a general purpose technology. And for two reasons. One is the breadth of the changes. Basically, there is no one single sector. And I would argue basically most, if not all, occupations that are affected by AI today and will be affected by AI going forward. The second is the speed of change. Just to give you a comparison. More than 50% of adults use ChatGPT, so the large language model, over the past 3 years. It took 3 times as much for actually adults to use personal computer and twice as much in order to actually use internet. So it's going very rapidly. At the same time, I think we have to be humble. We are bombarded by projection, by numbers, dystopic views about the end of work. In reality, we don't know much. This is a technology that's evolving so rapidly, and even those who are developing the technology might not exactly know how fast and what would be the capabilities of this technology. What the numbers tell us is that if we look at employment in most countries, is at a record high level. If I look at those sectors most exposed to AI, these are the sectors which have increased employment more than other sectors less exposed to AI. When we ask firms, large and small companies, all of those who have used AI have not reduced employment. So at the aggregate level, we do not see a substitution of AI for workers or workers for AI. However, the changes are deep and profound in many occupations. In our estimate, but just some of the estimate, almost 30% of the jobs in advanced economies are likely to be profoundly transformed because more than 50% of the tasks performed in this job could be performed by artificial intelligence, a different dimension of artificial intelligence. The job will remain? Probably yes, but the workers will be asked to do quite a different type of task than the one they're performing today. Are they ready for that? The answer is probably not. I mean, the evidence is that whenever companies use AI, the worker benefit tremendously when they're trained to use the AI tools, much more than when they're not trained for it. Was it the second barrier for the adoption of AI by companies? Is actually the fact that workers do not have the right skill to work side by side with AI tools. So I think one of the big challenges going forward, in my view, is investing in the skills and competence. Not focusing on occupation, focusing on tasks. The job may stay, but the content of that job is likely to change very much. If I look at the OECD country again, all countries are pretending that they're spending more on training. Yet in between 0.3% and 5% of the training offer in OECD countries, in advanced economies, is on AI-specific learning. And most of it is about developing AI tools, not using AI tools. And I would argue that the big challenge is actually equipping workers to be able to work side by side, to be augmented by what the AI can actually do. So there's a lot to be doing on that, on really understanding what task will be automated, which task could be performed better, more efficiently by AI, by actually making sure the worker can follow with the right skills, among other things.
Thank you very much. And if I hear you correctly, the currency of jobs and the currency of learning are changing to tasks and to skills. And so we really need to catch up with all of that. Dr. Yasser, from your vantage point as a tech expert, what makes this wave different from prior tech disruptions? And should we be more concerned this time around than during previous technology surges?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. And it's my great pleasure to be part of this esteemed panel. I've been in the field for many years, not revealing my age, but it was in an era where language models and autonomous agents meant something completely different. But we're reusing the terms in a different context now. I think that what makes in the past, AI was about automation. You have a process and you try to automate that process. It's no longer the case. The current capabilities of AI are far more transformative. It is not about you have a process, how do I automate it? It is about reinventing the process completely. The inflection point that happened in the past couple of years took AI from informational and knowledge-based AI to something far more different, which is the ability to think, critical thinking, the ability to reason, the ability to be creative, in writing and thinking and creating ideas and so on and so forth. And that opened the door for many things. AI used to be in the process of automating routine jobs. Now it's no longer about that. One of the paradoxes, I think, of AI is that now with AI, many of the development jobs that led to the creation of AI are being re-examined and being challenged through AI. For example, coding, if we take that for an example. So the way now, software developers used to develop, you use tools and so on and so forth, but it's primarily led by the engineers. Now with, coding tools, it's, the whole scenario is flipped. It is really, the actual coding is done by AI agents, but that they are driven and architected by the humans. And that changes the dynamic of it, So, now the focus of the value add of the human is really on the high level knowledge about how to architect things and how to make them structural and use the AI to do things that at a much higher scale when you do that. And that presents challenges to, for example, entry-level coding jobs. And that becomes a threat to these jobs. And, now, software developers, for example, are left with a choice, with two choices. Either adopt and use AI to accelerate their development and be far more productive, 2x, 3x, 5x, maybe even 10x. Or be left behind, honestly, and stay stale and do things that you used to do in the past. And that's not only coding and other things. If you take all the skilled jobs, entry levels of skilled jobs are under a threat, with AI, and many of them are AI agents can do most of the entry level jobs of skilled workers in creative work, in advisory services, and many other types of services. And with the capabilities that are advancing, in reasoning and thinking and other types of things, more and more of these will be challenged through, the AI. And again, the choice is, you can use AI to be 10x more productive, or to be left behind and face serious challenges from technology. And that, I think, to address these type of things is it is really important to rethink education and upskilling and skilling. It's no longer about here's a course, go take it, and you will gain the skills to do it. In Humane, for example, we're taking a completely different approach with our academy, where it is really a builder's hub. They come in and experience using AI to accelerate what they do and learn the tools that are necessary to be far more productive. And integrating those in a way that one person, it's no longer building agents to do certain things like legal services or HR or anything like that. It's no longer requires software developers to develop these. It's really subject matter experts will be the ones that developing these skills, and that changes the dynamic completely. Once a subject matter learns how to use these AI tools, they will be the programmers of the future. And I think that changes the dynamic completely. So, and that's why many companies are investing in coding tools and environments where they can accelerate the development of AI agents, including Humane, honestly. So this is something that we are looking forward to invest in.
Thank you. And maybe to you, the question, Sandy, any further thoughts from what Dr. Yasser has mentioned, or do you have a different view on the same question?
Well, thank you for the question first. So before we come on the stage, we already agreed. I'm going to agree with everything Dr. Yasser just said. So he has been our developing AI in many years, and he is one of the pioneer, very impactful person. But from my point of view, and I absolutely agree with him, so this innovation AI is fundamentally different compared with the previous ones, majorly because of three reasons. The first reason is this AI, we're talking about artificial intelligence. That's about intelligence instead of improving productivity or capacity or make things more efficient. That's the intelligence impacted every one of us, including the high-end professional jobs, like doctors, like programmers, and like all the decision makings. It will be depends on real-time agentic AI, and people moving AI to where the data generated and make the real-time decision. This fundamentally shift the way we operate. For instance, the AI can do predictions, and this changes entire agriculture. And the AI can do some analysis, helping judges to make a right decision. AI can write the code without going to a long processing of education to learn how to programming. So those are fundamentally changed or different level of the jobs in the labor market. That's first thing. And second thing is, I'm working at Supermicro. We're building up the large AI infrastructure for all the high-end AI operators. Just for your inference, for your reference, last year we're building 110,000 liquid cooling solution for one of the top operators and model builders. From the date we built up the data center to the date the whole cluster up and running is 122 days. That was never happened in human history. Normally, this kind of work takes at least 2 or 3 years, from data center planning to groundbreaking and build up the power structure as well as putting compute, networking, everything. So we used the 122 days, that was 2 years ago. But this year, actually, it's 2025. We're building the cluster 2 times bigger, but we're using weeks instead of months. So that tells us, so AI is not just change our life, it's change our life in a very fast speed, at a scale we've never been experienced in the past. So AI accelerated all those changes and 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times than before. The third one is, on the other hand, AI does brings a lot of opportunity to the people, ordinary people in the labor market. For instance, so some of the people are working in the real field, operators. They don't know technology, but they are facing day-to-day challenges when they are coming to work. On the other hand, the people who build up the application to resolve or try to resolve their problems are not in the same industry. They're working in the computer room and they're writing code, try to resolve the real world problem. It doesn't connect. And there's no bridge between them. They're highly divided. Now, this barrier brings down. All the regular people can just tell computer what they want, what they're trying to achieve. Then computer can generate the coding by themselves, and it will work. It's become the real-time application, resolve the real-world question or challenges every day. That brings down the barrier. That gives the opportunity to a lot of people who never had access to the technology. So therefore, this AI is not about the technology. It's about giving the broader opportunity to the people all in this market. So therefore, based on what I just said, the difference that we're experiencing is very different compared with the previous technologies. Then that gives the question, what is the real concern? So from my point of view, the real concern is not a massive unemployment, it's the exclusion. So because AI gives the people the power, the capacity, ability they never had in the past. The people who knows AI, who has the access to AI, who can manage AI, is gain the tremendous advantage. But the people are not having that access to AI, and not having the chance to be trained to use AI, it will be in a severe disadvantage. The problem that leave it to us now, or the whole industry, the labor world, is going to be how we can give this opportunity to everyone. That gives us a challenge. One is how we're going to build an AI structure. And I agree with you said the application, how we use AI, how these policymakers are making sure they find a way to establish the AI infrastructure, and how they can encourage people to use AI, access AI, how fast it will be. Another thing is, so how we can bridge the people have AI and without AI into the one platform. But this world has become very uneven, and that's very concerning. So the bottom line is, so all the workforce system has to try as much as possible to keep everybody in this game, in this AI game, then we can all succeed at the same time.
Thank you very much, Sandy. Very important. So moving to you, Visuresh. So there's a view that AI will not replace entire jobs as much as it will replace tasks, and that full job automation is still hard. You mentioned that before. With that in mind, how are you seeing roles being redesigned in practice, and how can it be redesigned in a way that prevents the labor market from becoming exclusive, as was mentioned, is a big risk?
Yeah, good evening, and thank you so much for having me here. My 2 cents on this, I've kind of built a job board, and currently I'm building an AI startup focused on early assessments of candidates. And the platform that I'm building today is primarily aimed at making life easy for hiring managers and recruiters. And my own experience of having built a health tech startup and the AI startup, I'll give probably 2 or 3 use cases and say how AI is transforming the way we live our life. I mean, it's not more about jobs, it's the way we live life today. I mean, today you go to a class 6, class 7 student and ask them to do a project. The first thing that they do is to go to a ChatGPT. If I look at doctors, earlier, if I look at an oncologist, they used to do a lot of data analysis. Multiple reams and reams of reports used to be studied by doctors. And today what AI has done is enabling the same doctor to do a job which he is supposed to do, which is to handle patients, which is to take informed decisions. So the roles and responsibilities of radiologists, the roles and responsibilities of doctors, nurses, and the entire healthcare ecosystem, the job descriptions have slightly changed, roles have dramatically changed, and AI is actually helping doctors and the healthcare professionals to address the real problem of patient care. Now let's take the example of, let's say, a Walmart. If I take the Walmart example, Walmart automized the entire supply chain. All the routine tasks were replaced, but what did they do? They actually tried their best to upskill people who are actually doing rudimentary tasks and made reskilling, upskilling an institutional approach, and then moved the roles of people to focus on complaints, focus on customer issues. So when I look at the AI platform that we are developing, which is helping hiring managers and recruiters, instead of looking at thousands of resumes and look at the 10 or 15 resumes which are relevant, to give them that delta of using an AI to screen at least the first level candidates using an assessment. So primarily, the roles and responsibilities and the roles are obviously changing and evolving. And whether it is going to be inclusive or exclusive is more of a intentional choice which is made by the leader. Some organizations are actually making it inclusive. Some governments are making it inclusive. The intention is to make it inclusive, but is it practically feasible? Sometimes it is not practically feasible because it is not commercially viable. So I think if I were to look back in 2000s when Y2K came in, people said that Y2K and mainframes are going to kind of take off all jobs. But actually technology created more jobs, though different kinds of jobs. And again, AI will create more jobs, better quality jobs, which humans are supposed to do, than what machines can otherwise do. So that's my final take is, unless humans are upskilling, reskilling, and governments are trying to make efforts and investments on reskilling, it will be a very thin-edged sword that, we cannot avoid jobs being displaced, though we can say that, roles will evolve, but some jobs will go if people don't upskill.
Great. So upskill. So let's talk about education, Professor Julien. So not long ago, we advised students to study computer science and programming so that they could future-proof their careers. But yet, even these roles now are becoming harder to enter as people compete with AI. What is your view on how education systems should adapt? And what is your advice to students to prepare for this new reality?
Thank you for the question. I think if I try to react on what has been said so far, it's really about shifting from doing to orchestrating, right? So, as you said, for a very long time, we were telling students, our kids, you need to learn how to code, you need to learn how to manage computer science in a way or another, right? And then you will be good for your whole career. In any discipline, right, whether it's finance, whether it's marketing, it was all about coding, coding, coding. It's no longer sufficient. Now we need to be the ones that will be arbitrating whether the outputs of the AI systems are valid, are reliable. So you will have to really get this additional layer about, okay, so I am the one who is accountable, so I am the one that will be able to supervise first how the processes are being done through AI, and then I will be the one also who will either validate or override the AI results. So it's really like an additional skill. You need, of course, to master AI, you need to understand how the models work, you need to understand what it means to have some data that are biased, you need to understand all that, but on top of this, you will be accountable for most of it, right? So it's really an additional skill. And when it comes to practice, when it comes to design, train leaders, it's really, okay, so what are the new skills that are needed? So it's not only technical skills, it's also soft skills, critical thinking, how to judge, how to arbitrate, how to be accountable. So I would say that's the main part of it. And so how we have been doing this shift, or how we are doing this shift, I mean, we are still a mainstream business school, but it's no longer sufficient. So we are trying to pivot as a STEM business school. What does that mean? Science, technology, engineering, and math. Because when you are training leaders, you need to get those leaders being able to really understand what it's all about. Because if they are like mere users of the system, it will not work. So it's really about, okay, so how in education, especially in higher education, we can try to teach, to train our leaders, our future CEOs, etc., to really grasp what is an AI system, how it works, so master the whole value chain from data, models to infrastructures, and then make sure that they will understand how to cooperate with those key actors. And then after, you can talk about sovereignty, then you can talk about accountability, and so forth and so on. But for that to happen, we really need to pivot from, I would say, a general business school to a science and technology business school, because at the end of the day, it remains a technological society that we are building right now.
Interesting. And maybe I close with you, Stefano. So some groups may be more vulnerable than others, and to displacement than others, such as young people without access to tech training, and some older workers who cannot easily upskill. What are the policy levers that are most effective in expanding the pathways for workers that are at scale of displacement today?
It's a slogan that we use for more than 20 years. It's called lifelong learning, right? Most policymakers for 20, 30 years have been talking about that. Now we have to put in practice. Yes, we need the new leaders with the right skill, but we need to train and retrain just about everyone. And not all of them will have a super high level of digital skills, but they have to have a minimum level of digital skills, and they have to use and they have to develop those skills which are going to be very much complementary to what AI can do and will be able to do. Some of these are very much human skills, like critical thinking, like innovation, innovative approach of thinking, working in group. So I think we have to rethink the offer of training, but we really have to scale it up to everyone. Today, even in the most advanced countries, those who need training the most receive the least. Right? Among the low skill, you're talking about 10 to 15%. Among the high skill, you're talking about 60%. So we have to really close this gap and give everybody some opportunity for actually learning how to use this technology that we all agree has huge potential. This is easy to say, much more difficult to do in practice. And I just want to conclude with another issue. One new phenomenon is actually the decline in the entry job among high college graduates. We don't yet know whether this is a widespread phenomenon. In the US, it is well documented. But I think we are talking about the best, some of the best students with high level of high degrees enter the labor market, and most of the tasks performed in the job they used to perform as entry job can be performed by AI. So we have also to rethink what kind of training these high-skilled young people would have to receive in order to remain or become complementary to what the technology AI can be do. So there's a huge agenda on the, I would call it human capital, which is education, but also other learning. And frankly speaking, there are gaps which are very large in basically all countries yet.
Yeah. I can certainly tell you that kids, my children and that generation that are today at college and looking for a job are panicking. They are really, really worried. There's a lot of anxiety there, so we need to have the pathways to support them. So just in closing, one thought, AI's productivity gains don't automatically translate into shared opportunity. So if we want a labor market that stays open and not go more exclusive, we need to pair innovation with protection and pathways, more importantly. So for governments, the agenda is practical, strengthen the transition supports, fund targeted reskilling for the groups that are the most at risk, and make it easier to move from shrinking roles into growing ones so that nobody is left behind. Thank you so much for all the participants, and thank you so much for all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, Leila. Thank you to the panelists for that excellent discussion on AI and work. So we have been seeing just how rapidly AI is transforming jobs and also workplaces. And the challenge, of course, is now to ensure that this amazing technology doesn't replace people, but somehow is able to complement people and the work that they do. With that in mind, I'm very pleased to introduce our next keynote speaker. He is the Senior Vice President of Worldwide Partners and Alliances at Teradata. Let's have a very, very warm welcome for Varun Kohli. Varun.
Good evening. It's great to be here. I know it's been a very long day, so I promise not to make this too long. My name is Varun Kohli, and I lead worldwide partnerships at Teradata. Now, as we start today, I want to frame this conversation with one very simple idea. AI is at its best not when it replaces humans, but when it supports them, when it gives them the clarity, the capability, and the confidence to act. So as you listen today, I want you to take that lens. Think about how we can utilize AI to elevate humans and the human experience. Now, before we go too far down the road, let me ground you in who Teradata is, especially for those of you in the audience who are listening about us for the first time. Well, we've been around a long time. about 46 years, as the slide suggests, as leaders in the data and AI space. And in that time, we've had the unique privilege of working alongside some of the world's most leading and sophisticated enterprise players globally across every sector. And that has given us a very unique vantage point on how these leaders deploy technology at scale. So I'm going to talk about 3 examples, not 3 examples of what one colleague calls AI as theater. Because there's a lot of AI washing going on today. Every vendor talks about it. But 3 examples of real companies deploying real-world AI, but putting humans at the center. So let's start with a simple question, and raise your hands to answer this question. Who here has filled out a survey, perhaps after you bought something at a store, after a hotel stay, or right after speaking to customer support? Raise your hands. Okay, so many of you have. Now, all of that data feeds into something that companies obsess over, Net Promoter Score, or NPS. Simply stated, NPS is a way for companies to understand how likely you are to recommend them to someone else. The higher their NPS, the more likely you are to recommend them. Now, at one of Asia's largest banks, they were incredibly keen to understand the drivers of NPS and act on them. They had 50,000 live customer chats happening every week. 50,000 people, real voices telling them what makes them happy and what is making them frustrated. But weirdly, none of that data was actually being utilized to understand the drivers of NPS, or perhaps to do actually anything with it. So we utilized AI to read through all of that data, all of those 50,000 pieces of structured and unstructured data, to parse through it, to segment it, to label it and classify it, and pass it on to teams. Pass it on to teams who can then understand what to do with it. So automation by default, we let AI do the heavy lifting in terms of all the pesky data work, but augmentation by design that let teams actually understand, perhaps to put a human in the loop of a fully automated workflow, perhaps an annoying chatbot conversation that you were having that wasn't going anywhere, and suddenly you had a human now who could talk to you and address your issue. The result, an amazing insight into what was driving NPS and their ability to actually act, and a significant uptick in this bank's NPS. Let me share another example of how AI can powerfully supplement human capability, this time from the world of automotive productivity. This is one of the world's largest auto players. Now think about the amount of data and the range of data that an auto manufacturer collects when they test a new car, all the way from how an engine is reacting, how the brakes are responding, to the notes that an engineer is taking on test run day. And the challenge was that all of this data was resting in different places. And when an engineer wanted to understand the drivers of performance, what happened on that day in that location, it would take days, often weeks, to understand performance drivers. So we utilized AI to bring it all together into a single place, let the system do the heavy lifting, automation by default. So now when an engineer wants to understand performance drivers, he or she actually queries the data in their language of choice and asks them a question, very simple question. For example, why did the car burn more fuel on this day on that part of the track? And the AI looks at the road conditions, the sensor data, the speed, the temperature, and all the other pieces of information that it has, and allows the engineer to understand those performance drivers. The result, a pretty astounding 30x improvement in productivity. That's allowing this auto major to bring cars to the market faster, cheaper, and safer. Let me take you to another third example. Let's see how this human plus AI combination plays in a completely different realm, that of maritime operations. This is work we've done for one of the world's leading navies. Imagine the amount of data that's being collected from global movement of ships. So we've built a system where we are doing live vessel tracking. The system is actually looking for anomalies. It's looking for things that are off. Has the ship suddenly become too close to another vessel? Has it changed speed and direction suddenly? Has it changed its name? So it takes in all of this corpus of information, the geospatial data, the time series data, the satellite imagery that it's taking in, and then issues an alert. Automation by default. That alert then goes to a team of analysts. Augmentation. Now, it's those analysts that bring the policy, the judgment, and the operational experience to understand and say whether that alert is a genuine trigger and they need to send in a drone, or actually it's a genuine detour. Automation by default, augmentation by design. I think across the three examples that we've talked about today, there has been a single theme. Real breakthroughs happen when data, AI, and humans operate in a single unified loop. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the future of high-performance organizations: automation by default, augmentation by design. With that, I'm going to say thank you. It's been a real privilege to speak to you today. My name is Varun Kohli. If you'd like to connect, my details are up there. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Varun. And yes, his keynote really did underline how important it is that AI is shaped not simply to automate, but really to strengthen and complement human talent. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of a long day, almost the end. I'm so pleased to see so many of you here for our final session, because it focuses on a sector that's particularly close to my heart, and that is the creative sector. Because also in creative industries, writers, performers, designers are also seeing their work transformed and also in some cases disrupted by technology. Our next panel, our last panel of the day, will explore how unions or guilds and policies have had to adapt as well, and also what new measures we might need to protect workers in this rapidly changing landscape. To introduce our panelists and also to moderate the discussion, I'm now very pleased to hand over to Nima Abu-Warde. She's author of The Brilliant Communicator. Let's give her a very warm welcome, and also to her panelists.
I'm here.
And I am
Third.
okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here and welcome to our fantastic panel. First of all, you head a platform connecting experts in AI agents. You have a great insight, Salihan de la Casa, in what's actually going on, what that conversation is, what the problems are that arise. So we'll come to you for that piece of the jigsaw puzzle. Professor Alexandra Przgalinska, apologies. You are a researcher, you work at the University of Harvard, you work at the Kosminski University as a vice president. Your insight is in what is it that AI gives us and takes away from us? That's how I see your role. And of course, we have to have the AI unions represented, labor contracts, that bigger picture of what's going on. To focus on this, please welcome to the stage the Vice President of the International Organization of Employers and the Vice Chair of the International Labour Organization, Matthias Thorn. Thank you for joining us. My first question is to you, Sally-Ann. You believe that the 20% of people currently using AI, working with AI, they are the valuable ones. They're the ones who will allow organizations to leverage knowledge, information, insight. Is that right? Well, what happens to the 80%, the majority?
So first of all, before I answer that, I want to thank everybody for who's still here in the room. This is the best panel of the day. We promise you that, to deliver that to you. I think every organization, if we're being honest, about 20% of the people are what we call under Pareto's rule, they drive 80% of all outcomes in organizations. They are the thinkers, they are the creative ones, they are the outliers, they are the ones that challenge. AI is just a mirror of what lies underneath. So if you look at the study, it shows you at most AI implementations fail because what it shows is what's underneath. So I do believe, I know it's very painful, I have a community as a service platform, but I do think that AI is the forcing lever and will remove those people who are occupying places in the workplace who do not think, they are not creative, they are disengaged, and I do think it will force them. I don't want to say deserve to be in the workplace. Everybody deserves the right to be productive, but I'm not really sure if we should be protecting those people who were not thinking, who were not creative, who are disengaged in the workplace.
This is a huge issue, obviously. I mean, it deserves many, many conversations. You said it's a mirror, but it's not just a mirror, it's an amplifier. So it 10x's everything, the AI issue. It's not just a mirror to what's going on, it's creating this.
Yeah, but it 10x's if you're not thinking.
But the idea of the thinkers versus the not thinkers, who's responsible for what? I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's a huge conversation. Is it the education system? Is it the role of the employer, etc.? So
it is the role of an individual. It is not your employer's job to activate your desire to learn. Learning is available now. It is no longer an excuse in terms of accessibility. Learning is available to every person. It is up to you to ask at the end of the day, where am I from 1 to 10 to get closer to where I want to be? That is available to everybody. So it's nobody else's role but yours.
What do you say to that? Because, of course, there's the issue of, is it good enough to say, well, I'm giving you the tools? Is it good enough to say, well, I'm training you on them? Is it, I'm giving you the time to do this? What do you say to that?
Well, I think there are some astute comments here by Sally-Ann. But to me, also to make this discussion kind of vibrant and interesting, I would say probably the picture is a bit more complex. And I want to bring to your attention a recent study that we did, actually, that has shown that indeed, you always have that innovative capacity. And there are those people who are sort of evangelists of the technology. They experience the technology. Their journey with technology is very vibrant, and they are there, 18 to 20%, right, of the organization. Then sometimes you have this late majority that is usually bigger, that is not so inclined to learn, but they eventually come through, right? And eventually they do start working with AI. Their journey may be a bit more mundane, but it happens. And then sort of we discovered the so-called laggers, right? Very often in technological breakthroughs, we used to call the last group to kind of, finally adapt or to reject, laggers. But in that group, there were some interesting phenomena when it comes to AI specifically, because AI is not like the technologies we've experienced before. It's a reasoning technology, or at least technology that makes inferences, and in that way, it's very different from all the other technologies. And that group was not a group really of laggers. It was a group of people who rejected this technology knowing a lot about it. Turned out in that group, there were people who had privacy concerns, major issues about the workplace itself and how it's going to change, and they required a dialogue. They were not people who are not technology savvy or uninterested. They had a position towards artificial intelligence because it's a very polarizing technology. So I would say, I would probably not reject that group altogether. I would start and engage in a dialogue with them, which is a dialogue about tools themselves, like Sally Ann said, where you can opt in. You have the tools, you have the opportunity, but I would say another part of that discussion is definitely, discussing where they stand, exchanging best practices and engaging them because, as I said, also generally the vibration towards artificial intelligence now in 2026 is not super positive. People are worried about the work slop, deep fakes, other things. You have to engage in a conversation, I think, with all these groups.
Matthias, what are you seeing happening when it comes to negotiation, big groups of people coming together, unions and so on? We've just heard many of the issues, data protection, everything that we've heard here, and people worried about their future, their jobs and so on.
AI is a big topic, there's no question. And when you look at any union website, you will see they have a big focus on AI. They're worried about data privacy, they're worried about monitoring, about assessment of workers, they're worried about how do we make sure that workers are part of how AI is used within the companies. And what we see is actually that management and workers are very much discussing this topic. Already there was a study 3 years ago in 2023, February 2023, which showed at that time 20% of all collective bargaining agreements had provisions on AI. And 42% were not necessarily part of the CBA, but they were part of a social dialogue. And these data are 3 years. I would pretty sure assume that these data have hugely increased. So it's a part of negotiations, a part of social dialogue. When you look at global level, there are at the moment at the ILO negotiations about a convention and a recommendation on the platform economy. Now, the platform economy is not AI, but it is very much about what are the rights of self-employed people? How do we make sure that they are safe? How do we make sure they have certain rights? So these negotiations taking place at international level, they're taking place at local level within companies. So I'm confident that we have systems in place to address the challenges which were just raised about data privacy and so on.
So what you're saying is, you've got it under control. The conversations that are necessary are taking place, right? And you're saying over the past 3 years, people have come together, organizations have come together. This is being discussed. But let's look at headlines from 3 days ago and 6 days ago, yeah? For example, we all know this, we must invest in real people to gain from AI. This is 3 days ago, current, EY at Davos, one of their surveys. 6 days ago, young people are the most worried about AI affecting jobs. 6 months ago, we had the video game performers finally agreeing to a contract and ending their strike. And the contract included things like pay, likeness, and so on. The reason I bring this up is that, yes, dialogue has been happening for years, but this is a current thing going on. And of course, it shapes public perception, people wanting to participate or not. And it's a lot more than just, I am intelligent and I can do it. Maybe it's a moral stance. So, yes.
Yeah, I think that the impact of AI on the labor market is huge and transformative. It's not the question. What I was referring to was how to address off the workforce certain concerns about data privacy, monitoring, and this kind of stuff. Of course, the impact of AI is huge. And of course, I would never say we have it under control. Who would that at the moment? And what we're seeing is that everyone tries to keep up with this rapid development, which we're seeing. In the EU, we have now the AI Act, the first legislation on these kind of issues. But so having it under control, the impact of AI on the labor market? No. Because one point which we're also not discussing here is that 2.6 billion people don't have access to the internet. So we see a huge divide. It's not only about who is intelligent, who is not, who can deal with it, who is not, but the point is we're seeing a divide growing between people who have access to technology, to digital infrastructure, and people who don't have. and we're seeing there will be winners and losers for tomorrow on the labor market. So there are huge concerns which we have not under control whatsoever.
I want to stick, I mean, this is, again, a massive issue, but I want to stick with what we've got here in terms of, say, an assumption that people do have access to the internet and the assumption that AI is somehow part of their work life. Alexander, you mentioned that there are decisions being made today based on insufficient or unclear information data. What do you mean by that? And what's the big worry here?
Yeah, so I think we do have quite a complexity, because I would agree absolutely that the impact on the world of work in terms of artificial intelligence and its implementation is going to be ginormous. It's going to be huge, but actually it's a very much, and I will say it as a researcher, under-researched area, right? So we don't have that many data points that could show us the way towards like trends that we could easily tackle. Obviously, we see things, like you said yourself, Nima, early stage or early career, right? And how AI is impacting that. Internships, less internships that there used to be, right? So young people are clearly afraid because those entry-level jobs are not out there for them. And if you want to be a senior at some point, you have to be a junior in your life too. So if that's not happening, how are you going to jump to the next stage? So here you have a tangible process that's happening. The other thing that we see in the US is that, okay, there is no firing, but also there is no new hiring, right? Hiring freeze for various reasons, you know, can be geopolitical, can be due to tariffs, there can be many explanations for it, but AI is probably one of them. So you're starting to see only now emerging trends that are telling us something meaningful about the jobs, right? And how they will be transformed. In some areas, you will not see that much of an impact for many more years. In some others, like IT, the way people work is already now very much transformed, and essentially probably we will need less developers who will be having very much increased productivity in the next couple of years. So there will be a shift, and I think it's a major challenge to try and draft, you know, policies or contracts. And on that note, I would say it's quite interesting that now AI is used for collective bargaining. When you're thinking about collective bargaining, what I'm seeing at Harvard, at the labor and work life program where I work, is that we are now asked by, say, a state of Pennsylvania to try and develop tools that are based on AI for collective bargaining specifically. So people are trying to intervene at this early stage, sort of where we don't have a fuller picture, in order to kind of shape up, you know, directions for the future and to protect workers. And I ultimately think it's a good idea, because if people will start massively losing jobs because of artificial intelligence, we will have major turbulence. So it's better to try and prepare somehow, even with a lack of data, substantial data, that we would need to draft better policies. We need to search for things that bring meaning also to humans, so that they feel safer entering this evolution.
So we keep hearing the sweeping statement that we are going to have job loss as a result of this. The future is very different to the current state of affairs. But in reality, is it really going to happen quickly? And I say this because, say, we have people who aren't on the internet, they're not exposed, they don't have the infrastructure there. But also, if you look at it, the employers are more enthusiastic about AI than the employees in many instances. So is the future definitely going to be so unrecognizable?
I think it depends on sectors. So, for example, if we look at not white-collar jobs, but blue-collar jobs, our hairdressers, our plumbers, they are pretty safe, right? And when you think of the work that they do and the experience they bring to it, that's one of the reasons that they are safe, right? We don't. Would we all feel safe having a hairdresser, a robot cut our hair? Probably no. It's a very personal experience. Do we feel safe of having AI draft a contract for us and replace the lawyer? Many of us already get forms online for all kinds of things. So I think the question, there are certain sectors we are going to see it faster than others. I think the panic is all around, for the first time ever, we have something that is touching almost like a top-down approach. The jobs that are being impacted are those prestige white-collar jobs of coming out with a fine education from Harvard and going into Goldman Sachs or going into the top law firm or going into McKinsey. And guess what? You know, all of those levels of these companies that, again, is dependent on proper critical thinking, judgment and decision making, tools can now do that. And the ones that are surviving in the white collar jobs are the ones who, it's forcing us to really consider what makes us unique as a human species. It is these incredible human skills that we have taken for granted, that we have left at the door in many instances, right? It is that emotional IQ. It's that ability to read the room. It is our instinct and our gut. For many of us, we do not operate that way. We don't have measures. If I were to say to you in a workforce, can you measure someone's hard skills? They will bring out all kinds of things to tell you what it is. And when you say to them, can you measure the human skills? Nobody has a measure for that. AI is that forcing lever where we can now tell and measure who has critical thinking, creative thinking, because you can spot it right away next to an AI tool, who has it and who does not have it.
So what is the biggest problem as you see it?
Oh, so many. It depends on, you know, where you look, because I think in all different areas you would find multiple problems. For me personally, I think the problem is what this past year has brought, and that is something I refer to, slop, a certain cognitive load that people now experience, because when they see a reel or a post on social media, they're never sure what is it that they're seeing. If they're aware that it can be done by AI, they have this complete, you know, mental confusion about what is it that's out there. So I think this is that negative component. We were promised something different. And anthropomorphization. Too much thinking about a technology as a person, too little thinking about the technology as a tool, which is something we spoke with Sally Ann right prior to the panel.
And the problem is?
The problem is that it's a tool, and we should be considering it a tool.
No, what I mean is, if they think of it as a person, the biggest problem is?
Well, that you ascribe things to it that are not there, right? That kids now are interacting with this technology as a person, that 30% of teenagers in the United States have an AI friend, which is not a friend at all because it has no emotional states.
Okay, and from your perspective, Matthias, what do you see is the biggest concern for big groups of people trying to negotiate these contracts, etc., to be safe?
I think we have really to differentiate, you know, do we speak about workers in a company and addressing their concerns about privacy, monitoring, and so on? Do we speak about deepfake and fake photos, which is a completely different question? Do we speak about IP regulation and, you know, how this intellectual property is handled, which is again a different, so we can't put it all together. Of course, AI has a lot of challenges, but when we speak about the world of work, you know, let's focus what we're talking about. There is a problem with regards to the employment impact. There is a problem, how do we make sure people have the skills they can actually use AI? How do we make sure that companies, particularly small companies, have the tools to use AI? And when you look at OECD studies, just for OECD countries, not outside, only 20% of small companies are actually using AI. So the question there is, how do we make sure they're coming and increasing their productivity?
And so this is the point, isn't it? That there is what is possible and then there is what is real. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Matthias, Alexandra, Sally Ann. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you.
This was very short.
Yeah. So thank you very much to Nima. Thank you to our panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of day one of the third edition of the Global Labor Market Conference, and what a day it has been. So I do hope that you leave tonight with new ideas to reflect on and conversations that you will continue. and also energy to come back tomorrow to join us for day 2. Our program will resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So I wish all of you a wonderful evening. Thank you for your engagement, for your participation.